Mm. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Boy, you know you make me float, float. Boy, you really give me high. Ooh, I feel like I'm on dope, dope. 'Cause you serve me on a regular. Boy, need to tie this rope. Before we drift any deeper. Baby, now hold me close.
but she's from Nicaragua. Thought you was Persian love. Are we turning up or are we wasting time? Girl, don't waste my time. No party, I don't just wanna chill with you. Oh no, I wanna turn up on. I wanna turn you on. I wanna let you. That's how these summer do. Ooh, fuck, I look like I don't wanna chill. I'm kissing your eyes, you feel it. Feel it, baby, can you feel me, baby? Can you feel it, baby, can you feel me, baby? Ooh, fuck, I look like I don't wanna chill. I'm kissing your eyes, you feel it. Feel it, baby, can you feel me, baby? Can you feel it, baby, can you feel me, baby? Oh, feel me, baby. Can you feel me, baby? Feel me, baby. Can you feel me, baby? Oh, feel me, baby. Can you feel me, baby? 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 Feel me, baby. No party, I don't just wanna chill with you. Oh no, I wanna turn up on. I wanna turn you on. I wanna let you. That's how these summer do. Ooh, fuck, I look like I don't wanna chill. I'm kissing your eyes, you feel it. Feel it, baby, can you feel me, baby? Can you feel it, baby, can you feel me, baby? Ooh, fuck, I look like I don't wanna chill. I'm kissing your eyes, you feel it. Feel it, baby, can you feel me, baby? Can you feel it, baby, can you feel me, baby? Feel me, baby. Can you feel me, baby? Feel me, baby. Can you feel me, baby?
Whole team shining stars, big dip. Get a lot of haystack gang in the city.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Thursday, people. Hey, Greg. Hey, girl. Hey, Miss Gloria. How y'all doing today? Let me see. Let's see. We got Hey, E. Brooks. Hey, Miss Reggie. Hey, Heathen. Hey, Miss Margie. Hey, Roxanne. Hey, Sangia. Hey, Keep Cute. Hey, Ask Questions. Hey, Miss Ann. Hey, Amazing. Good to see you. You at work? Okay, have a good day at work, sweetheart. Happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for joining me on this morning. Did I say Miss Gloria? Hey, Miss Gloria. Hey, boo. All right, y'all, we're going to get into it. So let me say this up off the real, off the top. off the top, there has been a verdict in this case. Now, I asked on yesterday, because we were on verdict watch on yesterday. This was a quick one, y'all. It was a quick one, and it was a quick verdict. So I told y'all on yesterday, um, if the verdict was announced on yesterday, that you all want to continue with the trial coverage, and I think Fonbeer said yes. I know I want to continue to listen to the evidence, even though we do now have a verdict. Now I want to try to get through the trial testimony before he's actually sentenced because he was found guilty, y'all. He was found guilty, which is no shock to me. All right. At this point, to be honest, I don't even know why he went to trial. But some people, they just feel like, going to trial. Okay, man, Marge, I got you. Because I do, even though we got a verdict and he was found guilty, I do want to continue to listen to the evidence. And like I said, it's still an ongoing case because he has to be sentenced, right? So I am gonna spend the rest of this week getting through, the rest of this, and then on next week we'll start a whole new case. Now I don't know if I'm going to cover another trial or I'm just gonna go back to what I was originally doing and just covering cases, you know, different cases instead of just covering a trial. I don't know yet. I don't know yet. We'll see. But I do know we're gonna wrap this up this week, and then on next week we're gonna start something. Uh, we're gonna start on something new, and also I'll be able to go back to my pain because I was supposed to. Y'all know I've been trying to do my pain and purpose channel as well as this channel, but I put that aside in order to get caught up on this trial. So I'll be able to go back to my other channel as well. So yeah, that's the plan. Hey, yours truly. Good to see y'all loving the coverage. Thank you, ask questions. I appreciate that, y'all. Y'all know this type of content. I feel like with this channel, I just got to really get this channel in the algorithm of the crime and justice sector. And I need to concentrate more on doing that. And I haven't been able to do it. But I feel like once I buckle down and do what I need to do as far as getting this channel over there in that sector, then it'll pick up. Cause see everybody don't dig this type of content. I love it. I've been watching crime and justice all my life. Well, not all my life. Since I was a teenager. And so I'm very intrigued by it. I like watching it. I told y'all a long time ago that at one point in time in growing up, Truth wanted to be a lawyer, a lawyer, as my dear called it. I did. I did. I'm very, very interested in the courts and the court system now. I do have my issues with the system. Just like everybody else. It's just some things about the system I just don't get. But hey, it is what it is. Truth or crime trying to prepare me for my son trial. I believe next year. I never like any action or crime channels, but life situation. Yeah, I get it. Amazing. I do. I honestly do. Um, yeah. I just pray for you. Like I hope and pray that when that time comes around for you that it is not. Cause see, I feel like in my situation with my son, and y'all know I haven't said it in a while, but everybody that knows me know that this son is dedicated. This son, this channel is dedicated to the memory of my son, right? And so at this point now, I want to pretty much dedicate this channel to my son as well as Amazing Son, because Amazing Sons he lost his life in pretty much the same way, that my son did. So um, I do feel a way each and every time I come on this channel. I do. I feel away. And I just keep in mind, even with it not being, you know, I don't have as many views or whatever on this channel. I'm adamant about keeping it going. If I don't ever reach, however many, views on it, I'm still gonna continue to come and do this channel. Period. It is what it is. It's something I have to do. And y'all know with the healing process, we are always continuously healing. And this channel for me, is part of that process. So long as I have you people over here that enjoy the content and support, as long as you all come, I'm coming. You feel me? So just know that at this point, this I will be continuing on this channel no matter what, because just no matter what, and it is dedicated in honor and memory of my son as well as my sis amazing bliss son. Okay, and I'm not gonna say his name. I'm not gonna say his name or anything like that. I just want y'all to know that. All right. So thank you, yours truly. I appreciate that, girl. Thank you, Greg. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate. Y'all continue to pray for amazing. And the thing about amazing, like I said, amazing. I hope and pray that the process, the court process for you is or will be. Cause see, as far as the process for me and my family, it was all in all. It was it I hate to say it was good because of the situation and the fact that we even had to have a court process, but I couldn't ask for. First of all, I couldn't ask for a better come. Y'all might hear the baby. My daughter got her little god baby over here, so y'all may hear a baby. Y'all may be like, "True girl, you done had a baby." No. Now my daughter came over here. She's off today, so she's over here and she got the baby. So um, I just hope and pray for amazing that the process as far as court, it goes pretty much like it went for me. Like for us, there was no trial. There was the beginning of a trial, but God is good and He fixed it. And there was no trial. There was a plea, and so the reason why I, my family was happy that we didn't have to go through the trial process is because of the evidence that, because they had buku evidence, they had video. I done told y'all this. They had video evidence. They actually had the actual shooting and everything. And for me, I felt like I could have. I don't even know if I could have watched it and been okay. But I just know my mom and my dad wasn't gonna be able to. They weren't gonna be able to do it, like handle that. So I'm just happy that it didn't go that far, even though the prosecutor he pretty much in detail stated what was in the video evidence, but we just didn't actually have to see the visual. I could still see the visuals. They still had the evidence. I was told by the DA that if I ever wanted to watch the footage that I could. I don't think you know, I don't think I ever would. Maybe one day I might. I don't know, but I'm just happy that my parents didn't have to, you know, watch that, and it wasn't a long drawn out thing. It was just pretty much we went in to start trial, and it ended up that we didn't have to go through that. So I just thank God for that. I thank God for the outcome. Um, and I just wish and hope and pray for amazing that it won't be that it'll pretty much, I just want her to be okay. I just want her to be okay, and I don't want. Because the thing about trials and court and stuff is like you already start the grieving process and the healing process once something like this happened, and then you get to a certain point in that process, and then boom, all of a sudden you got to go to court and you got to relive all of that stuff all over again. So it can pretty much cause you to have a setback. You feel me? So that's what I just don't want for amazing. Truth, he had just got out of prison for the same crime, but he was a minor. And then turn around and did the same thing. I remember you telling me that, which is just to me, honestly, it's just atrocious. And that's one part of the thing that I have an issue with as far as the justice system. Like, from what you told me about this person and things like he should have never been back out on the street. I don't understand. I don't get it. It's like, and I think me and a friend of mine was talking about this on the phone about how these days and I want y'all to pay attention to it. These days, people get more time for drugs than they do for murder. The courts are more I mean, it's like they get. It's like the courts are harder on drug crimes than they are murders. It's just to me, it's weird. You know what I'm saying? It's just weird, but hey, it's just is what it is. It just is what it is, and we have to deal with it. Don't mean we gotta like it, but it's just is what it is, y'all. So yes, um, I love you, amazing. I absolutely love you and your family, and I'm continuously praying for you and your family. Okay. So with that being said, listen. So we're gonna continue where we left off on yesterday. We're just gonna listen. I may stop it every now and again, make some points. If y'all have any questions, please just put it in the chat. I'll be paying attention to the chat. I answer any questions, but I do want to emphasize to the people that just might be joining. Hey, man, Reggie, did I speak to you, boo? I think I did. Hey, E Brookie. I don't know if I spoke to you. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. But what was I about to say? Oh, I do want to re-emphasize to the people that may not have heard it in the beginning. There has been a verdict reached in this case, and he was found guilty. Now, they do keep it cute. So what we're gonna do, like I say, we're gonna continue listening to the trial coverage, and then after I get through that, and then we're gonna witness the verdict being read and all that. There were a couple of news conferences that were had. I think the defense attorney made a statement, and I know that the family, her mom, Susanna's mom, had made a statement, and we're gonna also get into those two as well. Okay, so let's get started so we can get finished, and yeah, let me pull it up. Disney done made that baby mad, child. I don't know what she did. Amazing. It reminds me of that case Truth covered about Henry Dinkins. A repeater family, yup. Who was convicted, yup. Absolutely, ace questions. It's just ridiculous. Like these people just get out with a slap on the wrist and then they go right back and just commit the same crimes. It's just ridiculous to me. The guy that killed my son, he was a repeat offender. Repeat offender. And then he goes to jail and is in the county for what, two plus years before the case actually went to well was set for trial, and he got in trouble in jail. He occurred a whole nother set of charges in jail, y'all. I don't know if I told y'all that, but because he never posted bond. He never posted bond, so he was in jail at the county the whole time. And he in the county acting a fool. He got a whole charge for stabbing another inmate at the jail while he was in jail waiting for court. It's ridiculous. Some people just ain't gonna quit. Some people just can't be helped. It's ridiculous. Oh yeah, George Schuler. I thought I told y'all he got 40 years. He got 40 years. Yeah, he got 40 years, which the reason why we were okay with the 40 years is because we were told that whenever he goes up for parole, we're able to go and speak on my son's behalf and da da da. And 9 times out of 10, since he's been in trouble, since he's been locked up, he probably won't be granted parole because when you go up for parole, they look at your history while you they don't only just look at the case. You know what I'm saying? They look at your history and also in the jail, and being as though he's been in trouble since he's been locked up, that's gonna weigh in. And then the detective told us, and this is his words. The detective told us, I never forget it. It was after the court was over with, after the sentencing and everything, and him, the detective, and the DA, we were standing out in the hallway talking, and it was me, my mom, my dad, Tony, my ex-husband, and my brother, my ex-brother-in-law, my ex-husband brother. He was telling us, pretty much this dude may not even make it out of prison. He may not even serve. He may not even because his behavior And the fact that he stayed in something, he done stay a whole nother inmate. He got an attempted murder charge while locked up in jail. He is 40 something, Ebru. So with the 40 years, that means if he was to ever get out, serving his whole sentence, he'll be 80 something when he get out. If he makes it out. You know what I'm saying? But we was good with that because even though there was a lot of evidence as far as, you know what I'm saying, um, it was a lot of evidence, but you know, you still be taking a risk. You and going to trial. You take a big risk of you just never know what might happen or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So we was good because the DA, no, Ebru, he was not PJ's age. He was 40 something. But um, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. Um, yeah. But anywho, that's that. They charging the demon with 3 or 4 counts, first degree. See, he gonna and see me amazing. The thing about it is, I don't know. I don't think that they're gonna be able to put into evidence his it's different reasons why they would allow his past criminal history to be brought in. I think the only thing that really would be able to allow his past criminal history to be brought in is if he testifies. Like if he don't testify, then the jury probably won't ever hear about his past crimes unless it's other reasons why it would be brought in. But I know for facts that the one way that his criminal history will be brought in if he testifies, which he probably won't. Which he probably won't. Um, but yeah, y'all. So, like I said, they have a lot of video. Yeah, I done put something on here, y'all. Hold on, cause I done messed something up. I'm always messing something up. Yeah, they had video. Amazing's case too, y'all. They have video evidence. They have video, and that video evidence is just it can't be denied. You know what I'm saying? What did I do? Let me see. Okay. Okay. All right. So yes, it will ask questions. Yes, it will. So we're gonna get into this testimony, y'all. Let's see if it's gonna do good for us today. So y'all remember that guy from yesterday?
We're going to take a comfort break
Okay,
and
now they're
adjourn
taking a
back
break.
at 3:20.
What does DUI task force do?
We pull over impaired drivers and arrest them.
Specialized training for that?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Tell us what that is.
SFST training,
You said SFFTs. What's that?
to do fields to make sure people are impaired in that. I've also got phlebotomy training to draw bloods from impaired drivers and search warrant affidavits.
And back in January 2023, were you also on the DUI task force then?
No, I was on Central D cycle, which is nights.
Okay. So as an
Hey, young
officer,
man.
is that the Central Precinct?
Yes,
And you said that D cycle, that's the night shift.
night shift, yes.
What were your duties back then as an officer for the night shift?
Answer 911 calls, look for people speeding and any person that broke the law.
And during your full 2 years with Gwinnett County Police Department, have you been post-certified with full arrest powers in the state of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have a specialized training for speeding and traffic enforcement?
I am laser and radar qualified.
You say laser and radar. What does that mean? Let's first talk about laser. What is
Laser, it's to measure speed detection at a point-specific vehicle coming at me while I'm stationary.
that? Okay. And what about radar? What is that?
Radar, I can do either moving or stationary, and that is a group of cars, which I determine which one's doing the fastest speed.
And is is there a certain, back in 2023 of January, is there a certain area that you were doing speed or traffic enforcement in?
I was doing speed on 316 right past Boggs Road, eastbound.
Tell us when you get a traffic stop and pull someone over for speeding, what is the regular procedure you take?
I walk up to the vehicle, or I call out my location with dispatch. I tell them, talk with the occupant and determine on if they're getting a citation. If they're,
Traffic enforcement, are you in a marked patrol car?
I am in a marked patrol car.
And do you drive by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you guys have sometimes call out for a backup or assistance when you do traffic stops?
Yes, I do.
Why is that?
If they're under the influence or if they're wanted or anything pertaining to more people in the vehicle than I can handle at the time.
Okay. And back on January 12th of 2023, were you working for that central precinct with Gwinnett County doing traffic enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you were doing the night shift. What were your hours then?
5:30 p.m. to 5:30 a.m.
And did you have an opportunity to stop a vehicle on that day?
Yes, I did.
When you were doing traffic enforcement, did you have on a body worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And tell us about, does your body camera on for every traffic stop you do?
Yes, ma'am.
How does your body camera get activated on a traffic stop?
I activate it by pressing the button twice to activate it.
Do you activate it while you're still in your car or once you actually get out of the car?
As soon as I put out radio traffic that I'm pulling a vehicle over, I activate my body camera.
And on that day of January 12th of 2023, were you wearing a body worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to rewatch your body camera video from that day?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 25. If you can take a moment and look at that disc. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your initials on that disc?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a true, and what, did you recently watch this video?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Is that a true and accurate reporting of the traffic stop that you conducted on January 12, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time attender states 25. No objection.
State 25 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish states 25, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Officer Biel with Gwinnett County Police. Any reason why you're doing 82 and 55? Sorry, brother. I work shift right now.
Okay, I'm gonna rewind this a little bit because I was talking to my Leah and I didn't hear. So did anybody hear whether or not this was the night of the crime? What he got on his body cam footage? I want to make sure. Let me listen.
And back in January 2023, were you also on the DUI task force then?
No, I was on Central D-Cycle, which is nights.
Okay. So as an officer is that the central precinct?
Yes.
And you said that D-Cycle, that's the night shift.
Night shift, yes.
What were your duties back then as an officer for the night shift?
Answer 911 calls, look for people speeding, and any person that broke the law.
And during your full 2 years with Gwinnett County Police Department, have you been post-certified with full arrest powers in the state of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have a specialized training for speeding and traffic enforcement?
I'm laser and radar qualified.
You say laser and radar. What does that mean? Let's first talk about laser. What is
Laser, it's to measure speed detection at a point-specific vehicle coming at me while I'm stationary.
that? Okay. And what about radar? What is that?
Radar, I can do either moving or stationary, and that is a group of cars, which I determine which one's doing the fastest speed.
And is there a certain, back in 2023 of January, is there a certain area that you were doing speed or traffic enforcement in?
I was doing speed on 316 right past Boggs Road, eastbound.
Tell us when you get a traffic stop and you pull someone over for speeding, what is the regular procedure you take?
I walk up to the vehicle, or I call out my location with dispatch. I tell them what vehicle I'm out with, and I do a driver's side or a passenger side approach, talk with the occupant, and determine on if they're getting a citation, if they're under influence, and go from there.
Okay. And when you're doing
Hi, Leo.
traffic enforcement, are you in a marked patrol car?
I am in a marked patrol car.
And do you drive by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you guys have sometimes call out for a backup or assistance when you do traffic stops?
Yes, I do.
Why is that?
If they're under the influence or if they're wanted or anything pertaining to more people in the vehicle than I can handle at the time.
Okay. And back on January 12th of 2023, were you working for that central precinct with Gwinnett County doing traffic enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you were doing the night shift. What were your hours then?
5:30 p.m. to 5:30 a.m.
And did you have an opportunity to stop a vehicle on that day?
Yes, I did.
When you were doing traffic enforcement, did you have on a body worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And tell us about, does your body camera on for every traffic stop you do?
Yes, ma'am.
How does your body camera get activated on a traffic stop?
I activate it by pressing the button twice to activate it.
Do you activate it while you're still in your car or once you actually get out of the car?
As soon as I put out radio traffic that I'm pulling a vehicle over, I activate my body camera.
And on that day of January 12th of 2023, were you wearing a body worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to rewatch your body camera video from that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 25. If you can take a moment and look at that disc. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your initials on that disc?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a true, and what, did you recently watch this video?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Is that a true and accurate reporting of the traffic stop that you conducted on January 12th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time it's under states 25. No objection.
States 25 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish states 25, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So this was in January, and I'm trying to figure out, because this was in January. Now, remember, she was unalived in July. I think the body was found in February. So I'm trying to think. He was stopped in January. Let's see what this is about, y'all.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Officer Biel with Gwinnett County Police. Any reason why you're doing 82 and a 55? Sorry, brother. I work shift right on Lakewood Drill. All right, you got your ID? I work for the police department. I'm sorry, man. I work until 10 o'clock tonight for shift.
I cannot understand. Let me see if I can put a closed caption on, y'all. 'Cause I can't understand. Let's see.
Got your police ID? Alright, hold on. I got you, bro. Yep.
And Officer Fiat, was that you in that traffic stop that we just saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was it that you pulled over?
The defendant.
Was that Miles Grant?
Yes, ma'am. Crew crab appeared to be
And you said that was on 316?
316 eastbound at Sugarloaf Parkway.
Thank you, young yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
It was approximately 3:46 a.m.
And we saw you ask for some identification. What did he hand you?
He handed me a Georgia driver's license.
And what else did he give you?
He also gave me his police ID.
And a police ID,
Hey,
do all officers have that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask for the police ID?
He said he worked for a police department, and I asked to see it. He provided it to me.
And how fast was he going?
He was doing 82 in a 55-mile-per-hour zone.
And did you end up giving him a ticket?
No, I did not, ma'am.
Why did you not give him a ticket?
Because I cut him a break because he was late for drill.
You said he was late for drill.
Yes.
Did he tell you where he was going for drill?
No, I did not.
What direction was he traveling on 316?
Eastbound.
One moment.
Hi, Miss Lynn. Thank you. Thank you.
When you got the identification for Mr. Bryant, did you see him produce a wallet?
What appeared to be a wallet, yes.
And is that where he took out his driver's license and police ID?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No questions.
Okay, so now I know. Hey, Candy Corn. I'm studying for a test. Good luck, sweetie. Good luck. Listen, so now I know y'all tying it all together. I see why and it's amazing that they found this, or no, I guess not. But okay, so I was wondering why they was showing this or playing this, because like I say, she was unalived in July. They didn't actually like find her remains in the gun until February. So this is January that he got stopped by this officer. What they're proving right here with his testimony is that, remember when he reported his gun stolen, he said that he thought that his wallet was stolen as well. Remember he stated that that the wallet. Hey, Sanjay, I think I spoke to you. Yeah, he stated that he thought that the wallet was stolen too. Remember, he stated he had his ID in the wallet, his driver license, his military ID. He said he had his debit cards. I think he said credit card, I'm not for sure, but yeah, this right here, this testimony right here proves that his wallet was not stolen. His wallet was not stolen. His ID was not stolen. I'm thinking that's what they're proving with this testimony right here, y'all. Because we know he was lying. We know he was lying about that wallet being stolen. Okay.
All right, may we release this witness? Okay, officer, you're excused. Absolutely, I'm sorry. Yes, please call the state call its next witness.
Citizen call Officer White.
I don't know where Miss Marge at, but her auntie over there. Y'all see auntie over there to the right with no neck? She just looking distressed today. She really don't have no neck today.
Good afternoon. Come on the podium and remain standing. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That's right.
Thank you. Please be seated, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Could you do me a favor, please, and introduce yourself to the jury? Tell us your name.
I am Officer White,
All right. And Officer White, what is your first name?
Edward,
All right. And Officer White, who do you currently work for?
Gwinnett County Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the police department?
Going on 6 years this year.
Prior to working with the police department, any other law enforcement experience?
Gwinnett County Corrections for about 2.5 years.
And any other thing besides that?
Military police for the National Guard.
Okay. So was that as a military police officer for the National Guard? Are you still doing that?
Yes.
Okay. And was that how long have you been a member of the National Guard?
11 years this year.
The entire time, have you been a military police officer?
Yes.
So kind of running side by side, military police for the National Guard and police officer of Gwinnett County as well.
Yes.
Are you a post-certified law enforcement officer with powers of arrest?
Yes, I am.
Now, how does that work in the military? It's not like a post-certification. How do you become a military police officer?
So you have to go through proper training with basic, you go through the basic training to be a soldier. Then you go to what's called advanced training for your job, whether it's a cook, band, or even military police. You do that, and then you get sworn in as a MP.
Okay. So that training in order to be a military police officer is in addition to the basic training that any service member might go through to be a part of the military?
Yes.
Now, is a member of the military police, what are your duties?
Show up for once a month and just whatever they have tasked for the day.
All right. So now that's because you're the National Guard, right? You have to drill 1 weekend a month?
Yes.
All right. And then I guess, does it still that you have to drill for like 2 weeks in the summertime or 2 weeks a year?
It varies. It could be 2 to 3 weeks. It's called annual training. I just finished mine for the year. It was 3 weeks and I was in Poland. So it varies year to year.
In Poland?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I understand that you end up showing up on a weekend and they have various tasks to do, but what is generally the role of a military police officer?
So it varies. It depends on what is going on in society, as like hurricanes, snowstorms, or even civil unrest.
like the one they had in Atlanta, we were called up to help out with GSP, Atlanta Police, as well as Capitol Police to deal with the civil unrest.
Do the military police officers perform any functions in terms of ensuring that other members of the military are complying with military regulations or things like that?
When we're at drill, yes.
Okay, so as a military police officer, you have not only the task of somewhat policing members of the military.
That do enforce regulation policies and stuff like that, that a normal officer would do in civilian world.
Understood. In order to, and I'm gonna generalize it here, in order to be a member of the National Guard and specifically a member of a military police officer in the military, do you undergo any kind of training in life-saving treatment of others?
Yes, we do. We go through basic life saving, as well as if we want to volunteer, we can go into more advanced first responder style life saving.
And have you gone through that training?
Yes, I have.
Other members of the unit that you're in the National Guard, is it all military police officers, or are you just a military police officer in a different unit?
So it's mainly made up of military police. We also have admin soldiers who do strictly admin. We have supply soldiers who do supply stuff, as well as mechanics.
Switching over, putting on the different hat as the Gwinnett County Police Department officer, did you go through 26-week mandate course in order to become a military police officer, or excuse me, Gwinnett County Police officer?
As terms for weeks, it was about 6 months of training.
6 months of training.
Yes.
In that training, was that at the Gwinnett County Police Academy?
Yes, it was.
As a police officer, are you trained in life-saving measures?
Yes, we do first aid. We also have a 40-hour course of first responders, which is a refresher as well as an advance for first aid.
Are police officers trained in how to treat medical emergencies that might be related to somebody having a reaction or an overdose to any kind of medication or drug?
Yes, we were all given Narcan, and we're pretty much told to give the person Narcan, as well as provide other life-saving support if possible.
Understood. Now, do you know the defendant, Miles Bryant?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know?
Him and I were both in the same unit in the National Guard.
All right. Now, what unit was that?
178th Military Police Company.
All right. So the defendant is also a military police officer
Yes.
and a member of the National Guard?
Yes.
And how long did you two spend in the same unit?
I don't know when exactly he came to the unit. I came to the unit in 2019 from the 190th MPD company before it was disbanded. So I don't know if he was there already or if he came later. We only talked a handful of times.
Okay. Now, how many, you mentioned the term, the unit, you said it was the 170th?
178th Military Police.
178th Military Police. How many members are there generally of that unit?
I have to guess, probably about 300.
All right. Now, is that unit broken down into different groups or platoons, or I don't know what you would call them?
Yes, they're broken down into 3 platoons of military police. Then we also have our headquarters.
Okay. And the platoons, how many is in a platoon?
It ranges to be 60 to 70 soldiers at a time.
Okay. And then are platoons, is that the smallest unit, or are there smaller units than platoons?
So a platoon is made up of 4 squads typically, and the 4 squads are made up of 3 to 4 teams that have roughly 4 soldiers in each.
Understood. Now, you're in the same unit as the defendant, the 178th Military Police Unit. Are you guys in the same, when y'all go to drill together, y'all go to drill every month, are you drilling with it, were you drilling with the defendant?
Somewhat, we were at the same company, but we were in different platoons.
Different platoons. And so how often would you interact with other platoons at drill?
Depends on what we're doing that day, depending on if you have training going on or if you have admin stuff going on or doing basic maintenance on our vehicles. It all depends.
In specific with the defendant, how many times did you personally interact with him? We don't need an exact number, but just if you can generalize for us.
A handful of times, maybe 5 times, just quick talk.
What did y'all generally talk about whenever you saw him?
Hey, how you doing? And I knew he was an officer, but I didn't know where, so we'd sometimes share some crazy calls we had over the month, and that's it.
Okay. I want to take you to the month of February of 2023. Did you drill in February of 2023?
I believe we did.
All right. Where did you drill at?
Monroe.
Monroe, is that Georgia?
Yeah, Monroe, Georgia, right near downtown Monroe.
Is that Walton County?
Yes.
So, and the whole unit drilled at that location there in Monroe?
Whoever showed up. There's some people that, they'll either split out and not show up.
Okay. Let me ask you a more specific question. The platoon that Mr. Bryant was in, the defendant, did he drill at that same location with you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the dates that you drilled in February?
I do not.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, did you have an occasion to talk to the defendant at drill in the month of February of 2023?
There was a moment where he came up and wanted to talk to me, yes.
Okay, and if you would, describe for the jury what that interaction was.
So we were in the motor pool, which is basically where we keep our vehicles. We were doing maintenance. Every month we do maintenance, make sure the vehicles run, just in case we have to go out and, handle a mission or something. The defendant approached me, asking me about a missing teenager that was found deceased off 316. I told him, oh, that's Eastside. I work Central Gwinnett. I didn't hear anything about it. And he's like, oh man, that was crazy. And then that was kind of our discussion.
Okay. At that time, you had not heard about the case involving Susana Morales missing?
No.
Okay. So did you initiate that conversation or did the defendant initiate that conversation?
The defendant initiated the conversation.
And had you said anything to him at that point about any cases in Gwinnett involving missing teenagers or anything like that?
No.
After you told him that you didn't know anything about it, did he say anything else other than that that was crazy?
No, that was it. Went our separate ways and that was the end of it.
All right, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here.
Mr.
I just have one question. Good afternoon.
How crazy is that? Guilty people, they be doing stuff, strange things and stuff like that. He don't want. He asked this man, he asked him, did he know about the missing teenager or whatever? Just out the blue, just asked him about that particular case. I guess he was trying to see what the police had or what they knew or whatever. He was trying to get some information, but just dumb. Just dumb. Criminals usually are.
I'm Tracy Drake. Did he ask you to look up anything or call anybody to get some information?
No, ma'am.
You follow? May we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you, God.
State Coast next witness.
State Coach Avian Snyder.
Pretty much asked questions, or indicated that he do something about it. Crazy. Auntie Nick is definitely not outside. Auntie Nick is not outside.
Is Avian right to that witness?
Oh, let's see who this is, y'all.
Yeah, and if you come up on the podium, you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, if you would please be seated. Ma'am, who
Hold on a minute. Sidebar. I wonder who this young lady is. We'll see. Hello, Natasha. Hello. I hope you're not married. Usually when somebody speak to somebody and they say, I hope you're not mad at me, then they know, they did something wrong. Oh, that's the ex-girlfriend. Thank you, Sanjia. Natasha, I pretty much stated my case last night that, you and I are beefing. You traumatized me. Yes, you did. You traumatized me when I went into, y'all know, I sidebar, y'all, this is some, even though I said, we don't discuss, T news over here. But since you want to come here on that bullshit this morning, I'm not a troublemaker, Melissa. I just want you to know that I was traumatized last night. And when y'all know, I told y'all I was getting out loud to fix me something to eat. I went into the kitchen. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. I went into my kitchen to fix me something quick to eat. You feel me? And I went to cleaning. Just went to moving shit and reorganizing shit and moving this over here. And I just, it's just, it was just, I was traumatized. You feel me? House smelled like straight bleach for hours last night. I just went to cleaning and scrubbing. Like that was my house that I saw on that damn video. Hey, man, Rosie, good to see you, boo. Yes, ask questions. Not only that, once I got through scrubbing and cleaning, damn near forgot to fix me something to eat. I had to go in the shower and scrub my booty. Not I scrubbed the kitchen and then I scrubbed my booty because I felt dirty, Natasha, traumatized. Now I don't understand. Everybody ain't your partner. Everybody ain't your friend. Everybody ain't your partner. Everybody ain't no real nigga. Miss Margie, don't you say nothing. You just go over there around y'all and get your auntie over there because her neck look like the neck is not outside for auntie. Truth, I love you, ma'am. I'm sorry. Don't try to plead your case and things. Natasha, you want to start shit, then go to sleep. Exactly, yours truly. You out of line. I got lame shit I ain't even do. You know, doggone where your kitchen. Oh man, Ann, I was listen, Miss Ann, let me explain to you. If I can explain to you my dilemma. So no, I don't have that shit like that on my countertop, but I was seeing it. Miss Ann. It was like, it was weird. Like I was seeing it. Oh, this too much. This gotta come down. I gotta move this. I gotta clean behind this. It was just thank you, Natasha. Thank you. Thank you very much. How you doing today, girl?
Have you ever testified in court before? Okay. This is my court reporter sitting right down here. She's taking everything down. We have to have a record. It's required by law. And so she has.
Oh, I was talking to you, Melissa, and had the damn thing on mute. I was trying to go back and see if I can get a glimpse of Auntie, but they. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute, hold on. Hold on. Oh, she reaching over right there. Let's see if we can catch her. There go Auntie. Auntie, look at Auntie. Her neck is definitely not outside tonight. Look at Auntie neck, y'all. Look, well, no neck.
Is Aaron?
You watch the parts you missed. The girl. Look at Auntie, y'all. Auntie over there stuck.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony
Auntie
you're
is
about to
stuck.
give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, if you would please be seated. Ma'am, have you ever testified in court before? Okay, this is my court reporter sitting right down here. She's taking everything down. We have to have a record. It's required by law. And so she has to hear what you say. She can't see you nod. And she can't take down uh-huhs or uh-uhs. So we may say, is that a yes or is that a no? We need you to come into the microphones or pull them towards you. They can come, you can pull them towards your mouth because we need to be able to hear you. Would you like some water?
Sure, thank you.
Okay, if you decide you'd like some water, we'll get you some water, okay?
All right, Ms. Avon, can you tell us your full name?
Aviana T. Smyer,
And can you spell that?
AVYONNE ATICESMYRE.
And Ms. Smyer, I'm probably going to need you to either pull closer to the microphones or talk a little louder, okay?
You can pull both of them, and sometimes that makes it best. You can pull it towards you. You sit between them.
Thank you. And Ms. Smyer, how old are you?
20. Sorry.
And what city do you currently live in?
Dallas,
Dallas,
Georgia.
Georgia? Okay. What city did you grow up in?
Augusta, Georgia.
And did you graduate from high school?
Yes.
Which high school did you go to?
East Paulding and Berkmar High School.
So you said first East Paulding?
First Berkmar High School, then East Paulding High School.
What grades did you go to at Berkmar?
9th.
And then East Paulding?
10th through 12th.
Okay. And what are you doing now?
I'm in nursing school and I work 2 jobs.
Okay, you're in nursing school. What school do you go to for nursing?
West Georgia.
What year are you in your nursing program?
Upcoming senior.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you start your senior year yet?
Hey, Caribbean girl. Miss Marge, I'm sorry. Your family got mad because I was talking about the auntie. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Miss Marge. I ain't gonna do it anymore. She still ain't got no neck though. So this young lady is pretty young. She's 20. And he's 23. She's pretty young. She's pretty young. Let's see what she got to say about old boy.
Yes, technically.
You're in classes right now?
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Right. And you said you work 2 jobs.
Yes.
Where do you work?
Longhorn and Choa.
Choa? Is that Children's Healthcare of Atlanta?
Yes.
What do you do for Children's Healthcare?
I'm a patient care tech in the NICU.
Okay, awesome. So what do you do with that job?
A lot of errands for nurses, making sure they have everything they need for their babies.
Okay, that's excellent. How long have you been working at Children's Healthcare?
March of this year.
Which actual hospital are you at?
Got us right.
And do you know Mr. Miles Bryant?
Yes.
When did you first meet him?
8th or 9th grade
Okay. And how did you meet him in the 8th or 9th grade?
at school at Berkmar High School.
Berkmar? Okay. Were you the same age or the same grade?
No, I was a freshman and he was maybe a junior or senior.
Okay. Did you have any classes together?
No.
How did you actually meet?
I think it was in the hallway or after school.
Okay. And at some point, did you start dating?
Yes.
Tell us when you dated.
Starting at either like September, October 2021.
In September of 2021, were you still at Berkmar?
No,
Where were you then?
I was in college. I was a freshman at West Georgia.
Okay. So when you were in Berkmar with him, what was your relationship with him then?
Just good friends.
How did you go from friends to dating?
We talked throughout the years when I moved away from Berkmar, and we got back close after not talking for a while. We just started texting and talking more.
Do you know who reached out to who first?
Me.
You said in September 2021.
Right.
And you're in college. What college were you in then?
West Georgia.
West Georgia. And what year were you in school?
A freshman.
And at that point, when you started talking, you were in West Georgia. Where's West Georgia located?
Carrollton, Georgia.
Were you living over in Carrollton?
On campus.
Okay. And do you know where Mr. Bryant was?
Yes. I believe at the time he was still living at home with his mom.
And do you know what city that was in?
Gwinnett County, Gwinnett, Norcross, Georgia.
Okay. So you're in Carrollton, he's in Norcross, and you started dating.
Yes.
How long did you date?
I guess 2 years-ish, almost 2 years.
Okay, so September 2021, when do you think the relationship ended?
December 23.
And from September 21 to December 2023, were you full-time dating or were there any breaks in between?
No breaks.
Okay. Your relationship, you're in school, he's in Norcross. How often did you guys see each other?
It would differ. Sometimes every week, sometimes maybe once a month. We have busy schedules.
Okay. Were you driving to Gwinnett or he was driving to Carrollton?
I drove to Gwinnett maybe 3-4 times the whole time. He always came to me.
Okay. And you were living in a dorm? Did he stay in the dorm with you?
No. Yes, at some point.
Okay. No. So sometimes he stayed in the dorm?
Once or twice.
Okay. The other times when he came to see you in Carrollton, what would you guys do?
We would go get food, maybe go see a movie or hang out somewhere. We went to a rage room before, stuff like that.
Okay. When you came to Gwinnett, what kind of stuff did you guys do?
The one time I remember we went, I don't remember what it was called, but it was some type of place that had a lot of games and things like that. And we went to the mall.
Okay. During your relationship from September of 2021 to December of 2023, were you dating anyone else besides Mr. Bryant?
No.
Did you consider your relationship exclusive at that point?
Yes,
Do you know if he was dating anyone else?
I do now.
What does that mean?
I had suspicions when we were together, but none confirmed until towards the end, and then very much confirmed once all of this stuff came out.
You said you had suspicions. Did you ever confront him about those suspicions?
Yes. There was a reason for stuff, an excuse for things that were going on.
Okay, explain to us what led to your suspicions. Why did you have suspicions?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevancy. If he cheated on her, he cheated on her, or if she thought he cheated, I don't understand relevance to this case.
Your Honor, it's relevant for the statements that the defendant will make his interview.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
So making his,
Statements that Detective Carter will testify to in the defense.
I'm not quite certain
Okay.
how that's gonna be
all
relevant.
right. Hold on a second. I'm going to ask the jury, I'm going to ask Eddie to take the jury out for just a few minutes.
So they're excusing the jury because the defense attorney has a problem with her asking about his cheating ass ways. I guess they're gonna discuss it and see what, you know, if they're gonna allow her testimony. I don't see what cheating has to do with it anyway, but I'm pretty sure the prosecutor got, you know, got something up his sleeve. So we'll see, y'all. Let's see what happens.
And I want to ask Detective Perkins to take the witness out. And we'll be right back with you, ma'am. Thank you, Detective Perkins. Investigator, did I say that wrong? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, would the state like to make a proffer? What you expect this witness to testify to?
Yes, Your Honor, I expect this witness will testify to the defendant making numerous statements that are untruthful to her during the relationship, references to cheating and faithfulness, as well as other untruthful statements. We heard from Ms. Drake in her opening that we anticipate the defendant will get on the stand and make statements, as well as the state will be tendering the defendant's interview, which he made to law enforcement when he gets on the stand.
She Lisa, she probably nervous. And for me, her body language indicates she really don't want to be there. She really don't want to be there. To that her body language indicates that to me. And also she at this point probably don't even want to be in the same room with dude. And she knows that he's looking at her and things of that nature. She you know, a lot of times when witnesses testify, they are subpoenaed, right? They are subpoenaed, which means they have to show up. Like they have to show up. And this young lady may fear, like if he gets off or whatever, you know, he may come after her or whatever. It's a lot of reasons why a lot of witnesses that get on the stand, unless they're law enforcement or you know, someone, you know, like expert witnesses or whatever that's used to testifying. You get that a lot. Like I be like, they won't speak up. They like real timid. Like she's real timid. Her body language though, it does indicate she really don't want to be there, but she probably got subpoenaed by the state. So yeah. Yeah, but she doing good to me though. She doing good. All right, let's see what they're gonna come up with.
Stand will be under oath and be asked to make truthful statements. So his history in this relationship of being truthful and making statements, as well as he will make statements in his interview that Detective Carter will testify to, that on the night that Ms. Morales went missing, he was speaking to her with another woman, Ms. Parks, who was also a witness that will come in.
Okay, so you're challenging his veracity. You're bringing this testimony to challenge his truthfulness because Ms. Drake has indicated he will testify on the stand.
As well as his statement to Detective Carter that will come in through Detective Carter or Detective Dorset.
My client's going to admit, and I think he even admitted in the interview that he was cheating. I mean, so I don't know what else this witness is going to add. I mean, it's not, he said, no, I was exclusive with her. I mean,
I think, as I understand it, now, correct me if I'm wrong, you're offering this witness to show his untruthfulness
Correct, Your Honor.
on the basis of him testifying.
His
And his-
testifying as well as the statement that he gave to law enforcement.
and that statement's already coming in, so you're already challenging veracity by the statement if it's different than what it says on the stand.
But if this witness, Your Honor, can make statements that contradict the statement he gave.
Well, his attorney indicated at the beginning that he was going to testify, but since the trial is over, since the verdict has been rendered, I will tell you, Miss Ann. Well, he's young, Reggie. He's only 23. You can look at him and tell he's young, but he's only 23. He's young. He didn't testify though. He ended up not testifying. So I will tell you that he didn't testify. But in the beginning, the defense was saying that he may testify. Hmm.
To law enforcement, that would be relevant.
Okay. What statement do you anticipate she's going to make that contradict his interview, which I've watched in its entirety?
In his interview, he will make statements in reference to his other girlfriend, Miss Parks, and him fighting on the evening that Miss Morales went missing, that he was following her around. This witness can testify to her knowledge on statements that the defendant gave her on his whereabouts and what he was doing and who he was talking to on the night that Miss Morales went missing.
Okay, I believe his interview was that she was chasing him around in the car and that he had been cheating on her.
Right, and I anticipate that Ms. Parks is gonna come in and say, and it's on video, I'm sure they're gonna have somebody testify, but she said I wasn't chasing him around.
Does this witness have any information about where he was on?
Well, you know what? Actually, I think he was 23 at the time. I don't know if he's 23 now. I think it was 23 at the time. So this was like 2 years ago. So he may be now 25 or 26. But I think Melissa at the time when this happened, you know what? Let me look because I want to be sure. Let me look it up real fast and see what his age is now. Okay. I'm thinking since he has been to the military and also the police academy. He probably was 23 at the time, but let me look it up right quick. Let me look it up. Let's see. How old he is now, because I know apparently he's 23 now. Okay. He's 23 now. So well, he's been sentenced. I'm gonna tell y'all right now what he was sentenced to. I know a lot of y'all may go look it up, but let's see. Yeah, apparently he's 23 now, y'all. 2198. That's his birthday. No. Miles Bryant, 2/1/1998, January 2nd, 1998. 20. That's not him. That's not him. I think he's 23 now, y'all. Young. Yeah. I think he was sentenced an hour ago. We're gonna get into all that. We're gonna watch all of that, y'all. I keep going on, but it's not showing any notification. I don't even know what I'm being notified. But anyway, yeah, he was in this morning. I think, Natasha, we're gonna get into it. I might as well gonna tell y'all since some of y'all may look it up. He got life. And like I said, we're gonna watch all of that, okay? Yeah. All right, let's listen, y'all.
The night of Miss Morales's disappearance.
Only what the defendant told her.
But that specific date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, because he gave a chronology of what he was doing that date
Yes,
in
Your
his
Honor.
interview.
And I'm sorry, can you repeat that? 'Cause your last thing threw me off. That he told her what he was doing on the,
July 27th, 2022. July 26th and 27th on 2022.
As I understand it,
okay,
help me make it, I've watched the interview, the whole 3.5 hours. Mr. Bryant gives a detailed description of where he was the night the night Susanna Morales went missing.
right,
That his girlfriend, Miss Parks, was chasing him around
correct,
in a car
correct,
because he was caught cheating on her.
correct. Not with this.
Not with this young lady. And the state's proffer is that the defendant has said where he was on July 26, 2022, that is different than he said in his interview.
Yes, in July 26th into the early morning hours of the 27th, this witness will make statements as to the defendant telling her where he was and what he was doing in that time frame. Your Honor.
I have not gotten a copy of any statements, so if I could have a few minutes to speak with her.
If she wants to speak to you,
Right.
And, may I speak? I don't want to speak.
you can't double team.
Or maybe
If you could give me 1 moment.
Okay.
I just want to clarify.
Your Honor, maybe if I could just ask them what the statements are, that might save about.
Okay. Okay. Let's just.
Texas, okay. I'm doing something else. Okay, Your Honor, kind of a different issue. They are planning on introducing text messages. I thought she was talking about a different conversation that I wasn't privy to.
Okay.
I apologize for that. It's gonna be, State's Exhibits 41.4 through 6. I believe these are text messages from,
The straight down ones out. I was referencing was 41.
okay, those I have no.
41 through 41.3, which are text messages from
The night of,
the night Ms. Morales went missing.
right, those I have no objection to.
That is one issue. The other issue that I believe she's objecting to is this witness testifying to the nature of her relationship with the defendant, and the defendant, what she was about to testify to, continuing to give excuses, change his story, and be untruthful to her in their relationship. And Ms. Drake has stated in opening that the defendant will get on the stand and then ask this jury to
Believe him.
believe him. And here's a witness who's going to talk about the nature of 2 years, what she experienced with him.
They're introducing the video. They're going to have Ms. Parks. I think it's safe to say at this point, he lied to both women. I'm just arguing on relevance at this point.
I mean, I think the state is saying it's relevant because of his veracity. I'm going to tell me everything you want to tell me, and I'm going to take a break and check some.
Are you also objecting to the 41.4 and 41.5? No, you're okay with the judge looking at these?
These last two, if we may approach this briefly to hand you some exhibits.
Okay.
The last 3 exhibits that they were going to tender, I'm just objecting as to relevance and the date.
Okay,
And that's it.
okay. I'm going to take a 10-minute break and consult with Ms. Krepisman.
Yes,
Did
sir.
you explain any of those other documents that you shared?
No, so we didn't even get. Those are 2 other exhibits that I plan to tender through this witness. They are text messages between the defendant and this witness. They are in, I don't have the number, but the full.
41.4 and 41.5 is what I have in my hand by consent.
A larger exhibit of phone number that will come in through another witness, but this witness will lay a foundation that this was text messages between her and the defendant.
And Your Honor, also on there, once the court reads, you will understand.
Okay.
Our contention would be that should have been, that those particular, not these others, but those should have been filed as a 404, as an alleged possible previous bad act.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take a few minutes break. I want everybody back in here at 4:15. I can't guarantee I'll be back in here at 4:15. I'm going to take a break and do a little research.
Okay, y'all, let's fast forward. They're taking a break. All right, okay.
To, at this time, exclude the state from entering exhibits 41.4 and 41.5. Let me give them back to you, Ms. Matucci, so that I don't accidentally take them off the bench. Thank you. Okay, and DA investigator, would you get Investigator Perkins and the witness? Thank you. And we can bring the jury back in, correct? Ms. Tucci, jury? Ms. Drake?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, bring the jury back in. No. Thank you, Investigator Perkins. You sure you don't want some water?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay. As I warned you, you're going to feel like Jack in the Box sometimes, okay? And so this afternoon, we had something we had to take out of your presence. Appreciate your patience, and we're ready to go forward with this witness. And ma'am, you're still under oath. All right, go ahead, Mr. Tucci.
Sir, before we took a break, we were talking about the relationship you had with Mr. Bryant. And you said at some point you learned that he was not faithful. Tell us why you came to that conclusion.
I got a message from another girl.
Okay.
Asking how I knew him as her boyfriend.
Okay. Did you also, during your relationship with Mr. Bryant, you said that you would see him sometimes once a week and sometimes once a month. Is that correct?
Yes.
How often did you communicate?
Every day.
How did you communicate? What platforms?
Mostly FaceTime
Okay.
and then messaging.
FaceTime and messaging, like text messages?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also, are you friends on any social media platforms with him?
Yes.
Okay. Which platforms did you use?
Instagram, Snapchat.
Okay. But mostly texting and FaceTime.
Yes.
During the communication when you were not together and you guys were communicating, were there times that he had to end the call or get off the phone?
No. We're not together.
So when you were together in a relationship
Yes.
in the same location?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. So you mentioned something about excuses.
Yes.
Tell us what you meant by excuses. There were a lot of excuses.
It was always, oh, somebody's calling me, or hold on, I'll call you right back, or hold on, it's my mom, something like that.
How often was that happening?
Almost every time we're on the phone.
You have to speak up.
Almost every time we're on the phone.
And at the time when those excuses were happening in the relationship, did you suspect anything other than him having to go get off the phone or go talk to his mom?
Yes.
What did you think was going on?
There was something else that was getting his attention.
Did you confront Mr. Bryant about something else getting his attention?
Yes.
And when you did, what would the response be?
Oh, I'm just busy, or work stuff, or stuff like that.
Okay. You said when you first started dating, he lived at home with his parents.
Yes.
Was there a time in your relationship that he ended up moving out of his parents' home?
Yes.
Where did he move to? Do you know?
I don't know the name of the neighborhood, but the apartments in Gwinnett.
In Gwinnett? Do you know which city in Gwinnett?
I think Norcross.
Okay. And that apartment in Norcross, how long did he live there during your relationship?
I believe it was majority of the relationship.
Okay. Did you ever, the majority of your relationship, he was living in that apartment in Norcross?
Yes.
Did you ever go to that apartment in Norcross?
Yes, twice.
Twice?
Yes.
Those 2 times, did you spend the night?
I did once.
So only 1 time during more than 2 years of dating that you slept at his house?
Yes.
Did you ever try to go over to that apartment or see him at his house any more times?
Yes.
What would the response be?
Oh, I'm busy, or I'll come to you, or just deflecting.
At any point in your relationship, did Mr. Bryant mention anything about a teenage girl named Susanna Morales going missing from Norcross?
She was never mentioned by name, but he did tell me when they found her.
What do you mean when they found her?
We were on the phone and he was just like, oh, they found the girl's body. I'm like, what girl? And then he told me a little bit about how, what happened, where she was from, Gwinnett, and then it was very brief. But yeah.
Did you know why he was telling you about that?
No, I just thought it was routine for just telling me stuff about his job or police stuff.
Okay. Had you talked prior to the conversation about her body being found? Had you and Mr. Bryant talked about the young girl going missing?
No.
Did you know about it from the news or any other source?
No.
Okay. And when he said that that girl was found, did you ask him why he was telling you?
No.
Okay. How long was that? I'm sorry.
Sometimes he would mention stuff about police stuff, so I didn't think anything of it.
That conversation when he said the girl was found, do you know when that would happen? You had that conversation?
I believe it was very close to when he got arrested.
Okay.
Probably within a month or so, maybe.
Okay. During your relationship with Mr. Bryant, do you know what type of vehicle he owned?
Yes.
What was it?
A Ford F-150,
Do you know what color it was?
black.
And did you ever go in that vehicle?
Yes.
At any point in the relationship, did you ever notice any damage to that truck?
Yes.
Tell us what the damage was that you saw on the truck.
There were some scratches on the sides, like along from the front to the back, and the side view mirrors were cracked.
You said scratches on the side from the front to the back. The front, are you talking about which part? What do you mean front? What do you mean?
Horizontally from like on the left side or right side, from the light to like the back, the front to back.
So the headlights to all the way to the back of the truck, like where the
Right.
tag is?
Right.
Was it on one side or both sides?
I think both.
Do you know, did that look like something, do you know how the scratches got there?
No.
Did you ask about how the scratches got there?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Remember approximately when that was that you saw those scratches on the side of the truck?
I don't remember. I just know it was warm outside. It was hot
It's
outside.
hot outside. Okay. Had you seen them before?
No.
And when you asked him about the scratches on the side of the truck, what did he tell you?
It was around the time where the gun got stolen.
What do you mean
So-
gun got stolen?
When he mentioned his gun got stolen out of his truck, it was around that same time.
Okay. All right. So first we talked about scratches on the truck. You said,
Right. Right.
and then you said a mirror was cracked.
Right.
Which mirror was cracked?
I don't remember.
No, are we talking about the mirrors on the outside, the side
Yes.
mirrors, or the mirror inside the car?
Outside.
The outside mirrors.
Right.
Okay, so one of them was cracked and the scratches were on it. Did he say that he had
Please
been?
answer audibly. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. Yes.
Yes. Did he
Yes.
say if he had been in a wreck or a car crash?
No.
Did you know how the mirror got cracked?
No.
And that was at the same time that you saw the scratches?
Yes.
And you said that was also around the time a gun was stolen. Tell us
Yes.
about how you know about a gun being stolen.
He called me, I believe, told me his gun got stolen out of his truck. That was the end of that.
Okay. Did he say anything else was stolen out of this truck?
Not that I can remember.
Did you know during your relationship, did you know where he kept his gun?
No.
Did you ever see it in a truck?
Yes. I've seen it in the truck before.
You said, okay, ask questions, be safe. Truth, I'm listening, but just can't interact right now. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Do you know where in the truck you would see it?
The middle, like where the cup holders are.
Okay, so like the center console area?
Yes.
And when the truck that Mr. Bryant had, you said it was a Ford. Did the truck have automatic locks that locked when you got out of the car, or did you have to lock it with like a key or a remote?
I don't know.
Okay, that's okay. Do you remember if Mr. Bryant would lock his truck when you got out of it?
No.
Okay, that's okay. But you said when he told you the gun was stolen, did he tell you what he did about the gun being stolen? Did you try and find it?
No, I don't remember.
Do you know why he told you his gun was stolen?
I think just telling me what was going on at the time.
And you said the gun being stolen was the same time you saw the scratches and the cracked mirror.
Yes. Yes.
At any point, did you find out if the scratches were ever fixed, if he got the truck repaired?
Yes, because the next time I saw him, they weren't on the truck anymore.
Did you talk to him about the damage being fixed?
No.
What about the mirror? Did you see the mirror still broken when you saw the truck the next time?
No.
Okay. But you don't know how it got fixed?
No.
After he told you the gun was stolen, did you ever see him carrying a gun after that?
I don't remember.
Did he always carry a gun when he was not working?
Yes.
Where would the gun be? Would he carry it on his person?
Yes.
And do you know how he carried it? Like which part of his body he carried it on?
Probably like on his stomach, like in
On
the,
his hip?
Mhm.
Okay. But you can't remember after he told you it was stolen if you ever had it.
Right. And he had multiple guns, so I don't know if, yeah, I just don't know.
Did he tell you which one was stolen?
No, not that I can remember.
On the night of, you said, so you're living in Carrollton in school.
Yes.
Did you, during the summer months of back in July of 2022, were you living in Carrollton then?
Yes, I was still living there, but I was back and forth home.
Okay. Would you take summer classes?
Yes.
You said you were back and forth between, where was home?
Dallas, Georgia.
And in Dallas, Georgia, who did you stay with?
My mom.
And do you remember, were you still in a relationship with Mr. Bryant back then in July of 20?
Yes.
Do you remember what your phone number was? Have you still the same phone?
Yes.
Same phone number?
Yes.
What's your phone number?
678-458-1707.
I'm going to show you some photographs that are marked space 41, 41.1, 41.2, and 41.3. If you could take a moment and look at these. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Are those what are those photographs of?
Messages from the night,
Which date?
July 26th, 2022.
Are those messages from your phone?
Yes.
And are those messages, who are those messages between you and who else?
Miles. Sorry.
And are those true and accurate photographs of messages from your cell phone?
Yes. Yes.
Under space 41, 41.1, 41.2, and 41.3.
No objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 41, 41.1, 41.2, 41.3 are admitted without objection.
And do you remember that night?
Not clearly.
Do you, after seeing those messages, do you remember, I guess, where you were that night?
Yes.
Where were you?
School.
School in Carrollton?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to Mr. Bryant that night?
Briefly, yes.
Tell us what was going on that night between you and Mr. Bryant.
We were arguing about something with another girl. I don't remember clearly. But it was a very short conversation.
Do you remember the other girl's name?
Yes.
What was her name?
Zenobia.
Did you ever meet Zenobia?
No.
You on our permission to publish dates 41 through 43?
Yes.
This is your phone?
Yes.
And we see at the top Miles Bryant. What is that picture?
The contact picture?
Yes.
Him and I.
Okay. Did you take that picture?
I did.
Okay. And what is the date on these text messages?
July 26, 2022.
Okay. And I'm gonna have you the first message, the gray message, is that you or him?
Him.
Okay. You said that you were arguing.
Mhm. Yes.
Remember what time of day you guys were arguing?
I mean, this is at 9:30, but I believe it was that night. I don't know what time exactly.
And you said you were arguing, was that on the phone or FaceTime or text?
Both?
Okay. And when you were talking to him and arguing, do you know where he was?
No.
Did you know if he was working or at home or off time?
Off.
Okay. I'm gonna have you read read these messages, okay, and the time. The messages, who is that? The first one.
You want me to read that?
Yeah.
Hope you're having a good shift. I didn't call.
And when he's talking about a ship, what is he talking about?
I was at Longhorn.
Okay. You can keep reading.
No, I say things. Oh, I say things I don't necessarily mean because I was looking for a text or call, but I guess you're trying to show me how to live without you.
And we see the time next to it. What is that time?
9:33.
Okay. And did you know where he was then?
No.
Okay. You can keep going.
No, that's not it. And it's okay. You meant it all from you losing respect from you to not wanting to hear from me. I was worried though. I don't want nothing to happen to you.
Okay.
And yeah, don't get me wrong. I don't say things for the hell of it, but I was waiting for you to talk to me all day and you didn't. I cried from the moment I woke up till it was time to go to work about this. And I was worried as well with not hearing anything because you were drinking.
And what time is this now?
9:48. Keep going.
Yes.
And no matter what, I'm trying. No matter how mad I am at you, I want you to talk to me. I want you to try, even if you're hurt. Even if you don't want to be with me, I'd rather you say that than not talk to me. I keep talking to you because I want to know shit and be communicated with. And the more you decide to ignore me and not talk to me, the more and more distance between us. When I say tell me if you don't want to be together, I mean it. I'm not staying nowhere. I'm not wanted, not 1,000% wanted.
And you're talking about not communicating and ignoring you. Do you know what? Remember why you were saying those things about him ignoring you?
Yes, because it was a constant thing. If I was having a problem with something, he didn't like to have a serious conversation with me.
Okay. And on this night of July 26, 2022, was he ignoring you that night?
Yes.
If we could go to 41.1. At the time, what was the last time that you said when you're telling him you're ignoring?
10:50.
Okay. And we're gonna go, Your Honor, to 41.1. And do you remember, did you try to call him during, when you were texting him about this stuff?
Probably, because he said he was on the phone with his mom, so I probably did try to call him.
So you're still talking to Miles on this, the first text, who's that?
Him.
And what does that say?
Hold up on the phone with my mom.
And what time is that?
10:57.
Do you know if he was on the phone with his mom or not?
No.
And would he tell you in the past that he was on the phone with his mom?
Yes.
How often was that?
Often.
You can keep reading.
Okay, well, this needs to be solved tonight. We're too old, they're not communicating and don't know what's going on in the supposed relationship. You choose not to call me. I know where we stand at 10:58. And you need to learn how to prioritize. You can and will talk to your mom all the time. Your mom is your mom and will always be your mom. I will not always be your girlfriend if I can't be a priority. When we're going through some shit, you always got to talk to your mom or be on the phone with your mom. Sometimes you can grow up and tell your mom, you'll call her back because I do that for you at 11 o'clock. And then I replied to my message and said tonight, 11:10.
What were you saying tonight for?
Oh, I said it needs to be solved tonight.
Okay. And did you respond?
No.
No? Okay. And did you respond back?
Yeah, text again.
What time did you text next?
12:58.
Okay.
What'd you hang up for? Because this is irritating all the time. We can't have one conversation without you hanging up.
Do you remember how long you spoke to him before you hung up?
No.
And do you remember, did he just hang up or did he give you a reason for hanging up?
I don't remember.
And that was at what time?
12:58.
If we can go, Your Honor, to 41. And what date is this?
July 27, 2022.
So this is the next early morning hours?
Yes, 2:36 a.m.
Okay. And what is his text?
You here? At 2:36. At 2:36, I said wrong person, perhaps. 2:37, he said no, I was butt texting.
What do you mean butt texting? Do you know?
I guess an accidental message.
Okay.
2:37, I said, yeah, not the time for that.
Did you know where he was when he said you here?
No.
Okay.
And, well, he told me he was at home. I guess I can say that.
He told you he was home?
Yes.
And when you were calling him, he was supposedly home
Yes.
and he was not answering?
Right. Not working. He said he was working on reports that night, something for work.
Something for work?
Yes.
But he was off
Yes.
off of work?
Right.
You can read the next messages that he sent.
2:37, LOL, stop. Damn, just throw me out there like that. 2:37, I said, but I'm gonna leave that alone. 2:37, I said, yeah, because it seems very much like you hang up on me, so I don't hear or see certain things. But again, I'm gonna leave that alone. At 2:38, and then 3:07, hey, what you doing?
That's from him?
Yes.
Okay.
3:07, I said I was on TikTok. He said, oh. I said, yep. 3:40, he said these reports kicking my ass.
Do you know what he was talking about there for these reports kicking my ass?
Yes, the reports from work, whatever happened throughout the day when he was at work.
So writing police reports?
Yes.
Write police reports on his off time?
Yes.
But you didn't know where he was then?
He was at home, from my
thought he was-
knowledge.
From your knowledge, he was at home
Right.
at 3 in the morning?
Right.
Okay.
And I said, hope you get them done in a reasonable time at 3:50.
And we'll move on to the next one, 41.3.
July 27th, 2022 at 5:07. He said,
5:07 a.m.?
correct. He said, I just finished. And at 11:19, July 27th, I said, okay, have a good day.
Okay. Did you, ever find out where he was at that time?
Yes.
Where?
Where the body was found.
At some point, did you learn about Mr. Bryant being arrested?
Yes.
How did you learn about that?
At about 8 that night, I had got out of my CNA class, and a friend from Gwinnett County called me asking if I was okay. And I was like, yeah, what's going on? And so she sent it to me.
Did you speak to Mr. Bryant in the Gwinnett County Jail?
Yes.
How often do you speak to Mr. Pye in the Gwinnett County Jail?
every day.
When did you decide to end the relationship?
In December of 2023.
Why did you decide to end the relationship?
We were distant. I started to think a little bit more about what was actually going on because I was distancing myself from the case matters because I didn't know what was going on. So I started to actually think and wonder what's happening as far as the case. And then I had a lot going on with school and life. So I just got distant myself. We stopped talking. So then I didn't feel the need to stay with him anymore.
Why did you decide to stay with you still date him while he was in jail?
Yes. I didn't believe what was going on, to be completely honest with you. I just, Miles, like in my head, Miles would never do what was being said. So I didn't believe anything. I was staying by him as a good friend, as a good girlfriend. That was the right thing to do in my mind at the time.
At some point, did your mind change?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's your legal objection?
May we just approach briefly?
Yes.
Be safe, Greg. Be safe, girl. Y'all see poor child. Can you imagine being in a relationship with a dude at her age? Because she's 20. Like she's 20. So can you imagine being in a relationship with a dude her as young as she is and having that person turn out to be a murderer? Can you imagine how that's gonna affect her like in the long run, like in dating? That to me, honestly, that's traumatizing for her. Exactly, Sangia. And see, that's what you actually think about, like when you find out somebody that you've been with or you married to, or you know what I'm saying, like even dated, that to find out that they are like capable of taking another life, you be thinking like, damn, that could have been me. And then too, like when she, date other people, she's gonna be wondering. Like I know I would be. She gonna be wondering like, it's got to be hard, y'all. Look at her. It has to be hard. Prayers for this young woman. They must be talking to the judge, y'all. It's on mute. Okay. They say if you lie, you achieve. You cheat, you steal. Lord have mercy. That's crazy. It is crazy. She don't even want to look over there at him, y'all. So yeah, bless her heart, Miss Ann. Yes, ma'am. She's so young and beautiful. She's gonna have issues. I'm telling you, with dating. She gonna be wondering, like, you know. She seems like she may be a little scared, y'all.
You broke up
Can
with
y'all tell?
Mr. Pye in December of 2023. Did you still talk to him sometimes?
Yes.
How often do you think you talk to him?
Probably a total of 5 times since then.
Okay. And at any point, did he ask you if you were dating anyone else?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
In the beginning, I said no. Well, still a no, actually. No.
Do you speak to his family?
Not anymore.
Yeah, that's all the questions.
Defense may have some questions for you. Ms. Drake?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Tracy Drake. First off, great school. That's where I went for my undergrad, Northwest Georgia. I just have a few questions for you. So you spoke to him every day from the time of his arrest until December of 2023,
Yes, ma'am.
and then a few miscellaneous times.
Yes.
And I just wanted to clarify, he asked you if you were dating someone and you said, I told him no. Were you dating someone and just didn't want to tell him, or no, you really weren't dating him?
No, I really wasn't.
I know Miles cheated on you, which is terrible, and I'm not trying to condone that at all. But if you take the cheating apart, do you love Miles?
Yes.
Today, how do you feel about it?
Still have love for him.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Sorry, when you were talking about the cheating, did you share location on your cell phone with Mr. Bryant?
Yes.
Did he share location with you?
Yes.
Did that location always remain on?
No.
By you, did you always keep your location on?
Yes.
Did Mr. Bryant always keep his location on his phone?
No.
Thank you.
No other questions. Thank you, ma'am.
May we release this
Of
witness?
course he
She's subject
did.
to
Of
recall?
course he did not.
Okay. Ma'am, you're excused for today, but you're still under subpoena if the state needs to call you again.
Okay.
I don't know if you may be under subpoena by both parties, but,
Not at this time.
okay. All right, thank you. Is man Giant? No, okay. So no more witnesses. Okay, all right. All right. You are. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to adjourn for the day. I'm going to ask that you be here at 8:45 tomorrow, and we are going to stay after you leave to make sure there's nothing that would impair us from getting started at 9 sharp, okay? Thank you. Hold on a second, I might need, let me just, for the record, you can't look up this case. You can't talk about this case even with each other. Yeah, you can't look up Mr. Bryant's social media or any incident address. That's just for the record. I just want to let you just say that again before you leave. Thank you.
I apologize, Your Honor. I was doing way too early.
Oh, no, I mean, it's dead, man. Any matters for the state before I go over bench conferences with Mr. Bryant?
No, Your Honor, I will update the court that it was shortly after 4 o'clock that that my witness had.
All right, y'all, we're gonna skip this part. We're gonna move on to the next day testimony, okay? Because I think the next day testimony is actually it. Let's see.
Y'all can keep it.
Raining out there? I think it's not starting raining. Hold on, y'all. Let's see. That's
Certainly, you can keep it.
Testimony continues. I think this is the one we need to go into now. I think. Yep, this the one. All right. Let's speed it up a little bit more. See how fast it goes. Uh-oh, who the hell is that? Crackhead John? How come I can't hear y'all? Can't hear it.
Looking at that girl walking, do you remember what time, the real time that was? Thank you.
Thanks, sir. I don't have any questions.
We had a good weekend, restful. I see, not completely restful, but all right. State, call its first witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls me.
Wait a minute. This might be the. Is this the first one? No, that's not. Hi, Miss Carla.
Sarah, can I come right up here?
Let me make sure I got the right one for it. Yeah.
Right, up here to the chairs.
You could come up on the podium, sir, or remain standing, and you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth? Is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please be seated. Sir, have you ever testified in court?
I don't remember.
Okay. My court reporter Sheila is taking everything down.
Mhm.
So she cannot take down or she can't see you do this or do this. And also I'm going to ask you, the attorney's going to ask you questions. And if you just wait until you're sure they're finished and then answer, because if you talk over one of the attorneys, she can't take down two people at once. And I'm required by law to get a complete record, okay?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Would you like some water?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Good morning, sir. Can you tell us your name?
My name is Mikhail Smelov.
Can you spell your name for us?
Mikhailsmelov.
And Mr. Smelov, where do you work?
I work at King David Community Center,
What city is King David in?
Norcross,
And do you know the road it's on?
Singleton.
And what is King David? What's your business?
It is an adult daycare and kindergarten.
How long have you worked at King David?
I worked there since June 2018.
And what is your job there?
Desktop support, IT basically.
Okay. Does King David have security cameras?
Yes, we do.
Are the security cameras inside or outside or both?
Both.
And did King David have security cameras back in July of 2022?
Yes, they did, but they were lousy.
You got new ones now?
Of course we did.
Okay. At some point back in July of 2022, did a family come in asking you to pull?
Is that too fast, y'all? Can y'all understand? Let me know right quick, y'all. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Is it too fast? Do I need to slow it down? And I will. It's too fast? Okay. Is it yes, I understand it, or yes, you need to slow it down, ebooks? Now you know. Oh, it's good. Okay. Okay, he said it's good. Is it good? Is you saying yes, Miss Carla, it's too fast, or yes, I need to slow it down? Okay. All right, here we go, y'all.
Surveillance video in reference to Suzanne Reynolds.
Absolutely, the mother and the daughter came.
And did you help find some video? Do
Yes, I did.
you remember what date or time they were looking for?
I don't remember if they came the following day or the day after that,
Okay.
and they were looking for the previous or the day before.
And did you end up getting that video for them?
Yes, I did.
The times on the video system at King David, are the times accurate? Were they accurate at that time?
No, there was an offset.
What is the offset?
15 minutes and 10 to 30 seconds.
So if the time was for 9:42 on the video, what is the real time?
9:57 to 58.
And Your Honor, this time we're gonna permission to publish 624, which has already been admitted to evidence.
You have
And sir, this video will be on the screen. Is this the video that you supplied?
Absolutely. Yes.
It's literally 9:46. That is her.
That's her. Sí, en serio.
Wow.
Entonces sí la levantaron de ahí, mami.
Thank God.
Oh my God. Ahora sí se la llevaron de ahí, entonces. No nos sabemos nada más.
And sir, is that your voice along with the family that we heard on that video?
That does sound like my voice. Yes.
And that's the same video you supplied to the family back in 2022?
Yes, I did.
And the time that we were looking at of that girl walking, do you remember what time, the real time that was?
It'll be 9:57, 58.
Are those all the questions I have for you? Thank you.
Mr. May have
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions.
Okay, may we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may be excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
State calls next witness.
State calls Corporal Howard. Corporal Howard. Corporal, can you come right up to the witness?
Good morning. If you remain standing, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much.
Sir, can you state your name?
Norman Howard.
And what's your rank?
Corporal.
And Corporal Michael Howard, where are you employed?
Gwinnett County Police Department,
How many years have you been with Gwinnett County Police?
24 years.
And for your whole 24 years with Gwinnett County, have you been post-certified with full arrest powers in the state of Georgia?
Yes,
And currently with Gwinnett County Police, what is your job?
I'm part of the computer forensics lab.
What is the computer forensic lab to do?
Take in mobile devices, computers, and extract data from them.
How long have you had that position?
Several years now.
Did you have that position back in the summer of 2022?
Yes,
Did you have that position back in 2023?
yes.
You said you take in devices. Tell us how you process those devices.
Say, for example, a cell phone comes in. We usually get it in an evidence bag. Sometimes it's raw, just got from the scene. We'll take photographs of it with a measuring device and then document what we see as far as if there's a serial number we can see, an IMEI number that we can see. We'll put that all in our report.
And do you have specialized training to do that type of work?
Yes.
Tell us about that training you have.
Certified through Cellbrite, which is basically a vendor that gives training, and we have their hardware and software that we use in order to extract that data from devices.
So Cellbrite is one of the machines that allows you to access those devices?
It does.
Is Cellbrite, what type of devices can you access through Cellbrite?
Cell phones, drones, SD cards.
What about to access laptops or computers? What type of equipment or training do you have for that?
That one's through a company called Magnet Forensics. They're basically software, again, that will be able to pull the data, extract the data off of it, ingest it, basically make it human readable so everybody can see what they're looking for and search across that media.
What is, tell us some of the types of data that come on a cell phone that you can look at or law enforcement can look at?
Text messages, pictures, videos, sometimes GPS coordinates.
Also call logs?
Call logs, yes.
What about internet usage or web searches?
Yes.
What about data for apps? Can you access that?
Sometimes, yes.
Can you see deleted data?
Sometimes.
So if a text message is sent and later deleted in my call log, can you sometimes see that?
Yes.
What about photos or videos that are sometimes deleted?
Yes.
When you get that data from a device, is there any way is that data accurate, or is there any way for you to alter it?
No.
During your career, you said you've done this for several years. Do you know how many?
Exactly. For forensics? No.
Before you did computer forensics for the police department, what did you do?
I work the road.
Is that as a patrol officer?
Yes.
Do you know during your career with Gwinnett County Police approximately how many cell phones that you have analyzed?
Hundreds.
What about laptops? Do you know how many laptops or computers?
Probably the same. Yeah.
So multiple, several hundred, we're talking?
Yes.
And when you you said you measure the phone and take pictures, how do you actually get the data from it?
Okay, well, if we have the code, we'll plug it in, make a pairing, kind of like if you pair a Bluetooth with your thing, with your phone, it makes that connection. Once it makes the connection to, depending if we use a Gray Key box or a Cellbrite box, it'll allow the data extraction. There'll be client software that's loaded in order to tell the phone, this is what I want, and then it gives it to it.
You said a Gray Key.
Hold on a minute, y'all. I need to check something. I'm trying to make sure I go in the correct order. I apologize. Give me a second.
9,
I'll fast forward it back to
and
that.
hopefully bring a jury in at 9.
I'm going in order. 3 days ago. Let's see. Yeah, this is the right one. I want to make sure I had the right one, y'all. Okay. All right. Let me get back to it.
Thank you, Judge. The city's going to call Sergeant Georgia. The data off of it, ingest it, basically make it human readable so everybody can see what they're looking for and search across that media.
What is, tell us some of the types of data that come on a cell phone that you can look at or law enforcement can look at?
Text messages, pictures, videos, sometimes GPS coordinates.
Also call logs?
Call logs, yes.
What about internet usage or web searches?
Yes.
What about data for apps? Can you access that?
Sometimes, yes.
Can you see deleted data?
Sometimes.
So if a text message is sent and later deleted in my call log, can you sometimes see that?
Yes.
What about photos or videos that are sometimes deleted?
Yes.
When you get that data from a device, is there any way is that data accurate, or is there any way for you to alter it?
No.
During your career, you said you've done this for several years. Do you know how many?
Exactly. For forensics? No.
Before you did computer forensics for the police department, what did you do?
I work the road.
Is that as a patrol officer?
Yes.
Do you know during your career with Gwinnett County Police approximately how many cell phones that you have analyzed?
Hundreds.
What about laptops? Do you know how many laptops or computers?
Probably the same. Yeah.
So multiple, several hundred, we're talking?
Yes.
And when you you said you measure the phone and take pictures, how do you actually get the data from it?
Okay, well, if we have the code, we'll plug it in, make a pairing, kind of like if you pair a Bluetooth with your thing, with your phone, it makes that connection. Once it makes the connection to, depending if we use a Gray Key box or a Cellbrite box, it'll allow the data extraction. There'll be client software that's loaded in order to tell the phone, this is what I want, and then it gives it to it.
You said a Gray Key box or a Cellbrite box?
Yes. Gray Key is the same thing as Cellbrite, except it does more by if we don't have the code, and then it can pull data off that way.
Okay, so the code you're talking about, the security code you get into a phone.
Correct.
So you can access a phone with or without the security code.
Sometimes, yes.
And those, software and devices that you use to access the phones, are those specific for law enforcement purposes?
Yes.
And back in February of 2023, did you get a request to forensically access several devices for the Miles Bryant case?
Yes.
How many or what devices did you get requested to review?
There was, I believe, 4 cell phones and 1 laptop.
Permission to approach the chair. And sir, I'm going to show you these 2 different flash drives. First, states 1, if you could take a moment and look at that. Do you recognize that flash drive?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's got my signature and badge number on it.
What is states 1?
It says Brian's personal cell phone download.
Is that, have you had an opportunity to review that information on the flash drive?
I did.
And is that, when you reviewed it, was that a true and accurate copy of the full forensic download of Miles Bryant's personal cell phone?
It was.
Yeah, it's fine. Under states 1.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 1 is admitted without objection.
And also you have before you states exhibit 2, another flash drive. You can take a moment and look at that. And what is states 2?
Brian's work phone download.
And did your initials on that?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And did you have an opportunity to review the full contents of states 2, that flash drive?
Yes,
Was that a true and accurate copy of the full forensic download of Miles Bryant's work?
it was.
At this time, under states 2.
No objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 2 is admitted without objection.
And on those states 1 and states 2, on those devices, when you get a full download, what type of file is it?
It's called the Cellbrite Reader file. That's basically our main software. We have the full forensic suite. We basically are licensed to give out a reader to the detectives. That's a little stripped down program. It allows to take the whole data that Cellbrite processed and again, give it to the detectives where they can read it. Like they want to click text messages or documents, they can go through and click it and see what's in there.
And after you process those and got the full downloads on what we're seeing on states 1 and states 2, both the personal and work cell phone of Miles Bryant, what did you do with that data?
Once I collected it, gave it to Detective Carter.
So did you go and process this and look at the data in this case, or did you just give it to Detective Carter?
Just give it to Detective Carter.
And perform from you what's been marked as states 19, if you could take a moment and look at that flash drive. Do you recognize the flash drive on states 19?
Yes,
How do you recognize that?
it's a label Brian's computer download and my signature's on it.
And is that this work computer?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that, have you had an opportunity to review the contents on that flash drive?
Yes,
And was it a true and accurate copy of the forensic download of Miles Bryant's work computer?
it was.
During this time under states 19.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 19 is admitted without objection.
And again, Corporal, did you personally review the process and go into the actual data from states 19, the work computer from Miles Bryant?
No.
What did you do with that data?
Basically, you create an Axiom portable case. Same thing as like the Cellbrite Reader. It allows to take all the data that's found on that computer and gives it in a format where the detective can open that program and then go through it and search for things.
And you said Axiom, what is that?
By Magnet Forensics, it's a piece of software.
And the same questions as before, is there any way that you could go in and change or alter or add any of that data onto that computer?
No.
One moment. That's all the questions I have this time for public hours.
Okay, Mr.
Were you asked to do a dump of a cell phone belonging to someone named Zenobia Parks?
No,
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Any
No
further-
further questions, Your Honor?
Maybe release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Next witness.
Thank you, Judge. Consent to call Sergeant Georgetown.
Good morning. You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Morning, good. How are you?
Well, would you do me a favor, please, and introduce yourself to the jury? Tell us your name.
So I'm Sergeant John Jorstead with the Gwinnett County Police Department.
And Sergeant Jorstead, how long have you been with the Gwinnett County Police?
Coming on 9.5, almost 10 years.
Are you a post-certified law enforcement officer with powers of arrest in the state of Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Have you been so since you've been a police officer with Gwinnett County?
Yes, sir.
Prior to working with Gwinnett County Police, did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I did not know.
Now, what is your current assignment at the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Currently, I'm assigned to our Central Precinct, A cycle, it's day watch. I'm a shift supervisor.
Okay. Now, how long have you been doing that?
Approximately 3 months.
Okay. Prior to that, what was your assignment?
Prior to that, I was a corporal in our homicide unit.
How long did you spend in the homicide unit?
About 2.5, almost 3 years.
All right. Now, as a member of the Gwinnett County Homicide Unit, did you assist or participate in the investigation in the death of Susanna Morales?
Yes, sir, I did.
Specifically, I want to take you to February 7th of 2023. Were you assisting that day with the death investigation of Susanna Morales?
Yes, I was.
And what was your, walk the jury through what your role was that day?
So that day, we had gathered all the pre-recruits, the pre-academy recruits, and we were conducting a line search out where the remains of Miss Morales were found for any additional evidence that might be in the woods. So we were kind of had a briefing at our headquarters. We went out to the side of 316. We had all the recruits line up, and
we'd have an officer or detective, with a group of recruits, and we just slowly walk the line through the woods to see if we could uncover any evidence or anything.
Very good. Now, what time, if you recall, just approximately, did y'all start that?
It was probably mid-morning, 9 to 10 a.m.
And how many different personnel that were conducting, and again, you may not recall exact numbers, but just give us an estimate number of folks who were participating in doing this grid search.
I would say around 50.
In the briefings that you had, and maybe just a standard operating procedure, when you're doing a grid search, what do y'all do if somebody finds something?
So if somebody finds something, they're to stop, raise their hand, get the attention of a detective or officer, and that way the officer or detective can come over, look at what they found, and kind of determine whether or not it's pertinent or not.
And so the 50 or so people that you talked about, who all consisted of those 50 people?
So we had pre-recruits, we had detectives, we had road officers. I believe there was some CSI personnel, members of the medical examiner's office, as well as the DA's office.
Right. Now, you said pre-recruit. What's pre-recruit?
So pre-recruit is when you're hired and you've accepted the job as a police officer. You're called a pre-recruit because before the academy starts, we try to gather up anywhere from 20 to 50 applicants prior to going into the academy. So they do various jobs around the department with, help out with evidence unit. They do various tasks.
So employed by the police department, but not yet in the academy or a certified police officer?
Yes, sir.
That day, on February 7th of 2023, did you participate in the grid search?
Yes, sir, I did.
As you were participating in the grid search, did you observe anybody who signaled that they had found something?
Yes, there was one pre-recruit. He had signaled to me that he had found something, and I walked over and looked at what he found.
How close were you whenever he signaled you?
Probably no less than 20 yards away.
Okay. Now, he signaled you, and when you walked over there, what did you first observe?
There was a Glock 19 handgun underneath some pine straw.
Judge, I'm just asking you to grab an exhibit sticker from up here.
Sure.
Left up here.
Okay.
All right. Sergeant Judge Knapp, first witness.
Certainly.
I'm going to show you what I marked the exhibit number 42 and 42.1. Would you take a look at these? Let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
All right. Start with safety exhibit number 42. What is safety exhibit number 42?
It's a Glock 19 handgun with the TRL-7 weapon light on it.
All right. And is it in the same or similar condition as it was whenever, let me ask you, is this the Glock 19 that you observed in the woods on February 7th near Susan Morales' body?
Yes.
And is it in the same or similar condition as it was when you observed it on February 7th of 2023?
Yeah, similar condition. When we found it, it was, magazine in, slide to the front. But yes.
Okay. Judge, I move to amend safety exhibit number 42.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 42 submitted without objection.
And also number 42.1. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
All right. And what are those?
These are the live rounds of ammunition that were inside the magazine that was in the gun.
All right. And that's the gun that you've identified here and been admitted as safety exhibit number 42?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is it in the same or similar condition as it was when it was found inside the gun?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, I move to amend safety exhibit 42.1.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 42.1 is admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish these? All right. Now, Sergeant, I'm going to let you handle it. So you have familiarity with firearms?
Yes.
Okay. And if you would, obviously, even though I know this is unloaded, describe for us what is going on here with the green lock, just so we can all be safe and clear.
Yes, so the green lock is, so the slide cannot go forward, therefore nothing can be fired out of the weapon. The slide would have to be forward and around in the chamber for the firing pin to work, for it to strike the primer and the ammo, and then it would go off.
All right. And so essentially, this firearm currently in its current state is non-operational. You could not fire this weapon.
Correct, you cannot fire this
Okay.
weapon.
If you would, can you remove the box? Obviously, even though it's not loaded, it cannot fire if you would avoid pointing it at the courtroom. Now, this weapon here, Glock 19, as you've identified it, what kind of rounds does it hold?
It holds 9mm rounds.
All right. And these here that are 42.1, and I'll hold those up since your hands are full. These live rounds, these bullets that are in here, are these 9mm?
Yes, they are.
Were these, and strapped onto the handle of this Glock is a magazine. Do these bullets go into that magazine?
Yes, they do.
And were they found inside of that magazine whenever it was recovered?
Yes, they were.
And you mentioned a moment ago that the slot, that it was not, it did not look like this whenever you found it. Describe to the jury what the differences were.
So the difference would be the magazine would be seated here in the magazine well, and the slide would be forward. So you'd have more of a 90 degrees instead of having the slide cocked back like this.
Okay. Now, at the time that you found it, was the gun capable of, I'm not checking. Was it in a position with the slide closed in the magazine where it could have fired around?
It could have, yes.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. I'll have you turn that to the box here. Sergeant George, after this firearm was recovered, was it taken into evidence?
Yes, it was.
Okay. That day out there on scene, did you have any other further responsibilities on February 7th of 2023?
No, after we found that, the firearm, we collected that with our CSI, and then that kind of ended my role for that day.
About 6 days later, February 13th of 2023, were you still involved in the investigation of the death of Susan Morales?
Yes, I was.
And what did you do on February 13th of 2023?
On February 13th, 2023, around mid-morning, around 10 a.m., myself and Corporal Garrett were asked by Corporal Carter to go down to the apartment complex where Mr. Bryant lived and try to make contact with him.
So kind of tell us a little bit about, if you know, between the 7th, when you recovered the firearm that you just testified about, and the 13th, what transpired that identified Mr. Bryant as somebody that you wanted to talk to?
So we knew when we found the firearm, we had a uniform officer run the serial number through our dispatch, and we got a return that it was stolen through our own department. So we conducted research on that case number and learned that Mr. Bryant was the one who filed that report of the stolen firearm. So that kind of rose our suspicion as to why his firearm was out there. And then from there, we know we needed to talk to him.
Okay. At the time, you said that you went with Corporal Goring.
Yes.
Down there, and describe for us, I guess, that the lead up to going down there.
So lead up to going down there, we had some plainclothes of our gang investigators. They have plain cars that kind of blend in more than a police car would. So we had them in the area, looking for Mr. Bryant, and myself and Corporal Garrett went in my CID car, which was a unmarked maroon Ford Taurus. It does have police lights, but no police marking on the outside. As we were pulling through the complex, we saw Mr. Bryant walking out of his apartment, and we hopped out and started talking to him.
I'm going to show you what I have marked as State Exhibit number 29. I'm going to show it to Ms. Drake first. And before I show it to you, can I ask you, even though you were in a homicide role at that time as a detective in the homicide unit, were you equipped or issued a body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the body-worn camera that you have, were you wearing it that day, February 13th, 2023, whenever you encountered the defendant?
Yes, it was.
Did you have it activated?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you State Exhibit number 29. Do you recognize State Exhibit 29?
Yes.
And how do you recognize
It has my initials and my badge number on it.
it? Have you reviewed the contents of that disc?
Yes, sir.
And what is on it?
It's my body-worn camera and my interaction with Mr. Bryant that day.
Is video on there of your body-worn camera footage from the interaction you just described. Is it a true and accurate copy of the video and accurate depiction of your encounter with the defendant on February 13th of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I move to admit State Exhibit number 29 in evidence.
No objection.
State Exhibit 9 is submitted without objection.
Before we watch that, Sergeant, just tell us, I guess, describe, once you encountered him at this apartment complex, what transpired?
So we began talking to him, and we kind of introduced myself. We told him why we were in the complex. We were working the Miss Morales case, and we were told he was the courtesy officer of the complex and that he might be able to help us.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you ask the defendant to come with you to the Gwinnett County Police Department headquarters for an interview?
Yes, we did.
At that time, was he under arrest or detained? And I say detained, I use a legal term, detained, but placed into handcuffs by you or Corporal Guard?
No, sir.
Did, in fact, the defendant come with you to Gwinnett County Police Department headquarters?
Yes, he voluntarily came up and rode in the front seat.
Okay, so describe that. Did you ride in the vehicle, your police-issued vehicle?
Yes, sir. So I offered to drive Mr. Bryant up to our headquarters. He said he had to work later that evening, and I told him I'd give him a ride up to our headquarters and back, if need be. And I said, you can sit in the front seat. Per our policy, our unmarked police cars don't have cages in them. So our policy is you sit anybody you're transporting in the front seat, and the secondary officer sits behind them while you drive.
So in how many? This may be broader than simply your time in the homicide unit, but have you ever conducted interviews or spoken with individuals accused of crimes?
Yes, sir.
How many different interviews of defendants do you think that you've done?
Hundreds, if not up to thousands.
Okay, and I assume that might be the answer, but I want to ask specifically, in your experience as a police department officer interviewing suspects, are you aware of or do you look for any signs that somebody might be exhibiting that would display nervousness?
Yes, sir.
All right, what kind of things do you look for?
So the obvious is handshaking. Your hands, you're nervous about something, your hands kind of uncontrollably shake. Breathing, where you're almost hyperventilating yourself while you're talking with law enforcement. And also, I've seen my experience, sometimes suspects will take naps during an interview or a lull in an interview.
Explain that. What's
So
if it's so common, explain to me, I guess, a little bit about the why that happens.
Yeah, so in my experience, talking with persons of interest or suspects, especially, either if they confess or not, or whatever their involvement may be in a crime, when they are confronted by police or they're in a setting where they feel like they may be caught, it's kind of a relief for them. They're no longer running, they're no longer hiding. And so it's a big weight lifted off their shoulders, and all that adrenaline is just dumped, and they get tired and they take a nap.
In this particular instance, when you picked up the defendant, did you observe any manifestations that you just described that you might term, as a detective with experience, signs of nervousness?
Yes, sir.
And would you explain what those were?
So almost immediately when we began talking to Mr. Bryant, his hands were almost uncontrollably shaking. His breathing was elevated. You can see his chest rising and falling. And then while we were in the car on the way, while we were continuously having a dialogue, he kind of leaned his head up against the side of the car and attempted or tried to take a nap.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I asked for permission to publish State Exhibit number 29.
Sure.
Judge, for the record, this entire video is 25 minutes and 53 seconds.
Can Major in seat number 6? Okay, good. Okay.
And before I actually just pause it here, I'm starting for about a second. It starts, is there audio?
So our body cameras, when we start them, they go back 30 seconds, and that's when the video officially starts. However, sound is not audible until the 30-second mark.
Look at him, y'all. Look at him. Look.
Yeah, you did. We've been all over this complex. You door them? Yeah. How long you been with them? 2.5 years now. You like it? Yeah. So, yeah, when she first came missing, I was talking to them, they know the stuff like that. They didn't really know anything. I really get to too much about the news, and my girl just literally just moved out, and pretty much it. Yeah. That's what the neighborhood kids saying. I talked to them in a minute, but when she first came yesterday, it was like it was just with her, and it was throwing on each other. Some crazy stuff. Yeah. I haven't heard anything actually. Like, my girl talking about stuff like that. So like, it's just weird. They said she was walking home and she just, That's what we're just out here asking questions and stuff. Like, how many calls do you get like being cursed? I'm like, none of us are cursed. No, I would get like. It depends. Like, I get stupid calls like noise complaints. Yeah. Noise complaints. And you have to like come out and handle those, or yeah. I'm trying to get West Side guys. Yeah. Not stuff like that. I'm talking about out of patrol. Yeah. You do a lot more than so. I worked down in South Precinct. Started down in like Stone Mountain, and man, there's one pretty solid. He went into a thing. Like, he was calling us for every little thing, man. It was ridiculous. All right. So we just got some questions. We got to run over like some stuff. It seems like you're courtesy here, so you know kind of things what's going on. Well versed in what's happening or something. So you got some time for us to come up to our headquarters and just talk about what you see on a daily basis and stuff like that. Yeah. Is that today? Yeah. Yeah. Now? No. I'm actually gonna head out. So where are you going? I have to go meet my girlfriend and not work there. Okay. I'll be out by time work. What time? 4? Yeah, it should be. I mean, like I said, we just got some questions. Courtesy officer between you and the leasing office, you guys probably get calls all the day, and we're literally talking to everyone here. So we're just trying to document everything. We got no lease, man. We're just trying to document everything. That's all we are. No problem. Okay. Can we talk my job? We'll talk you, man. We'll get there. Yeah, you don't gotta waste your gas or anything and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm not trying to gas, man. We'll call once we get up there, okay? Right now, we'll just go up there. You got any guns or anything on you right now? You don't? Okay, can I pat you down just to make sure? What's going on? You're good. It's our policy, man. We just we don't get our policy. That's with the GDM and everything. All right. You get up front seat, all right, man? Yeah, we'll get you up there. Knock this out. We're not the lead detective. She's been working real hard on trying to figure everything out. So she's now the know, and hopefully with your in the know with everything, with going on the complex and everything, maybe put some pieces together. How long you doing? I mean, why Louisville not glad? Was that county sheriff's office? Okay. And we used to start like, I was in jail for a while. They started telling us that we're gonna go to the road, and I was like, I don't know the road, So I went to Louisville. I know the chief there, Louisville, and he stuff like that. So I went to the academy. I like the academy. So it's just okay. So I mean, kind of I know some guys, I end up going federal. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do the academy again, though. Yeah, I was talking about a lot of guys going to that. I gotta go back to the Empire academy now. Oh, the advanced stuff? Yeah. I mean, now we do like a lateral program. So like they're already certified, so it's a lot quicker of a, in and out. Yeah. Like I was thinking about, like FBI or something like that. I don't know if I can do another academy, like with just all nonsense. Like the instruction, I wasn't sure if it was. Did you like Horseback? It was fun. That's what I grew up on there. For real? I want to move out there. Actually, I'm going for a house, man. Just housing market right now is absolutely terrible. I got this courtesy flag and trying to save up. I hear that. That's what I'm doing, man. It's nice out there in Forsyth. What part are you looking at? I don't know. Coming area, maybe? Yeah. Stupid nice out there, yeah. Who we going to? West side? Our office is up in Northville. So we'll just jet on 316. Look, this peach packs and we'll. I like living here. That's how just. I mean, area. Yeah. I mean, living around here, really shit pops off right here. So yeah, I hear gunshots all the time. No, yeah. I mean, not terrible too bad. No. And actually, I had a case. I think it was. Right down here. I had a gang-related homicide down here. It was nuts. Yeah. Yeah. My old lieutenant. I'm a guard. And my old lieutenant used to work West Side before she went to full-time army or whatever. Who's your lieutenant? So she's coming. The name sounds familiar. Yeah, I thought they were a reporter or something. Where you stationed at? I'm on road. Oh, the Gator's the main one though. Gotcha. What's your MOS, I guess? So you just get no break. Got the doorbell, got the MP. Dang. What'd you do this morning? This morning? Yeah. I was out working a little part-time down in Atlanta, and I came back up. My girlfriend was like, I'm dead. I'm sorry. Is your girlfriend home? No. Is your girlfriend there with you? Not right now. No. Is anyone else in the apartment? No. Where's your girlfriend live? She was right here off people. What are you doing? Oh. How long you been dating her? About 3 years now. Dang, nice. Wipe that up? Trying to, man. Had to take a little break. Yeah. What's up? I was just stuff going on. I had to kind of get some dirt. Another girl, you know. Yeah. I get that, man. I was supposed to leave from school. I was going to say, they allow golf carts down here? You say you go work at 4? Did you get on 12s? Yeah. 4 to 4? 12, really? 5. I get there 4. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, 5. Well, road 5:30 was my favorite. Yeah, 17:30 to 5:30. Man, that's the best. You got a little bit of shit off the window. You know, everything, everything's popping off. But like once it settles down, you can really start doing your thing. And then, you know 5:30 is kind of that. I don't like to use the Q word. I don't want to jinx it. You know what I mean? They get busy down there in Dorval? It can be, man. We had some we had better shooting. We had a couple shootings this year that we don't even have. Like, they die or just? We had one die. One guy was got here. He's down. Well, you know, like, obviously, man. Oh, dude, it's crazy. I know, like, the big news, you know, if you're listening, thumbs down, yeah, it's skyrocketing, man. Do y'all go to Grady at all? Like, yeah, we got like, Thomas stuff up Grady. Yeah, I'm saying, like, I know a lot of our people end up going to the north side. I say Grady still is one of the best hospitals. Hands down. We got shot there, and they got from Grady, discharged from the hospital. They said, yeah, it's great. It's action on the road, man. Yeah, I think we're going to see how they end up. We'll do more commercial. Yeah, we did the Thorville album. Yeah, we just got one. It's 2 guys. They do like a couple more girls. Yeah, what is that? That's a nice album. It seemed like that before. Last night, y'all got crime suppression. So away from that kind of proactive policing. Yeah. Had a CRT for about 2 years, which is similar to crime suppression. Not the name. It's not a lot of investigation. It's like proactive work. Not pretty fun. You know anyone on CRT over here? No. Are you like a traffic guy, or like what's your? Yeah, is that kind of dope? Yeah, I just have car. I have to stop to see everything. Oh, no, yeah, sure, 100% on that. Now you like a laser guy, or you? Oh, you're a laser guy. Oh, get out of here! I like PC stops too. Nah, get out of here with that laser. I remember I went. They gave us laser in the academy. I did the hours, and I forgot to submit my paperwork, and it never. Nothing else ever came of it. But I'm a tag light guy. That's my bread and butter. So the full way, watch the light, tag light, got it. Okay, so 2.5 years, you're still pretty hungry out there. Oh, you have it? Yeah, we find a lot of these young guys like they just want to sit behind the building and do nothing. I don't get it. But you're still hungry. Where'd you get high school at? Furtmore? You like it? Yeah, it's fun. I actually enjoyed mine. I played football and everything. So. Did you play with anyone? Like in college or NFL? No, that's like legit college. Yeah. I saw something like the Migos Bookmark. Were you there at the same time? Or? No, they like come back after for that. It was mainly for the basketball team. So they were there. Yeah, they were there. Football and everything. Football players. I don't know if I played football. So I get that basketball. Yeah. Your girlfriend, you meet her in high school or what? I just met her where I actually used to go skating a lot. Yeah, right there, Steel. And Kimberly Bruin? Yeah. You ever go to the one over Snow Mountain? All American? Yeah. Yeah, so I just started going. My girlfriend just always went there. She started going there recently. Be careful. Don't be careful. Yeah, because it's crazy. The amount of fights we have to go with. Oh my God. Yes. Like, I hate it because all summer long, they always skate out on Mondays. I was like, oh, you guys are killing me. They're like, well, can you get part time? Do you know how much you have to pay officers to be here? All the nonsense y'all do over here? I got 35, but no, even if it's 35, nobody works. Yeah, like I got a neighborhood I do in Grayson, and it's 35. Like I barely have time to get down there. So I try to tell them, look, I try to get you somebody, but you gotta pay 45, 50 for someone to fight. That's just, especially, do y'all have any Amazon warehouses in like Louisville, Georgia? No. So that's actually when it's off that rest when it's so all the Amazons are collecting all our part times right now because it's was it 55 an hour? I think. Yeah, 50. You just sit in the parking lot, just chill, watch some movies, and you know it's. Really, that's pretty much everything everybody does. Amazon. Search jobs here and there, but. What was your part-time you had this morning? It was like this little hookah lounge. It wasn't just security. Yeah, security. There's some baddies in that position. You're right, my girlfriend. There you go. Alright, you don't touch, you know what I mean? Doesn't mean you gotta buy it. That's why, polarized lenses. The greatest thing. So y'all just detectives or you're part of like a unit or? Yeah, just generally, just kind of get whatever kind of shit comes our way. Kind of growing up on the point. We're just all, like I said, we were trying anything we can, grasp our straws. That's all I say. You were in the back. That's what we rolled up. Kind of come all the way to the station though? Well, this is where the lead detective Carter, she's out of here. That's why we didn't want you wasting your gas. This on carry time. We'll get you up and back and we get to go. How long you been cursing? Like here. Is it free here? So I did a free apartment. Yes, yeah. I ain't free. I mean, cause what would rent be like $1,000, $1,200? I don't know. Those kind of, but it doesn't matter though, because the market right now for houses is skyrocketing, and I know apartments are skyrocketing too. So, that's good. You deputize? Is that how you're able to work it? No. So I when any real problem stuff come out, I like when that knows stuff like that. But I don't really get into it. I'm chill out. So you just call 911 or what? I just call 911 emergency number, depending on what it is. Because if it's 911, they probably already called anyway. Yeah. That's it. I really don't chill. That's it. What did you like? What's the patrol? Like use your patrol car, or like sometimes if I'm going somewhere, or I just use my truck to go somewhere. Yeah. Well, at least you only got one entrance to deal with. You know what I mean? So yeah, don't worry about the roof out coming in a different entrance. Yeah. You go to the police office, like the great deal with you. Yeah. There's a new property there. Those are did they just get bought out or what? No, it's the same company. They switched property. The other one's not. It ain't that serious, right? Yeah, the company had to lock the doors. Y'all got a pool at that complex? Yeah. But that get off change in the summer. Yeah. These people always watch the game, we're opposites at night. Right, a bunch of kids, right? Yeah. Easy solution is make call game. They call it fucking things, right? Yeah. I know it's good. 3 months. I don't know if I can do it. I can make you for paying all that. You just wake up? Yeah, my girlfriend texted me. I was like, hey, my brother is he just got kicked out. Come right now. Where did you get kicked out? I don't know. Kicked out of the house? Or? Yeah. Yeah, my brother, he likes to do stupid stuff. Smoke weed, bring a dog home, the kid works the dog. How old is he? I think 18. So he's at that age? Yeah. Trying to push mom and dad's butt, see what he can get away with. It's a quick solution. Kick him out, right? Sounds like that's what's happening. Okay, student driver. Gonna mess it all up. How's the traffic in Doraville? Because the traffic here is terrible. It drives me nuts. I don't know. Terrible. Nobody can drive. Access to yeah, I don't know how you do that. Yeah, I don't know how you do that. Well, nights is different, I guess. Yeah, what time is it kind of traffic-wise now? 8. That's not bad. Not too bad. Especially, are they done with 285 yet? So at one point they were like, ABC traffic detail. No, they're not. Do they have a timeline, at least? Like, close to? They said they had a timeline, but it's past that timeline. They're waiting on NPC, not NPC. They're waiting on the assembly to get built motors. Yeah. That's going to be good. This is supposed to be in there. It's supposed to be good. It's Cheetos. Right, good. All the student drivers did it. Jesus. How do you like that Explorer? Yeah. It's not fast, but it's still nice, right? Still SUV. We're all supposedly getting Explorers. We're all jealous of it. Yeah. They look clean though. Does it have like the like we got some of the guys are singing them like Spanish like sound speaker where it's like no way. I didn't know that. Yeah. So like it's pre-programmed to like say you're under arrest and all that kind of stuff. That's pretty sweet. You speak in Spanish? Me? No. Yeah. The same. I know tranquilo. What's that mean? Calm down. And mucho cerveza. That's all. Yeah. Mucho cerveza. That's all. Mucho cerveza. Yeah. I know Siete Tech. I don't even know if Aristado is one of them. I don't know if that's really Spanish or not, but they seem to understand that one. Manos Arriba? Kansas, right? No, I know Notre Dame. What's that? No swim. I was lifeguard before this. So, yeah, Notre Dame, no swim. And they always, you got a basic no pool, but they always wear like jeans and all kinds of shit. Like, no, Notre Dame. Nice car, man. Ready to RAV4? Was that a RAV4 that was on here? The other guy also was the officer? I don't know what he got. But yeah, this, I mean, the Taurus is nice. Some of them got the. If you're lucky, you got a 2016 got a turbo. Oh, so, yeah. I can't remember his name. And we have so many people, it's not, well, we're hurting for people, but like we have some people I haven't even seen before. And it's like, oh, what's your badge number? 1201. Okay. And is that like a super high badge number? Like, yeah. So like now we got like, because I'm 1698. So like now we got like 2500. So like, there's like people like, I don't even know what the fuck you are. Like, I never seen this in my life. You know, they need to make this a roundabout. That would be very nice. Because it takes one person not knowing how to press the right gas pedal and mess everything up. So that you know, two schools here, which is funny. Do you know anything about the Give East Center? So this is like the trouble school they send everybody. Yeah. So it's funny that the Give Center is across from like our HQ. I just think that's totally ironic. I don't know how many times it's like, oh, we gotta go find somebody. We just go across the street. Yeah. That's what I can't go this way. I don't know, I just really told I think it's a strange one. Although, again, these new guys, they get too excited, like, don't wait for backup. Like, I had a guy who's in my he doesn't work anymore, like I said, and he called out, like, y'all got a TAC radio? Yeah. So he calls out on TAC, hey, my 1S, blah, blah, blah. I go, man, we're on our way. Like, well, and 1037, guess what he walks up to the driver and says? Hey, because your vehicle's stolen. Oh, like, straight to the driver. I'm like, bro, you can't do that.
Okay, right now, I mean, if it's too fast, let me know and I'll slow it down because I got to speed up. But right here is where they had, at this point, they had located the gun in the they had located the gun where he had dumped her body. They located the gun because remember he dropped his gun in the woods where he dumped her body. So at this point, the cops have recovered the gun and they ran the serial number and it came back to him and the fact that he reported it stolen. So after they figured out it was his gun, they went to the apartment complex, picked him up to question him. And this is him in the car with the officers going to, I'm assuming, the police station. So he's in the car talking, and the police officer that picked him up, this is his body cam footage. Okay, so if it's too fast, let me know. That's why I got the caption up, just in case it's too fast. But let me know if I need to slow it down. But this is what's happening right now. Okay, you're welcome.
Oh, you're killing me, man.
Okay, I'm gonna slow it down. I'm gonna slow it down for me, just a little bit, because I want to hear. Hold on a minute, y'all. Let me slow it down just a little. Okay, sounds good. Okay, boo.
I'll be right back. I'm going to eat all right. Yeah. If you need anything, just knock, okay?
There at the end of that video, Mr. Bryant made a statement that he feels like a perp. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
As he was thinking, because he was in police headquarters going up to an interview room, often people think just because they're at a police headquarters and in an interview room means they're a suspect in something, when it is not the case, because we interview victims, witnesses up in those same interview rooms.
Okay. We watched you there at the end walk him into an interview room there at the Gwinnett County Police Department headquarters. Is that where that was?
Yes, sir.
At some point after your body camera ends, did an interview of the defendant take place?
Yes, sir. I believe the interview room had already been started prior to us arriving. So when he walks in the interview room, the interview was already recording.
Okay. And who participated in the interview of the defendant?
So at first it was myself and Corporal Garrick, and then when Corporal Carter arrived, it was myself and Corporal Carter, and then it was myself and Sergeant Poppy at the end.
Okay, so we've already seen on the video Corporal Garrick, who was there with you in the vehicle, and obviously seen Detective Carter, who's here at the table. Who is Sergeant Poppy?
Sergeant Poppy is one of our supervisors of the homicide unit. We have 3 supervisors, and he was one that was assisting with the case that day.
Okay, and so were you present for all of the interview that took place, even though it was kind of broken up with different people?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I have marked as safety exhibit number 4. I'm going to show this to the screen first. Do you recognize what is contained in safety exhibit 4?
Yes, I do.
All right, and how do you recognize it?
It has my initials and my badge number on it.
All right, and what is contained on safety exhibit number 4?
It is a USB that has the interview of Mr. Bryant.
Okay, have you viewed that interview?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the interview that was conducted with the defendant on February 13th of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit number 4 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, State's Exhibit 4 is admitted without objection.
And Judge, I am going to publish that interview through Detective Carter. So I'm not going to publish it at this point, but we'll revisit that here in just a minute. After the interview of the defendant, did you have any real further involvement in the investigation in this case?
No, sir.
I think those are all the questions I have for you, Sergeant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you, sir?
Good morning. How are you?
Good to see you. I just wanted to clarify, the gun that was found, the magazine was full?
I don't recall the exact round count, but there was rounds in the magazine, yes.
I believe that's all I had. Thank you, sir.
May we release this witness?
Yes, Judge, but I'm just going to
Oh, hello, sorry. Sorry, Mr. Dillon.
That's all right. Just, State's Exhibit 42.1, how many 9mm rounds were in the magazine?
15.
15. Okay, thanks, sir.
Yep.
Nothing else?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
State, call its next witness.
So we're going to call Detective Angela Carter.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please be seated.
Good morning. And while you have been referenced throughout the trial, I've also seen you sitting there at the table. Would you go ahead and introduce yourself officially to the jury?
Yes. My name is Detective Angela Carter. It's spelled Angela. Last name Carter, Carter.
Detective Carter, go ahead and tell us, and you're also, you're Detective Carter, but you're also Corporal Carter as well?
Yes.
Okay. So which one do you normally go by when it comes to day-to-day things?
I go by detective.
All right, so Detective Carter, tell us what your role is with the police department.
I am currently assigned to the homicide unit
All right, and how long have you been with Gwinnett County Police Department?
since October of 2016.
Prior to being with Gwinnett County Police, did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No.
Or you had prior military experience?
Yes. Prior to joining Gwinnett County Police and a little.
Cousin tired. Cousin come to work tired. That's why the Nick don't show. Cousin is tired over there good. So listen, this detective right here, I think what's going to happen is she is going to testify about the interview. I think she was in on the interview. So let's see, they're gonna talk to her for a minute, and then they're gonna break, and then they're gonna come back with her, and then they're gonna do, because this interview, y'all, and I don't know if they're gonna play the whole thing or not. It should be good though. How many of y'all looking forward to this interview? This is them interviewing him, right? So I think it's like I want to say it's like 3 and something hours. Now, I did say I was gonna go a little longer today so we can get as much in as we can. I'm trying to see or go back and forth with. Hey, Slay, I'm listening. Okay, working. Okay, have a good day at work, boo. So I'm trying to think if I want to listen to the whole interview today and then come back, because after the interview, y'all, I'm pretty sure they're gonna do some of the interview, then they're gonna take a break, and they're gonna come back with more to interview. Okay, and then looks like they're gonna probably end for. They're probably gonna. It took another break. Hold on, let me make sure I got this right. It took another break, and then there's more to interview. That's the interview. That's the interview. Then they come back to her, and then it looks like they in for. Oh Lord, I look how I'm fucked up. But anyway, it looks like they in for the day. So I'm trying to figure out if I want to, because I do have to go on my T channel as well. But like I say, I wanted to spend a little bit more time on this today because So I want to hear it all. Okay, okay. So I may we may stick around for the entire interview, hear the last bit of her testimony until they adjourn, and then tomorrow when we come back, I think I'm not for sure if the state rests, because I don't think the defense actually put on a defense. I don't think they did. Because tomorrow, either tomorrow, I know we're gonna wrap it up. I do know after the state rests and the defense rests, then there's closing arguments, right? And then there's verdict watch. So between tomorrow and Saturday, I want to be finished with it all. So I'm gonna play as much as I can today. I'm gonna play as much as I can tomorrow, and then we're gonna wrap it up on Saturday morning. We're gonna wrap it up, okay? So I think I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna listen to the interview. Let me go back.
So since 2016, you've been.
And I get that y'all, I get that most of y'all at work and can't type, so I see that you're still watching though. As long as I see that you're still watching, we'll keep going. And I appreciate y'all being here. I do. All right.
Police department. Tell us just very generally kind of what roles you held in the police department.
Like I said before, I'm currently in the homicide unit. Prior to that, I was in the robbery unit. We investigate robberies, obviously. Prior to that, I was also on the special victims unit.
And I think I'm gonna speed it up. I think I'm gonna speed it back up a little bit. And if it gets to where y'all can't understand it, let me know. And just to be on the safe side, I'm going to put up the closed caption, okay? All right.
Crimes against children, sex crimes of all ages, and juvenile missing persons. I also was part of the Internet Crimes Against Children task force, where we worked with NCMEC, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. We had to watch child porn and stuff like that, and then we did investigation, search warrants and stuff to locate the individuals who possessed it.
Prior to being with the SVU unit, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I actually worked I was on the CRT unit, which is the community response team in West Precinct, which is in Norcross. Basically, it's a road officer, but we don't get dispatched to calls. We're proactive, and we do kind of like road investigations for areas that are having a trend of crimes, like entering autos, armed robberies, stuff like that.
So some hybrid maybe between patrol officer and detectives?
Yes, it is. And then prior to that, I was a road officer where I got dispatched to calls.
Okay. Now, how long have you been with the homicide unit?
I've been with the homicide unit since September of 2021.
In your time with the homicide unit, how many cases have you been the lead detective on?
14 homicides.
And how many cases, if you know, have you participated with the rest of the homicide unit in investigating?
We always work together on every case, so it has to be over 100.
Okay. Throughout your career, both in the homicide unit and other units that you've been a part of, have you received or have you handled any cases involving missing children?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
What you said with the homicide unit?
Or before?
Yes.
At all with your time with the police department, have you handled cases involving missing children?
In special victims unit, I did look into a few cases. There's a certain procedure and timeline. It was very rare for it to get to the point where the child had not returned home before it got to us. And actually with the homicide unit, I did recently have a case where I did handle a juvenile missing person that was originally being investigated by the school resource officers at Gwinnett County.
Okay. Now, I'm going to take you to just the concept of a missing child investigation. Have you Is there any particularized trainings or anything that police officers go through in terms of investigating those types of cases?
You get basic investigative training. There's certain procedures that Gwinnett County follows. As soon as a parent calls in to report their child is missing, the report is taken, and they're listed on GCIC, which is the Georgia Crime Information Center. It also goes to the NCIC, which is National Crime Information Center, so everybody in the United States can see it. After it's been 24 hours, this is the common misconception people often get, is that we have to wait 24 hours for someone to be looked for. That's not necessarily the case. And, when someone is a juvenile under the age of 17, running away is technically a crime. It's considered a status offense, but we don't charge the juveniles unless they've been gone for the 24 to 48 hours. That's where that time frame comes into play.
Okay.
And also, I've actually received formal training. I went to a conference in Las Vegas where they went into great detail about investigating missing persons, different resources that you can take, other avenues you can look into, because oftentimes there are some barriers that you can face when trying to get information for someone who's missing, whether it be a juvenile or even adult, because to get a search warrant, you have to have a crime. So if you know that someone's missing, you have to be able to articulate a crime before you're able to get a search warrant to serve to cell phone companies or Facebook, anything like that. So we kind of struggle in getting that kind of information.
So there are some limitations. Sounds like the police department has, the police in general have, in investigating those crimes. But tell us, at the Gwinnett County Police Department, we heard from Lieutenant Biggers, who kind of talked about some of this. I don't want to retread the ground he did, but just tell us, when does the homicide unit become, generally in a missing persons case, how and when did you become involved in a case like that?
Well, if it's an adult missing person, we work those automatically. That's what we're usually assigned. With juveniles, it's very, very rare that we become involved. A lot of times I kind of insert myself in cases like this one. If there's certain situations that I'm particularly interested in, I'll kind of involve myself and give sometimes unsolicited opinions and advice. So it's very rare, unless they're obviously located deceased.
And of course, if somebody's located deceased, the homicide unit is the group that ends up handling that case?
Yes.
Now, in this case with Susana Morales, tell the jury how you first became involved in any capacity in the case.
As soon as the case was reported, I heard about it. We're all on the same floor, just opposite sides of the floor. Lieutenant Biggers he may not have seemed like it on the stand. He's very, very loud. So even though we're on opposite sides of the floor, I could hear him talking about it. And some of the details of the case caught my attention. So I walked down there to get more information. And from there, I kind of followed up with it and asked him if he needed any assistance. Because I was previously in SVU, the crimes that they deal with, they write different kinds of search warrants. The investigations usually go a different way. There's different procedures. So because I transitioned from the SVU unit, I went to robbery and then homicide, I was familiar with the other search warrants that were available that someone in the special victims unit that had no other previous experience may not have knowledge of. So I continued to kind of push, and anyone I work with will tell you that I'm bad about trying to insert myself. So I continued to push, and then at some point, leadership did agree that I should probably come in. And then in January of 2023, we had a meeting where we agreed that I would become lead in the case.
Now, I know you said that and just about somewhat being involved in other people's cases.
Yeah.
But in terms of this case, was there anything about this case that struck you different than other cases?
Absolutely, especially with the juvenile missing person. Juveniles leave home all the time. They don't come home when they're supposed to, but there's always some kind of trace of them. They're always on social media still. There's still activity on their cell phones. They may be going to school, or they're always in communication with some of their friends, especially their best friends or boyfriends, girlfriends. That just wasn't the case in this investigation, as well as the facts with the Life 360. That was definitely odd, knowing that she didn't have a vehicle.
Okay. And so prior to January, when you officially became involved in the case and took over as the lead, what kind of, I guess, other than listening and hearing about what was going on, did you have involvement in assisting with the investigation?
Yes, I would just look up social media accounts with Susanna and make mention of there's no activity going on right now, and make suggestions on what should and possibly could be done.
Now, do you have a particular, I'll use the word expertise, maybe interest, or just you're good at social media, looking at social media and things like that?
Yeah, social media is probably my biggest source in any investigation. I'm able to find people related to others, track activity and such. I have received formal training on social media investigations, as well as done a ton of search warrants on social media accounts to see what kind of information I can get. Also personally using it as well.
In a case where there's a missing juvenile, what kind of things do you expect to find on social media?
I still expect them to be posting, liking. They may not do it on their main pages that their family may be involved in or follow them. So I always look for other associated accounts with them. They call it a spam account. It's kind of where they post stuff that they don't want their families to see or their parents to see. So if I don't see any activity on their main page, I'll go look for a spam page, or I'll locate friends that they have and then see if their friends are posting where they may be in the videos or in the posts or commenting on their activity and stuff like that.
If you have 100 missing juvenile cases, how many of those do you anticipate finding social media type activity that might give you an indicator that the person is okay and or has access to a phone and social media accounts and is communicating with people in their life, even if it's not their parents?
Out of 100, probably like 98 people. It's pretty common.
In the investigation here, at some point, was it you or Lieutenant Biggers or somebody else that did obtain search warrants for social media accounts belonging to Susana Morales?
Yes.
And when did y'all review those?
Yes, I did.
In the line of what we've been talking about, did you find anything in any of Susana's social media accounts that would indicate that after the night of July 26th, that she was using it, accessing it, communicating or messaging with anyone?
There was no activity on her accounts. Even if some, on the off chance that they're not messaging people, there'll still be connections to Wi-Fi where it'll show like an IP address that they're connected to. There was zero activity on any of her social media accounts.
Okay. So, and you mentioned something that I was about to ask you about, IP addresses or internet protocol addresses. What are those?
It depends on the device, but it's sometimes the devices switch IP addresses constantly. It's common with cell phones. It's the internet connectivity, and it's usually specified to certain devices.
Mom says she's the kind of coworker that is always inserting herself in folks' conversations. I have a coworker like that, and I'm always giving her that look. Who invited? I mean, sometimes it's a good thing. Well, at least she's willing to work. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, honestly, working with people that don't like to work and shit of that nature, that's irritating to me. But yeah, sometimes it could be a big much. She seemed like she a gnat. Like she honestly seems like, because she was like, apparently they didn't like actually want her on the case or whatever, because she said she had to ask several times and they finally just let her on in. But yes, I guess it could be good or bad depending on the day. Like for me, some days I can deal with certain stuff and then other days I can't. And she just I want to say no. A big pet peeve of mine is, what is it, Fun? What's a big pet peeve? Is when they insert themselves. Is that what you're saying? I guess I would rather have somebody that's willing to help and work than somebody that don't do shit. I've worked with both kinds. I worked with both kinds in the hospital when I was at the hospital. It just all depends, honey.
So another way of saying this is that if I were to use my phone to hack social media and I were to use my phone to access my social media, would the social media companies keep a record of the IP address that I used to log into and access my social media account?
Yes, if it's from your cell phone, you can reference the exact date and time that the IP address was used to identify where that activity was coming from. And if you were doing it from home, like on Wi-Fi, it'll be the same IP address through your internet.
In terms of the Susana's social media accounts, did you review those and look at IP address histories and things like that?
Yes.
Did you find any connections made to her social media accounts after she disappeared on July 26th, 2022?
No.
How did, and kind of if you can, you took over the case officially in January of 2023. Once you were the official lead detective on the case, would you tell us what you did in order to take over the case at that point?
I reviewed all of the investigative material that had already been collected at that time. I reviewed interviews, and after doing that, I kind of started over. I wanted to start from scratch just to make sure like nothing was missed. So after reviewing everything, I made contact with Susana's family and did an interview.
And if you recall, the approximate date that you scheduled the interviews and talked to Susana's family?
I believe it was January 17th of 2023.
Now, what family did you talk to?
I spoke to Maria or Guadalupe, who's Susana's mother, and Jasmine, who is her sister.
Where'd you talk to them
at? At Gwinnett County Police Headquarters in an interview room.
And you've been sitting here when we've heard from Mr. Smeeloff. One of the things I wanted to ask you, when you talked to Jasmine, did she indicate to you at that time the video recorded the day of Team David Academy, the video surveillance of Susana? Did she indicate to you at approximately what time that video was recorded?
Yes, when I asked Jasmine for what time that video was captured, she told me 9:57 p.m.
So when you said you reviewed the investigative stuff, at that time, we heard from Lieutenant Biggers. Did you review reports and information submitted by Lieutenant Biggers?
I did.
There was also Corporal Conway that we heard from. Did you review reports from him as well?
Yes.
throughout we heard testify about different, and also Jasmine, also tips that came in just throughout the investigation, people calling and saying something to the family about seeing Susanna, or did you see those in their reports?
Yes, I did.
Is that, in your experience, is that type of behavior from people with the tips they're coming in, is that common?
Yeah, especially with cases like this, they get a lot of media attention and media coverage.
At this time, when you took over in January, had there been any media coverage of Susanna's disappearance?
A ton of media coverage.
Okay. Now, at some point, were you able to, when you took over the case, were you able to create a timeline for Susanna's disappearance?
Yes.
And what's the importance of that? In an investigative sense, what's the importance of creating some kind of timeline of the disappearance?
To piece everything together and try to create a story, or not a story, to figure out what happened, to fill any voids, to look for additional evidence within that time frame, basically to get a full picture of what actually happened.
And what kind of timeline were you able to develop initially whenever you took over the case about the disappearance of Susanna?
I was able to develop a pretty solid timeline up until her phone died.
Okay, and walk us through, from your investigation, what timeline you were able to develop.
Yeah, so after I interviewed Maria, she told me about how Susanna walked away from her home. She told me 6 p.m., but again, it had been a long period of time since then. And sometimes people don't recall exact time. So that's where, phone records and stuff come into play, and it helps out quite a bit. She told me that she contacted Susanna 10 to 15 minutes after she left. Susanna didn't answer, so she sent her a text message. I was able to get Susanna's phone records, and I actually saw that call came in at 7:17 p.m. Susanna's location at that time was consistent with her walking on Singleton Road in the direction of Windsgate Village Lane or Sterling Glen Apartments towards Kelly's house.
Since we're talking about that, I'm just going to put that back up here. As we're talking about that, her location that you're talking about was at 7:17 p.m.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to just republish here a slide from the PowerPoint presentation. It was Exhibit 3, testified to admit by investigator Wilbanks. Here at 7:17 p.m., this phone call that you're referencing from Susanna, and this is kind of an overall screenshot here. I'm going to go to the next slide, which just gives us a bigger photograph. You said it's consistent with her walking down Singleton Road. Tell us why you said that.
Her phone, the azimuth that was provided for that phone call in relation to the tower it includes the area of Singleton Road that's in between her house and in the direction of Kelly's house.
Investigator Wilbanks talked about the sectors and things like that. In this particular phone call, because she's sitting off the sector, did that exclude the majority of the rest of the Sterling Glen apartments?
Yes.
So based on when you observed the phone records and looked at things like this, it appeared to you that she may have been on Singleton Road walking at that time, which would be consistent with what Maria said?
Well, Maria said that she was walking towards Hoya Taylor, which I don't even think is in that sector either.
That's right. So
it's consistent with the fact that they later learned that she went to Kelly's house.
So her mother thought she was going to Esmeralda's house. And,
I meant, yeah, Esmeralda's house.
Right. But otherwise, it's consistent with her walking to the Sterling Glen apartments at that time.
Yes.
Okay. That was kind of the first indicator of a timeline for you at that point, around 7:17 p.m. What next were you able to look at and figure out kind of the sequence of events?
So I began to review the Life 360 screenshots that Jasmine provided. I was able to see that she was actually stationary in the Windsgate Village Lane or Sterling Glen Apartments between, I believe it was 7:28 p.m. and 9:58 p.m.
And I'll pull up State's Exhibit number 18 here just so we can see it together. What are you talking about? Is this the screenshot that you're talking about when it comes to the Life 360?
Yes.
Okay. So 7:28 to 9:58 p.m. Her Life 360 placed her there at the Sterling Glen Apartments?
Yes.
All right. So you had that information in terms of timeline. What next did you have?
I reviewed the next screenshot where it showed her leaving. That coupled with the video collected from King David business, as well as statements made by Kelly and Alyssa.
Okay. And I put up this. Is this the screenshot you're talking about, the other Life 360 screenshot that you looked at?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of, we can see the path, but in terms of the timeline, what kind of, what's the time range for this trip?
From 9:58 p.m. to 10:07 p.m.
You also said that you were able to utilize this, the video footage from King David, but also conversations with Alyssa and Kelly. What specifically information did you obtain from them in terms of trying to piece together a timeline of Susanna's movements?
So they discussed posts that they made on social media, specifically Alyssa, regarding the videos and stuff that they made that day. Kelly mentioned, not directly to me, but I believe to Biggers, that she had a curfew, that she had to be home by a certain time, as well as she wasn't allowed to have people spend the night. She said that she had walked, and I believe she provided a time around 9:30ish, and said that she walked Susanna to the back entrance towards Singleton from Sterling Glen Apartments, and then she began to walk home.
Now, so you, armed with that information from Alyssa and Kelly, you give an approximate time of when Susanna left the apartment complex?
Around between 9:30 and 9:58 p.m.
Okay. Now, once you had that and you saw the her leaving, or believed her leaving, saw her on the King David. What else did you obtain in terms of trying to identify a timeline for Susanna?
So on that screenshot, you can actually see it's consistent. The exit that Susanna would have walked out of in Sterling Glen Apartments, you take a left. There's no reason to cross the road or anything. So King David showed her continuing to walk in the direction of her house. On this, she actually makes it to the street where she would have turned left to go down the street to start walking to Santa Ana Drive, where she was where she lived. Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, it's all right. If you can use that and kind of show us what you're talking about as you're talking about her turning left. This is basically 18.1 that's being displayed.
So this is the Sterling Glen Apartments. So she would have turned left, walking down Singleton Road. And again, she wouldn't have had to cross the street or anything. It's all on the left side of the road if you're driving southbound. This street right here, I forget what this is actually called, but this is Santa Ana Drive where she resided. So she made it all the way to the street that she would have needed to turn left on off of Singleton Road to reach her residence.
Okay. And then after seeing this screenshot, what was the next timeline piece that you put together?
I then obtained her phone records I had the other Life 360 screenshot.
And we'll go to that one. Which one are you talking about?
The one that shows her traveling northbound on Singleton Road, crossing over on Steve Reynolds Boulevard at approximately 40 miles per hour.
I pulled up Stacey Exhibit 18.2. Is this the one you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to zoom in here just so we can see. All right, so this was the next piece, and give us how this fits into the timeline.
There, it shows her next activity from 10:21 p.m. to 10:26 p.m.
Okay. Now, and I'm going to, here, I can scroll down here just a little bit so we can see the bottom of this photograph. I zoomed in just because it's a little bit of a distance from me to the screen. Here it says top speed on the bottom left. Is this what you're referring to when you said 40 miles an hour?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this time, the starting location here, which is on the left side of the screen, is that starting location consistent with where the, and I'll just go back to 18.1, right? So we can track this together. 18.1, where she ended up here on this previous trip on 18.1, is that consistent with where the next trip started?
Yeah, it's just a little bit further ahead. You can't see it on the previous shot, but yeah, this intersection is right next to where the other trip ended.
The end of the previous trip and the start of this trip, both right there at the intersection of Singleton Road, Indian Trail?
Correct.
Okay. Now, after you observe this, right, we have the 1026, what's the next thing in terms of what other Life 360 things that you looked at?
Yes, Kaya received I had a screenshot that Kaya received a text message at 10:29 p.m. indicating a crash alert that potentially Susanna was involved in a car accident or dropped her phone.
Now, are you familiar with Life 360?
I am.
All right, and I want to talk about, you know we've used the term crash alert, but are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And tell us what you know about that.
So for a crash alert to occur, your phone has to be over 10% for the alert to be sent. It also cannot be on power save mode. It can't be on airplane mode. It has to be connected to a cell tower or data point or data source. I mean, you have to be in a vehicle and it has to be moving 25 miles per hour within 30 seconds of the sudden braking. And it doesn't detect small movements. It detects sudden stops. So even the website will say that it may not pick up on fender benders and stuff. It has to be a very abrupt stop.
So, and there's a couple things I want to point out about that, or not what I want to ask you about, excuse me. You mentioned that in order to activate or for somebody's Life 360 to send this alert to whomever they have in their circle, the first thing you mentioned was your phone has to be over 10%. You mean 10% battery life?
Correct.
Okay. In this particular case with Susanna, did you have any concerns that her battery life was below 10% at the time the crash alert was sent?
No.
Okay, and we'll walk through that just a little bit here. There's a screenshot, because we looked at them, and you've been sitting here with other witnesses. This one, I believe that Kaya testified about. This is 18.3 here, this screenshot of Susanna. And down here in the bottom, I'm just going to zoom in so it's visible for everyone here. Down here at the bottom, there is a battery indicator there that says, looks like less than 9% is what it says. Is that what you see?
Yes.
And this screenshot Ms. Jones testified to was at 12:12 a.m. Anything about this screenshot that helped you draw the conclusion that Susanna's phone was not below 10% at the time that it generated the crash alert?
Yeah, so she took the screenshot at 12:12 a.m. So there was an hour and 45 or hour and 15-minute time gap, I believe, from the crash alert actually being sent. So like it says 10:30 p.m. yesterday. So dropping 2% is not uncommon for, an average phone battery. Also, when you're actively tracking phones and checking the location like they had been at that time, well, based on what they told me, it causes the battery life to drop a lot quicker. And we find that we struggle with this as well sometimes, where if we're actively pinging somebody's phone, we're looking for them, the battery decreases very quickly.
So if the crash alert came in at 10:29 and this screenshot's taken at 12:12, that's almost an hour and 45 minutes?
An hour and 45, yes.
Okay. And again, there was another screenshot, same sort of question. This next screenshot was at 12:22 a.m. Up here in the top left corner, we see the 12:22. So 10 minutes later after that, this is Stacey Exhibit 18.4. There's another screenshot, and here at the bottom, it also gives us a battery indicator here. What are we looking at here?
It's at 7%.
Okay. Now, Would you expect to see that, the continuous drop in battery level when somebody's actively tracking it like this over the period of time?
Yes.
Now, here on several of these, we've got this information here at the bottom. It says near Oak Block Trail and says since 10:30 p.m. yesterday. What is? I don't use Life 360, so just explain to us what, in your experience, that means.
It's in that area. So one downfall that it does have, so once the battery does start to drop a little bit, the location can change and not become as reliable, but it's still in a pretty close proximity.
And that may be another question or another point that you need to bring up here. In 18.4, it is the location appears to be slightly different than 18.3.
Yes.
Go back and forth. Is there any explanation to how that could possibly happen?
Yeah, so it could depend on, again, on battery. It could be on the signal at the time. It doesn't, so Life 360 doesn't just use your cell tower data. It uses GPS as well as data points, which can be fed sometimes through surrounding Wi-Fi. Even if you're not familiar with it, Wi-Fi is constantly communicating with your phone, especially if you have it available.
And the last one I wanted to look at here is 18.5. As you're looking at this, and with particular, on this map, as we've all seen, there doesn't appear to be any specific location icons here to pinpoint any location. But down here where it says phone is out of battery since 10:30 p.m. yesterday, what does that mean to you?
That the phone is currently out of battery and that she's been in the same location since 10:30 p.m. yesterday.
So is that, and I'll zoom in just so we can all see this. There we go. So is that indication there are two separate things? It's telling you the phone is out of battery, but yet the phone has also been in that location since 10:30 p.m.
Yes, and it also gives you the option to get directions to Susanna.
Okay, I see that there on the bottom. All right, now, and so quite frankly, but based on the Life 360 information that you received, was Susanna's phone out of battery at 10:30 p.m.?
No.
Okay. In terms of the timeline, you've now gotten us to 10:29 p.m. with the crash alert through Life 360. Did you find anything after that?
Sorry, Mike.
It's all right. Did you find anything after that in terms of the timeline associated with Susanna's disappearance?
I obtained her phone records and I was able to see that the tower that her phone was hitting off of was consistent with the data, or the towers in the area that her phone, it was consistent with the information that was provided by Life 360. I was also able to review the phone records, and based on that, I was able to determine that her phone died, I believe it was between, this is a guesstimate, between 5:30 a.m. and 6:15 a.m., I believe.
And is that the morning of the 27th?
Correct.
Okay.
And there was a lot of calls coming in and out, so that would be expected.
Understood. Now, did you review your phone records?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll get to those here in a minute. I'm going to show you, again, it's another slide from State's Exhibit 3. This one here, as Investigator Wilbanks testified to, all the remaining calls after she disappeared showed her phone to be in this location prior to it dying?
Yes.
Okay. And this, what we're looking at here, this same cone that we looked at before, is this consistent with her phone being from out of the vehicle at the Oak Block Trace area?
Yes.
Did you ever go look for it?
I did.
Tell us about it.
So after I took over the case, I know they had previously already went to look for the phone, but again, I like to verify just to, see. So because on the Life 360 alert, it looks like there may have been a U-turn. There is an area on Steve Reynolds where you can make a U-turn there. I was like, I wanted to go out and check the center median. So I did go back out there with the metal detectors and check the same areas. I also walked around Oak Block Trace.
Okay, so looking at here, you mentioned the U-turn. I'll zoom in on Stage 18.2 just so we can all be clear about what you're talking about here. What are you talking about?
This area right here, it kind of looks like it overlapped, like someone would make a U-turn. So that area, there's a center median right there. I wanted to just go check the center median. I wasn't sure if they had actually checked it before.
Okay. Did you turn up anything?
No, I didn't.
Take a break. We've been going, let's take a comfort break, or morning comfort break. Be back at 11:05.
All right, y'all, we're taking a comfort break. Let's go. Look at Auntie. Look at Auntie stretching like she done did something. Auntie ain't did nothing but sit there with that neck. And look at her. Look at her. She ready. Look at Auntie, y'all. Auntie, get up, girl. Look at y'all. Auntie a mess. Okay, now we're back. Y'all know Auntie over there stretching like she done did something. Ain't did nothing but sit her ass down. Hold on, let me see how long she gonna talk before they. Okay, she gonna talk for a good 30 more minutes, look like, and then they gonna get into the interview. All right.
Life.
No. The cell phones that you're talking about, who were those from?
Kelly, Alyssa, Axel, and
Good TT ready to take a break and ain't even did nothing. She ain't did nothing.
And they all gave consent for us to search them, which is not a common thing. So that was definitely a good indicator for us.
Did you end up finding anything in any of those phones? Lead detective, you reviewed them all. Did you find anything that assisted in locating Susanna?
No, it actually supported all of their statements and what they told us.
Ultimately, did you find any information that any of those people had any involvement in Susanna's disappearance?
No.
Were there any messages between Susanna and her best friends, Esmeralda, Kelly, and Alyssa, about her going anywhere else that night other than home?
No, just them reaching out to her multiple times, asking where she was and that they were scared.
Any information about her, she's walking home, she changes her mind and decides that she's going to go do something else?
No.
At some point, the Winter County Police Department obtained dental records.
Yes.
And tell me why that happened.
So that's one of the procedures that is pretty much always done in a missing persons case, especially when they're gone for a specific amount of time prior to or after her body was found.
Well, let's talk about both.
Okay.
So you just tell us the dental records that were found. How many different dental records were obtained?
So Corporal Conway actually obtained x-rays of her dental records. And then after her body was located, Dr. Terry reviewed them, and like she testified before, the x-rays were old, so she needed a more detailed report. So then I went to a different dentist's office and got an actual documented report where it discusses each tooth and anything that had been done to her teeth.
Now, going to the day that she was found, February 6th, were you at the scene where her body was recovered on that day?
No, I was actually at a different scene.
In an unrelated case?
Yes,
okay, so
and heard the call come out.
Now, when were you first alerted that the possibility that the remains might be those of Susanna?
I kind of had a feeling that night because Detective Kessler was communicating with me while I was at the other scene and telling me that they believed it was going to be, a Hispanic teenage girl, and in the time frame that they estimated that she had been gone, it all lined up. Even though the distance was kind of far, I really was hoping it wasn't her, even though like Dr. Terry had mentioned that to her. When Dr. Terry actually came to the scene I was at after she left the scene where Susanna was located and was reviewing the records, I told Dr. Terry, I was like, I don't want it to be her. And, she said, well, then it's somebody else. But I had a feeling that night it was going to be her. And then the next morning when they went back out there, they said that they located hair that was two-toned, the black and the blonde. Sorry. I really didn't want it to be her. And that it was curly. And I knew that was consistent with Susanna's hair. And they had also located fingernails with black nail polish on it. And they sent me some pictures of it, and it was chipped black nail polish. And I knew from reviewing social media posts that her, Alyssa, and Kelly made the day that she was killed, that she had chipped black nail polish.
Ultimately, once you obtained those dental records, the updated dental records, did you provide those to Dr. Terry?
Yes.
As a lead detective, have you reviewed everyone's reports in this case?
Yes.
Did you review the medical examiner's report and all of the personnel from CSI and the medical examiner's office that were out there?
Yes.
Are you aware of any clothing ever being found with or near Susanna's body where it was located?
No.
Have you ever, in your experience as a police officer or a detective, have you ever heard of any case involving the police department where a teenager's naked body was found in the woods and it was not a homicide?
Objection, Your Honor, that's not relevant, but may or may not have been in another case.
Your Honor, I believe that based on the circumstances of this case, the defense in this case, the conclusions that the defense is attempting to obtain with this is happenstance or it's an accident. I think Detective Carter's expert opinion on her experience as a police officer is relevant in this context.
I do too. I'm going to overrule the objection.
No, I have not.
Have you ever heard of finding anybody who overdosed naked in the woods?
No.
At some point, let me ask you, once you had a confirmation from Dr. Terry, what did you do next in the investigation at that point? Once you knew it was her, what steps did you take in order to try and figure out what had happened?
Well, next I made contact with her family and gave the notification. But when they did the grid search out there, I was advised that they located the firearm that had been reported stolen hours after she was killed. I reviewed that report and began looking into Miles Bryant, who reported the gun stolen. I learned that he was an officer with Doraville Police Department. It definitely concerned me pretty much immediately. I then reviewed the body cam from when the gun was taken.
Specifically, that body camera you're talking about, was that the body camera for Officer Merkley who took the stolen gun report?
Yes.
Let me ask you, in Gwinnett County, is it uncommon for somebody to have their gun stolen from their vehicle?
No.
And in particular, a gun stolen from the same place in the same night that Susanna went missing. What did you think at that point when you had that information?
It was 1000% related. I reviewed other reports that were taken that night in that area. Because it was reported as an entering auto, there's never only one entering auto. There may not be other reports like where they call police, but there's usually some other evidence that there was other activities that were taken.
What do you mean by that when there's not usually just one?
Someone doesn't come into a complex that's trying to like break into cars and only break into one car. I've never seen that.
What do you normally see?
Multiple reports of people's vehicles being broken into.
In this particular instance, once you found the entering auto report that the defendant made, you looked to see if any other entering auto reports or any other evidence of any other car break-ins had occurred that night.
Yes.
Did you find that?
No.
And when you reviewed the body camera footage, and we watched it here, so we don't need to watch it again, but there was the statement the defendant made about not wanting to have a detective assigned to his case. Did you find that statement unusual?
Very. As an officer, you know that guns just being out on the street is extremely dangerous, especially in the hands of someone who's not registered to it, or juveniles, or other gang members, because they know that their names aren't going to be tied to it. And not knowing who is in possession of a stolen firearm, it's dangerous. And even an officer with not a ton of experience should know that.
And so as you saw the report, though, and you watched the body camera video, at that point, did you immediately decide that the defendant was a person of interest, or were there other things that you found as well that led you to that belief?
It definitely piqued my interest a lot more. I then looked at other reports from his. I looked up his name to see if there were other reports, and that's when I located the incident with Alicia Bates in Snellville.
We heard from Ms. Bates. You found that. At that point, was it at that point you reached out to Ms. Bates, or was it sometime later?
It was sometime later.
Did you ever, as you were investigating, did you obtain the defendant's cellular phone records?
Yes.
And did the police department analyze those records at that time?
Yes.
What did you find?
That his phone was in the wood line a couple hours after Susanna was last seen on camera, in the wood line where her body was located.
And specifically, as we're talking about it here, I'm going to put up a slide from Safety Exhibit number 3 here. Which phone was it of his that you initially saw the phone records for?
It was his work phone. We did get a search warrant for his personal phone, but at the time when we were getting the search warrant, it was ported through Verizon, but through Xfinity's phone plan. So we didn't have knowledge that, and he had previously changed providers in between there. So we had to write again for T-Mobile.
So initially you sent search warrants for the phone records for his work phone and his personal phone.
Correct.
The personal phone number got sent to the wrong company.
Correct.
So then you obtained, but when did that happen? Was that later?
Yes.
Okay, so on his work phone, I'm going to show you here, Safety Exhibit 3. Is this a representation of what you observed when you look at his cellular phone records for his work phone?
Yes.
And describe to the jury, what's all this? What piqued your interest about it?
It wasn't just a coincidence. There was too many factors in play at that point.
All right, so the distance, do you know how far it is to drive from the defendant's apartment and where Susanna went missing to where her body was located out on Highway 316?
I don't know the exact number. I know it's over 20 miles.
And the times here, when you had your timeline created, what was the last time that you were able to positively identify Susanna's location?
10:29 p.m.
So how long after that was the defendant in the area immediately surrounding Susanna's body?
Surrounding her body. Okay. Yeah. 1:39 p.m. AM. I apologize. On the 27th.
So we're looking at approximately 3 hours and 10 minutes or so later?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you end up getting his personal phone records?
I did.
Okay. And when you reviewed those, and again, I'll put this up here, finding here that 12:52 and 12:58 a.m., how long after Susanna's crash alert at 10:29 was this?
About like an hour and 20-ish minutes. 10:29 to 1.
2 hours and 20 minutes?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so less than 2.5 hours later, after Susanna's phone sent the crash alert, the defendant's phone were in the woods?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, what did you, in terms of the investigative options that you had, what did you decide to do?
I obtained this further after.
So you found, how much later was it that you got his personal phone records?
Probably like a month after he was arrested.
Okay, so all you had to go on at the time was his work phone number. But once you saw those locations that we looked at a moment ago, what did you decide to do?
I decided that I definitely had enough at that time to detain him and get an interview with him, but we wanted to do it consensually. But at that point, with what I had after discussing it with the district attorney's office, you specifically, we decided that we did need to make the charge, and we ended up charging him with the concealing the death of another.
I'm sorry, Miss Ann. I didn't even see your question. She was missing from July 27th up until I want to say February the 6th. So she was missing about 7 months. July. Yeah, she was missing about 7 months. Yeah, she was missing from July 27th until February the 6th. Okay.
Especially given his job at that time. I didn't want to leave anybody in that role that could potentially be involved in a murder of a 16-year-old.
As a police officer?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the defendant's phone records in general. We were looking at, Investigator Wilbanks put this presentation together. There was some calls that were that Investigator Wilbanks mapped, and I want to ask you about a few of those here. And we'll start here, which is this one. What I'm specifically looking at here, and I can't really zoom in on this, but the portion over here where it's got the call detail records. Can you see that?
Yes.
So this one, Investigator Wilbanks put up here is 9:15 p.m. The number that the defendant called at that time. Did you research? And for the record, it's 770-381-9777. Did you know what that number, or did you research what that number was?
Yes. It's a barbecue restaurant in Lilburn.
Okay. So that's at 9:15, 9:16. That's what the call is from the defendant.
Yes, and he actually called it 4 times between 9:15 and 9:40.
Okay. The next one that Investigator Wilbanks put up, so this is 9:40 again, and it's the same number. So this is what you were speaking about. That number was to the restaurant in Lilburn?
Yes, and they had actually closed at 9:30. They closed at 9:30.
Okay. So from here, we're looking at this, and Investigator Wilbanks showed us this screen here, a list of calls between 9:40 and 10:27. You've already discussed the top one, which is at 9:40 to the restaurant. We've also discussed here, Investigator Wilbanks talked about several of the calls being to Ms. Parks, but there's another number here, the 770-256-0216. Those calls are there. And who are those? Who is that number?
They're incoming calls from Tracy Bryant, his mother.
Okay. So throughout 9:40 to 10:27, he's receiving calls from Zenobia and his mother.
Correct. And he's not answering them. Well, the first one's an outgoing.
First one was,
but the last ones we just referenced, yes.
Okay. But he's getting calls.
Yes.
But not answering.
Except the last one, it looks like he may have answered for 27 seconds.
Okay, for Zenobia?
Yes, correct.
We're also looking here, now we're talking about 10:42. These two calls, Investigator Wilbanks also testified those were to Ms. Parks at 10:42. The ones from 10:46 to 11:09 to Ms. Parks. And then here at 11:41 p.m. There's a phone number here that he calls in. And specifically, it's this box on the right-hand side here, 678-458-1707. Who is that?
Avion Smyer.
Okay, so at 11:09, the phone calls to Ms. Parks, his girlfriend, and to 11:41 to Avion's girlfriend.
Correct.
From those two, Investigator Wilbanks already testified to Ms. Parks. Here, there are 3 calls here from 12:23 to 12:28. The first two being Ms. Parks, but over here again, the one that is at 12:28 a.m. Who is that to?
Avion Smyer.
Okay. And I'm asking because it's not listed. The name is not listed there.
Yes.
On there. And let's see. Also here, this 3:04 to 3:46 a.m. The calls here. The first one is at 3:04 a.m. It says Ms. Parks, but the middle one here at 3:37 a.m. Do you 770-455-1000? Do you know that number?
It's a phone number for Dorville Police Department. I don't know specifically what it's for.
Okay.
Sometimes like we have, it could be non-emergency number or it could be a phone number to verify something, like your identity, to put in something in.
Did you review Zenobia's phone records?
I did.
And based off of reviewing her records and the defendant's records, did it appear that after Susanna disappeared, the two of them were together that night?
No, given the number of times they were calling each other back and forth, it wasn't consistent with them being together. Her phone also was hitting off powers in different locations.
Okay. I want to talk to you about Susanna's phone records, as I know Investigator Wilbanks talked a little.
So that's proof right there. He lied about the whole. Because remember, y'all. Remember when he called the cops to report the gun stolen? He told the cop that he was with his girlfriend the night before, which would have been the night that Susanna disappeared. He told the cop that, because remember, he reported the gun a couple of hours after. Well, okay, so he snatched Susanna up July 26th. The night of, I'm thinking, if I'm not mistaken, the night of the 26th, right? So he snatched her at about what, between 9 and 10 something, and then whatever he did to her, and then he proceeded to go dump her body, which led into the early morning hours of the 27th. Not too long after he had dumped her, left, went back to look for the gun. He found the phone, but he didn't find the gun. Once he went back in the wee hours of the morning, couldn't find the gun. That's when he proceeded to go home and call the the police to report the gun stolen. When that cop arrived, we watched it. He told the cop that he was with his girlfriend that night before, which right here proves that's a lie because their phones didn't ping off the same towers. In fact, she was calling him that night. So that proves that they were not together that night.
About them. There is a phone call that investigator Wilbanks mapped out that was at 5:31 p.m. And then again, you talked about the one at 7:17 from her mother.
Correct.
After that phone call at 7:17 p.m., does it appear from your records that Susanna ever receive and answer any calls from any other person?
No.
Did it appear that she had sent any text messages from her phone?
No.
Let me ask more specifically, did it look like she had called anybody after she was walking home? She's on her way home. After she's walking home, did it appear that she had called anybody else who might live at the Sterling Glen Apartments?
No.
It looked like she had texted anyone who might live at the Sterling Glen Apartments?
No.
And social media accounts that you reviewed, when you reviewed her, and what social media did you have that you reviewed?
Snapchat, Instagram, TikTok, and TikTok. Yeah.
And I assume you sent messages on those?
Yes.
Did you find any messages that night from Susanna to anybody that might live in the Sterling Glen Apartments?
No, not after she was. Yeah. No.
So no text messages where she might have arranged to go pick up anything from anybody else after she was walking home?
No.
When you looked at the defendant's text messages and phone calls on his phone and his phone records, did you find any calls or text messages from the defendant to anybody else who might live in the Sterling Glen Apartments?
No, other than Zenobia.
Well, and we'll get to that in a moment. But other than the calls that we looked at from his mom, Zenobia, and Avion, did you find any other calls or text messages during this relevant time besides the restaurant over?
No.
At what point did you decide to make contact with the defendant?
After obtaining his phone records from his doorbell phone.
And walk us through, I guess, what decision was at that time, what y'all were, what to do in order to approach the defendant?
We knew that he was a police officer. We had never interacted with him on a personal level that I find, when I say we, I mean people in the homicide unit. We didn't know how he may respond with us walking up to him or mentioning it to him. And so we wanted it to be super, super casual, but also we wanted to make sure we were safe with it. We decided that we definitely needed to make contact after the phone records and again, make it casual so he's comfortable coming up and speaking with us.
Okay. And so you were sitting here, did you tell me the decision to send Sergeant Jorstad and Corporal Ulrich to go and pick him up?
Yes, there were plainclothes detectives out there as well, just to stake out the area, just to see if he leaves or comes or leaves.
Okay. At that time that you decided to interview him, had you determined at that point that he was a suspect in your case?
Yes.
Now, we watched the body camera video from Sergeant Jorstad. Once he got into the interview room there at the police department, did you ultimately participate in any kind of interview of him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I ask you a few questions about that. What was your, going in knowing that he's a police officer, what was your strategy in interviewing him?
I was going to do it the same exact way I do pretty much all of my interviews. I always go in super friendly, super casual, try to make them seem like this isn't a big deal. I just got to do this. So I really appreciate your help. I always come off as being on their side and usually let them get a story out to me. Because I mean, even if they never confess to something, even them lying and getting a story that I can prove wrong, it still helps the investigation. So I wanted to be super friendly with him and try to bond with him on a level of, you know, you're my battle buddy, which is a term people in the Army use for other soldiers, and then try to use the police officer connection as well.
Judge, at this time, I'm going to publish the interview. I will just note for the court, for everybody else, it is 3 hours and approximately 45 minutes long. So at some point when the court finds appropriate and wants a break, whether that's before I start or getting a few minutes into it, and at some point I just want to.
Let me have the attorney's approach, just don't sketch me.
Okay, it's muted, y'all, because they're approaching the stand. Looks like they're about to get into the questioning.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to watch about an hour of this video and come to a stopping point where Detective Carter comes in, and then we're going to break for lunch so that you'll have some breaks, not continually sitting here.
Young man, remain seated while the video is playing.
Certainly. You've got one right here.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, bro, just have a seat. I'll read back. I'm gonna need you later, right? If you need anything, just knock. Okay, thanks. You got a message. You got a message. Detectives came by and it was like, hey, you're crazy officer, we need to talk to you. And I guess, I don't know, see if I can help you with that brother, Mr. Somewhere here at Gwinnett County. I don't know. I know. Yep, there you go. All right. Just let me know. I don't know. I guess I'm gonna hold the lead detective real quick. And I'll try to get back over here before over. See what? Hey, man, that's. Yeah.
Who are you calling? Is he calling somebody else? Who is he calling? Probably the girlfriend.
Yeah, I know. All right, I'll call you when I get over here.
Wait a minute.
I'll call you when I get over here.
Wait a minute. Light moment. So this is the thing. Now I don't know if you, because I didn't catch it. I didn't catch it because I was reading something. But if he said he's calling his mom, okay. But listen, man, ain't that always what they do? Like when these young men they commit these crimes and they make these decisions, the first person they want to call is their mama. I have rarely heard about when I be watching these videos and stuff or whatever. And these young men get locked up, they go on to call their daddy. Why you want to call your mama now? You want to call mama now? So did he say he was calling mama? I missed that if he did. I know he on that phone tight, pimp tight. Yeah, he probably is calling mama, Miss Ann.
What you saying?
Oh, did
Yeah,
she?
she was like,
Oh, did she? Yeah, he look like old mama's boy. He probably, Ain't no need to call him mama now, boy. You know, you just, you know what? We'll probably never find out, y'all. And I'm gonna get back to it. I know y'all want to listen to this, but we'll never probably know, exactly what happened that night. But I'm curious. I am so curious as to why he snatched that young woman up. But I honestly do believe he had been watching her and the other ones, just like somebody said yesterday. He could have been watching her in particular. You know what I'm saying? Like he could have been fixated on her, or he could have been watching all of them, and she just so happened, to be walking alone that night. But I really do believe he had been watching those young women. I do. I think it's sick and it's sad, but anyway.
she's like, what? She's like, Chris, what you gotta do with that? I said, Chris, officer. Yeah, man, you work the same beat, you know everything about it, trust everything about it, trust it. Yeah, well, I worked one zone for like 6 months, like tiny, like, probably had 15 neighborhoods, and then had a lot of businesses, like a couple QT, a movie theater, and dude, I was
You know, it's crazy how
I
many
bet
people you
you, I
see.
bet you it's, I bet you it's pretty weird for these cops because you got to remember these cops, even the cop that drove him down there, this cop right here, I bet you it's like pretty weird for them to make small talk with this guy, you know, because see, he is a coworker. You gotta think about it now. He is a coworker. He is another officer, right? And you know how the blue stick with the blue and da 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 da. You know how they do. Okay, but to know, because see, these people got all this evidence, and as they have gathered this evidence, such as that gun and these phone records and things of that nature, they pretty much done surmised in their head that this man had something to do with this child's murder, right? They pretty much come to that conclusion, and I think it's very, you know, I think it's probably weird for them to hold small talk with him, even though that's what they do. Hold it, because see, they'll even hold small talk with a suspect that's not a cop. I've seen it. I've watched many interrogations. I've watched many cops go pick up suspects to bring them in, and they'll have this whole small talk with them, knowing all along that they suspect him of committing the crime. I think he, and then I think so too. I think so too, Funbear. I think on my brain for some reason, I think that he snatched her in order to harm her, and then he unalived her in the process. Now, whether it was intentional or not, I don't know. But being as though he didn't use his gun, I honestly believe he may have strangled her, choked her. You know what I'm saying? Um, so yeah, it's just sad. It's just sad.
Oh, this was a song.
Look at him looking at the camera. He knows there's a camera in that room. He knows there's a camera. He don't look up at the camera. A mess.
Bro, I feel like damn Perk. What the heck? This is crazy. Hey, sir, how you doing? How you doing? Good. I'm Sergeant Pop. Miles, right? So Detective Carter, she was signing a warrant for some other case that she's working. She's stuck over at the court. She'll be over here in a couple minutes. You okay? You good? I'm good. You need water? You need anything? No, don't feel that way. I'm sorry. We just got so much going on. We're trying to figure this out, and we are grasping at straws at this point. So we're figuring, let's try to get whoever we can talk to and go out there. You got anywhere to be?
Yeah, I was with my girlfriend's brother just got kicked out, and then I have to work. I think about 4 o'clock.
You have to work at?
For tonight. I'm gonna check it.
What department you work for?
Cedar Brook Police Department.
Okay. You're just a courtesy officer. That you how long you been living there?
Maybe a year. I think maybe a year.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been there long, and I haven't. I don't do anything else there. I'm not advertising on it, so I don't.
Right. Yeah. No, I know. I run a couple of apartment complexes, and I have guys in there, and I'm like, I keep telling the apartment complexes, we gotta put that guy. We can't do anything.
I just call the West Side guys out sometimes. Yeah, I really have to ever call you guys out though. So
no, I'm not too familiar with that complex. I worked down there on West Side for a little bit, for about a year. Too long. Yeah. So she's that's over there. Let me see if she's on. Wait a second. Okay. Yeah, she should be over that shortly. So she really wants to talk to you. She's the one working the case. I could try to talk to you to some of the stuff, but she just said she'd rather talk to you if you don't mind just waiting a little bit. That's not a big deal. You need more water or anything? You need a bathroom or?
Wait, that's about it. Yeah, I actually was headed out. That's funny. They wrote up like crime suppression guys. I was like, oh, what in the world, you know?
Yeah, we've been out all day, and then I think Carter called George Dad and was like, hey, can you go see if the courtesy officer's there? See if you can help us out with it, because it's just, it's one of those things. It's terrible. So let me know if you need anything.
Sergeant Toppy. I'm Sergeant Toppy.
All right.
Lord, I wish I knew what he was texting on that phone. They gonna know because they gonna take it.
Hey, are you office? Oh, okay. Okay. Did Gwinnett come out there earlier? Did Gwinnett police, did they come out there earlier? Oh, okay. I was asking. No, they came talking about some stuff. I was thinking they came out here. Oh, no. Thank you. Thank you. Listen, I'm not here to waste your time. I know you got stuff to do and everything. So we're just gonna get started. One of the other executives here. Yeah. Trying to get you late for work or anything. So we'll just kind of go back. I know you're a leasing office and all that stuff. The courtesy officer for the leasing office and all that. So I just wanted to go back and see, like, your side of everything. Okay, so like, anyone come up to you, approach you? Did you get contacted by the police? Like, this is like I live with this missing girl. I know I'm seeing on the news. I hear about on the news, people talking about it, stuff like that. But that was during some months, yeah. July summer. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna slow this down.
Like some of the neighborhood kids
Even
or
the
like other
writing is
teenagers.
going
Like,
like fast. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna slow it down just a little bit. I want to hear this.
talk to you about it. Like, did you remember their names? It was BJ. I don't know if BJ talked to me, but this kid, they always at the pool. I remember that day. Hey, are you office? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Did Gwinnett come out there earlier? Did Gwinnett police, did they come out there earlier? Oh, okay. I was asking. No, they came talking about some stuff. I was thinking they came out here. Oh, no. Thank you. Thank you. Listen, I'm not here to waste your time. I know you got stuff to do and everything. So we're just gonna get started. One of the other executives here. Yeah. Not trying to get you late for work or anything. So we'll just kind of go back. I know you're a leasing office and all that stuff. The courtesy officer for the leasing office and all that. So I just wanted to go back and see, like, your side of everything. Okay, so like, anyone come up to you, approach you? Did you get contacted by the police? Like, this has been business. Yeah, like I live with this missing girl. I know I'm seeing on the news. I hear about on the news, people talking about it, stuff like that. But that was during some months, yeah. July summer. Yeah. You said earlier that like some of the neighborhood kids or like the other teenagers like talked to you about it. Like, did you remember their names? It was BJ. I don't know if BJ talked to me, but this kid, they always at the pool. I remember that day. It was all at the pool, swimming and stuff like that. I played basketball a lot of right across the street. So played basketball and we went to the pool and it was like, hey, you heard about that Mr. girl? And then they started joining us that she was talking about one of them, but nothing first incident. Yeah, they knew her. And it was her.
Who is this? You said BJ or something?
Yeah, BJ. I don't know if he still lives. So BJ and there's a couple other little kids there.
Oh, how old do you think? High school?
High school kids. Yeah.
How many high school kids?
Maybe 3.
All males or?
It was 2 males and 1 female. I don't know if the female name or anything. Or no BJ.
So just BJ?
Yeah.
Do you remember anything, like any context of what they were saying about how she went missing? Like, did they have any speculation?
No, they didn't have any of that. They just told me, this is a regular conversation. No swimming wise. They were just like, I'm a little nervous. So
You're good.
I don't even get interviewed. You know.
No, perfectly sit in this chair, so you're good, man.
But no, yeah, they did say anything. So they was looking. They did like a walk and look for her. I remember that. They did what they said they was looking for her and they didn't see anything.
Who was that?
The boys and the kids, they said they walk and look for her and stuff like that.
Okay. They were just like trying to, go find her.
I guess I don't know. I had to work, so I don't know.
Did they say like how they knew that she was missing or anything like that?
They said the news.
Oh, just based on
Either the news and I think she went to Middle Creek, I think. So all the kids went to Middle Creek, they knew her. I think her mom was on Facebook and everywhere.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
How'd you know about the Facebook?
Oh, they then we got news and everybody, I'm friends with everybody. Yeah. So people's reposting it and everything.
So when was this? Do you remember when that was?
July sometime.
July.
Late July. After she went missing. So.
Okay. Do you know when she went missing?
I know it was July sometime. Okay. I don't know exact dates.
Do you know where those people went to look for her?
Yeah. I'm assuming from what I saw on the posts and stuff, they did the little signs and it was off Singleton.
Oh, like down Singleton?
Missing person, posted it on the or whatever. Okay.
Did they tell you was it around the complex they went walk through the woods or anything? Like did they walk? I know you said they were walking around everywhere.
Yeah, I have no clue. I was there, so I couldn't tell that part. I don't know where they went. I just know off Singleton and I saw some say they met up at Food Depot.
Food Depot.
The one off Tech or?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, my checkers, whatever.
Yeah, what they do there?
No clue.
Isn't that where Pizza Man is?
Yeah. No. Yeah, on the other side.
Yeah.
Pizza Man's good. Yeah. I love legal things.
Yeah.
Did they make any comments or anything saying, what they thought or anything about the case? Okay.
We have high school kids, but I didn't.
Yeah, you didn't the ask question.
It was more. There was rumors going around with high school kids. So there's more than was
they said anything in particular.
No, they were just talking I guess one thing I remember is she was talking about Marlon. I think his name. She was talking about Marlon, one of the kids there. And I said, one of his name Marlon. What's his name?
One of
heavy set black kid.
Okay.
Heavy set black kid.
And that was one of the kids with BJ and that female?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It was Marlon just going back and forth with her, joking around and stuff like that. I guess she was joking, joking about. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm 22. Yeah.
So I guess for us it'd be joshing.
Joshing.
Yeah, you see joshing around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it was going back and forth.
Her between Marlon and the girl?
Yeah.
Okay. Susanna, right?
Yeah,
That's her name.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I say go black, I think Rouse.
Rouse. Yeah. So that's what we'll refer to. Okay. So Marlon and Morales are going back and forth.
So okay. And then we moved on from the subject after that.
But nothing else.
That's the last thing I heard about it, but not about the incident, stuff like that. It was on a criminal trespass, stuff like that.
Just calls and stuff.
Yeah, we were just talking and stuff like that. And I was like, dang.
Did they say anything?
The West Side guy? Yeah. Oh no, it was like, how you like it here? I was like, it's crazy, man.
It's an apartment complex. Yeah. So you their code 7 or whatever. You called it in and then they helped.
Yeah, it was a criminal trespass. I couldn't issue it, but they wanted to trespass with this guy from the police office. He came up there scared to live in life out of the old property manager. And
that's why she left. Huh?
You're doing me, brother. I'm glad. I'm sorry, guys. I love that compliment.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
So these people, are they always in the apartment complex?
I haven't seen them recently, but I know they play basketball. They all play basketball and hang out. They live in that area. So
okay. Let's circle back. So you said there's a new leasing manager.
Yeah, Giannis. Not Giannis. Jesse.
Jesse is the new one?
Yes.
Okay, and then who was the old one?
The contacts.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
No, you can.
Damn, I just forgot her name. I had it on the top of my head.
You got a prescription?
Yeah.
Glasses? Dude, I read my contact today.
Man, look at my glasses, man. This is for, I need to get work goggles today. This is from chasing.
You would see lady?
Yes.
Did you drop them?
Drop them, hit them.
You got the behind the band?
That looks goofy.
Yeah, but then your glasses don't break. Yeah, I'm blessed. I got 2020, so I don't know
I don't know if I believe it or not. I just had a name on the top of my head.
Was it Jonas? Is that what you said?
No, Giannis. That's the
maintenance.
No, that's like the assistant.
Oh, okay. Are they still there?
Yes. I'll go real quick, ask you. was rough. The contact between the last property manager was like, ugh. It was terrible. Hey, Giannis, what's our old property manager name? Laura. All right, thank you. Gwinnett wants it, so we'll talk to me. All right. Well, Laura. Laura Bridges. I got her email. Laura Bridges.
Do it. So it sounds like Laura kind of gave like hard times. Like you said, that the relationship was kind of So like, was she giving you a hard time?
No, Laura giving me a hard time. The contact was other people. Gotcha. Yes, a lot of people don't like her. Yeah. A lot of people don't like her. Apparently, so I said she's good, but I have no problems with her.
So you guys were cool?
Yeah, I have no problems with Laura at all.
How's the leasing office like in general? Like, is it run good? And
it's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, they got good staff.
They good staff. Are they ever shady about anything?
Not that I would think of.
Okay. Like a while ago, I don't know how long. I don't know if Laura was there. Maybe there's one prior to her. Like I think it was the case a year or two ago that we had a problem with that leasing office. Like they were trying to hide. I think there's somebody that works in the office did something. They were trying to like hide it.
Look, I don't get that involved at all. Yeah. I got a key, not even to the leasing office. Back into the side door or whatever, was the gym and bathroom, and that is absolutely it.
Is it a nice gym?
It's decent.
Do you work out? You work out there?
Yeah, try to. I had a membership with Platinum Fitness and one at Crunch Assembly. Yeah, I never had time to go, man. Working nights suck.
Yeah, bro, I love working nights. What are you talking about? You just don't get.
I love working sleep. I love working nights, but home park sucks, bro.
It does. Well, what time you typically like today? You had to work at. You go, typically there at 4. Like, what time would you typically get up, or like, would you try to stay up all night Sunday?
No. Like, well, sometimes, but on my off days, I'm on a regular schedule.
Same. That's what I did.
Yeah. So now on off days, I'm on a regular schedule. So.
When did the property manager switch from Laura to Jesse?
Maybe a month ago. Maybe might be sooner than that, but it's recent.
How often do you call the leasing office to Jesse? Is that your main point of contact, or is
he used to be honest, but me and Jesse talk fairly. We have a problem stuff like that. We talk to Jesse. Okay, just like that. And I haven't really talked to Jesse too much. They trying to renew my lease and stuff like that. So they were saying what they want to see more in the property. They want to see more patrol. So they barely saw me.
The same BS.
Yeah. Like I did barely patrol. When I did, I'll ride around a little bit and I'll leave and go somewhere else.
Yeah. How often did you contact Jessie today? Have you talked to her on the phone?
Yeah. I haven't talked to her. I called her. I didn't talk to her.
Okay. What about Giannis?
Yeah, I called her.
With the win?
Earlier.
Besides right now, you called her one previous time? Okay. So you're fairly in contact with them?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it always the same two males, Marlon and BJ, and then the female?
No. So they
like interchange?
Yeah, but it's kids that walk from other neighborhoods.
Yeah, they don't live there. There's kind of what I'm understanding.
Yeah, it's a lot of kids that walk from other neighborhoods.
Like hangout spot.
Yeah, play basketball and Junior.
Is there another one?
Junior's his name. Yeah, Junior. He's older. He's my age. He graduated from Middle Creek. I know a little bit about him.
Did you know him before in high school?
Yeah.
What were you about to say about him?
No, he comes and plays basketball. I haven't seen him. I haven't played basketball in a minute. I've been working between side jobs and my girlfriend. It's crazy. So I've been busy. But he used to come play basketball, stuff like that. And he lives nearby. I don't know exactly where he lives. He said he lives right nearby, though.
Would you think Junior would he have any information that could help us, do you think? If he's hanging out with the kid,
yeah, he could.
The younger crowd.
Do you know how I could contact him?
Oh, I think there's no problem. Let me see. Because when I first got there, I gave my number to a lot of people. Like that. But courtesy officer, I don't know why I did that. But
how many calls do you get from random?
Not a lot, but when I do get them, they'll call back to back. I'll show you before we get out of here, and they'll call back to back. Hey, they're still making noise. There's no courtesy officer, and the whole time I'm at work. I swear, I'm sorry, I'm not saying going out for noise. I'm not saying going out for our new. Junior from Sterling, I think it's
from what is SG?
Sterling. That's the apartment complex.
What is it called? Sterling. Oh, Sterling Yorn. Is that close by?
That's the apartment complex. That's my apartment complex.
Oh, gotcha. So how does the courtesy do they have a direct line to you? Like without, if you didn't give your phone number out, like.
Yeah, it's like it's the courtesy, what's it called? It's like, I don't know, it's not an app. I don't know what they got, it's like a call system.
Gotcha.
So I get a call from, I said apartment complex is the name I named it.
Yeah.
And then that's the mailbox number. So if I get a call, it'll come to me, I answer it, and I put the password in, and it'll tell me you have a courtesy call, da 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 da. But if I miss the call, I have to call back, put the mailbox number, and put in the password.
So that's basically, you can either call the leasing office or on the mailbox when you pull in. Like, how do people get this phone number?
So when you first move in, they give it to you. So it's technically,
so it's like a random phone number.
No, it's technically you call look up apartment complex.
Yeah.
It's technically that.
But you press that number
at the end,
and then it directs you to. Okay. And then they press that button and it calls you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I miss a lot of them.
I get it. I'd probably do the same thing. Deny.
Yeah, no, I don't just deny them now.
So you're better than me.
I just move out here. Yeah.
I mean, what's the craziest thing someone's called you about? Like, just got kind of outlandish things somebody's called and complained about.
Well, I haven't got any crazy complaints besides like noise complaints, stuff like that. But like, I think Miss Laura used to call me a lot when like she had problems with residents and stuff that was at the leasing office, and she'd call me friends and say, "Miles, any help? They're bringing them." Door, da, 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 da. Now, whole time we nowhere
That's
near.
a 911
situation. I called, and then she was like Gwinnett, because she's saying, "Oh, Gwinnett came out. They said they can't take a report, they can't charge us because they didn't do anything." I was like, but they did. They said that. They didn't,
Yeah.
And I wasn't there, But,
I mean, she demands a report, we'll write one, but I mean, it's not.
yeah, she wanted to charge. She wanted everybody to go chill.
I mean, what did they live in the complex? Was she still one of CT? Like,
She said,
like a leasing office
that's
itself?
what she did. She
How
CT.
do
How are they
do that?
supposed to get their mail?
So she had to tell them to go to the mailbox or they had to deliver the mail. But she CT. I literally saw her CT somebody from the leasing office.
Yeah.
And they did it.
That's ridiculous.
Because I guess it's different numbers. So
Yeah, I mean, technically
you could, but how do you use the stuff on the property? Like, how do you use the leasing office,
Like,
the
it's like,
gym, the
you can't-
mailbox, the
CT
pool?
from the whole
That's what I'm saying.
Like
Like,
CT's from the whole area. I don't know how that plays out with rain and all that, but
or court.
Yeah,
Like, I would
she
think
took
that's the court.
that guy to court. So I don't know how that played out.
you bring up a good point though. If I'm paying rent, part of my rent is to use that gym and the other facilities. And if you CT me just because you got an argument, then I can't use that shit. So,
Yeah.
damn.
She took him to court. So.
Well, it's a good thing she ain't there anymore.
Do you ever walk around on foot or anything like that?
Not really. I used to run a lot. So I used to run, and I really never walked though.
Where'd you run to?
I used to, I forgot my Google. I used to run. So I used to do a mile. It'll be start from my apartment, either go up or down, go around, then go down. It's like, by the leasing office is a fork.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So go down that way, turn around.
Just in the apartment complex, or you wouldn't go out?
Yeah. Go up.
I don't blame you.
Go up and then come back down and go back to the apartment. And it, right before I come up there where you guys were coming from,
Yeah.
right before that part is hit mile.
Oh, wow.
That's when I started running.
Yeah, that's a hilly mile.
Yeah.
I'm in all the know, man. I'm SWAT. I'm trying to get everything right. And
How do you like SWAT?
it's fun.
Is it?
It's fun. I want to come to Gwinnett, but it's more active. But
I mean, yeah. Yeah. SWAT's, that's whole.
Are you on like the North Metro team?
no, that team is Chamblee, Dunwoody. We Dorville, we have our own.
Oh, okay.
So that team is cool, but they only allow like 3 members from each department, and we got a 30 minutes, 30 minutes watch team.
That's not bad.
You been to your basic yet? Basic SWAT school?
No, not yet. That's why we didn't want to go.
Have you had any call-outs?
Yeah, we had a call out the other night. Barricaded suspect. I was actually at work, and once the call came out, it was a threats call, and they were just. He was at the window. He said, "Well, he put a gun on me." I was like, oh, "Do you want to press charges?" And it was like, "Oh no." And I was like, "All right, just leave. He's drunk." So that's my supervisor's decision. I was like, "All right, just leave. He's drunk." He's like, "You cool with leaving? Do you want to press charges?" That's fine. And then he was like, "Oh, my keys are on the table." And the guy wouldn't open the door. So he was like, "Can we get our keys? We don't rush. We don't really just 4 o'clock in the morning. We're not trying to do reports. We get off an hour." And he comes to the window with like AR style rifles. Dang. So I dropped the rifle, He started barricading the windows. And I'm like, well, go barricade. Dang.
So what'd y'all do?
They called SWAT out, and I switched over and went out there. The guy ended up coming out. It was a airsoft.
The others surrounded and did not something.
Yeah.
Is that your normal SOP?
Yeah. They called him and he came out. They talked to him for like hours.
Like CNT, like the crisis people. Y'all got a crisis negotiation?
Yeah, we do. But it was just one of the officers that speaks Spanish. He was cool with it.
Oh, yeah.
Never been on
Spanish speaker, probably. Did y'all have a Spanish speaker like on scene before it went?
Yeah, because he was on a part time when he came.
Yeah. Then, so, I mean, being the new guy, like I was on SWAT at one point, you're kind of stuck on containment. Is that the way the whole thing works?
Yeah, I was on the corner.
Yeah. It's fucking boring.
How many guys do y'all have?
Like 20, 30.
Dang. For a city agency?
Yeah.
That's
It's
a lot.
20, 30 on the roster. It's never 20, 30.
Wait.
Oh, yeah, you never get the full roster.
It's never 20, 30. We have guys on DA task force and guys on detectives, so they just everywhere.
Yeah.
And guys live freaking like an hour and a half away, so they never get there in time.
Yeah.
By the time they get there, it's all done.
Yeah.
Dang. How long you been on SWAT?
Had to be 6 months after I was there. It was the year before I was there, so it hasn't been a year.
Yeah.
A little under a year. I was saying, a little under. It hasn't
So you only have one call out?
Yeah, we get a couple search warrants. We don't have call outs. That sucks.
Man.
That's why I said it's boring.
No, that's awesome, bro. That's awesome.
I mean, the OT is nice, but when you're stuck in a house for fucking 19 hours in the freezing cold, you start rethinking your commitment.
I fell asleep behind a tree the other night.
For real? You on SWAT too?
No.
Hey, you're a corporal, right? Yep. I've met you.
Where?
Sterling. Have you ever been there?
Yeah.
I've met you.
I mean, I've been there. I've been up and off the road though for a minute.
Corporal Mac?
Nope.
I'm sorry. I don't know where. I feel like I met you. I don't know where. I talked to a lot of Gwinnett officers.
Yeah.
Like QTs, I love talking to Gwinnett officers.
Well, when I was on the road, I was at the QT getting that drink.
That's a guarantee you can find officers in Quick Trip.
Do y'all Quick Trip down there too?
Where?
At Dorville.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
It's terrible. The one off B5 was absolutely terrible because Martin.
The homeless people just sit right there.
Absolutely terrible. Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting a little irritated. Not really irritated, but like y'all need to stop. Like, cut it out with the small talk. I'm sick of hearing about the job. I'm sick of hearing about just get to it, people. What are we doing here? I mean, like I know they have a strategy as to what they do or whatever. I get it, but can we get to it? A young woman is gone, and we need to get to it. I'm sick of hearing about the apartment complex and the job and da 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 da. Let's go, people. Mental slow. Sorry.
Any pictures you can hang out at? Yeah, I had the one off right before you guys. This off one shovel.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. That's a good one.
That's a big one, right?
Yeah. No, the truck stop. We went off.
Yeah. Because I always bring, like, I've worked nights 5 years, so I always brought my food and used the Quick Trip microwave. Did you bring your own food, or like, did you go out? Did y'all have time to go out?
Yeah. Yeah, we had time to eat, man. It's a lot of good stuff. There's like Hispanic food and it's like Chinese food. And
I feel like every time I try to go eat, I either walk into a restaurant, get in a drive-through, and the alert tone will go off something. And like, not even now.
We got backup officers that pretty cool backup officers.
Yes,
like, all right, you still 10-6, but yeah.
Man, y'all sound like y'all got on each other's backs, whereas I don't think ours do that quite as much.
It's your call, man. You handle it.
I'm just here to help you with this.
Does the leasing office have cameras, do you know?
Please tell them.
Or like the camera that's not really a camera.
I don't know. I've seen cameras out there, but I don't know. I have no access to them.
You don't know.
Yeah, so that's something I get you guys to do because I like
we tell all the complex.
Because we have Arenautos out the butt.
I bet y'all do.
Like my truck I broke into, I unlocked it. Okay,
Nah, you're one of those guys. Come on, man.
But my truck got broke into, and it was called Arenauto in progress a few months back, I want to say. My girl got home. She was like, "Hey, babe, I know a little bit about police, and like these guys are breaking the cars." I'm like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "Well, they all got ski masks on. They're riding slow ride. They call it slow ride, or she calls it slow ride." I was like, "All right." So I was there watching it broke right behind me. They got out, looked at the car, I was like, God. Then they saw me. I was in my truck, man. Then they saw me. Then I kind of like left, so like that. So I kind of like followed them. I was like, I was like trying to call it. And I looked over and it was a car. The window wasn't broke, doors open, receipts all on the ground.
She rummaged through it. They went through it all.
Yeah, they door checked it. I guess they did. I don't know. They went out. They drove. It took off. Hit gas. Or whatever.
What kind of car was it?
It was like a Lexus. Like a older style Lexus with a temp tag. Temp tag was always it was temp always it was like destroyed. I was trying to get tagged. I wasn't 1080. Like, whatever, bro. You know. So I saw him out. I forgot where he was sitting at. Can't really remember. He was sitting somewhere. I pulled up and said, "Hey, Aaron Auto Perps. I'm not gonna forget no more." They went that way in this car. He was like, "All right, I'll let the guys know." And I went back home with her.
There you go. Are there any like weird suspicious people that are commonly going through? Because I know we got a couple of apartment complexes that have like the same homeless dude walk around, hanging around. You got anybody weird like that?
Yeah. So I don't know if he's been there. I haven't seen him, but it's a couple. So it was a couple that used to live on the property. I know exactly where they work at. Blue Sky.
Blue Sky.
Right there in Norcross. You know that? Right there off. It's a car wash. Blue Sky car wash. Right there in Norcross. And the reason I know I worked there because I got a membership there with my patrol car, and I get it.
You saw him there?
Yeah. And him and his girlfriend used to live on the property, but he's a gangbanger. He caused a lot of issues on the property. I was never really on, but hey, man, I used to try to be the cool one. So, hey, the police officer trying to kick you out of here. Don't do that, you know. So I don't do bad guys. I still live on the property.
Oh yeah.
But he's like drug deals, just on private property. Apparently, I think he's Crip. That's from what I heard, and he wears a bandana and stuff like that. But I'm not gang certified, of course, but he carries a gun. And after they kicked him off the property, that's all I see him on the property walking. I'm pretty sure they think his girlfriend used to still live there, but that's what I always see him on the property. They used to call.
Do you remember his name or anything?
Oh God, I don't know his name.
Did y'all ever CT him?
Listen off, so they want to do stuff, but then they don't want to do stuff.
Yeah.
And then when it comes down to it, they don't do that, right?
Yeah. So it's like they used to call me, be like, "Hey, that guy remember that guy we evicted?" Like, yeah. He's like, "Well, he's on the property." I'm like, if his family lives there, he could come on the property. You know, you can't stop somebody from visiting. You don't have no, you know. So he's the only one. It's a lot of foot traffic. At night.
Like in the complex, or like just on the outside?
Outside and inside, really.
Okay.
I mean, they probably use it as a cut through, right? Isn't it like a side gate?
Yes, so it was a cut through. I was talking to one of the West Side guys, and he was like, "Whatever, there's so many businesses back there. Whatever business back there used to get broken into in the back, and they used to use the cut through, not by I don't know where I seen people walking through it. Not my building, the building right here. And it's like down the hill, so like it's a cut back there. I don't know where it leads. I never walked through it, but I see foot traffic through there all the time. Like people walk through there all the time, but I'm on my business, bro.
Probably get up to that intersection or Food Line or all those businesses, right? Isn't that the path that leads?
It's on that area, but I don't know exactly where it comes out at. But they said like people breaking in the back of the business and run through the complex also.
What's this guy look like?
All right, so he's a tall, light-skinned, brown-skinned male. He has hair. His hair, I don't know if he still has a blonde at the top of it, but it's like it maybe dyed at the top of it.
Oh, like the tips?
Yeah, it's not twisted, but last time I saw it wasn't twisted. Eyes a little bit at work. His girlfriend, his girlfriend's a short, I think she's white. No, she's a white female, freckles, really short. I don't know her name. She has like blonde back hair, straight, kind of short.
What kind of hair?
A blonde and black.
Kind of like, what was it, like the
highlights?
ombre?
Yeah, highlights, you say?
Where it's like, is it highlights or is it like that? My wife just taught me this thing called ombre, where it's like dark and then it fades and like midway down goes blonde or something.
Ombre. But yeah, them two used to be on property a lot. It's I see a lot of foot traffic through the property. Nothing really alarms me and stuff like that. But
is there any other like problem apartments like that are constantly the ones getting called on, like any like party apartments?
Yes, when you first pull in the complex, I don't know exactly which one or what building. When you first pull in the complex, past the trash cans to the left. It's
Like
guys out there.
Like where that construction crane was?
After that.
That next, okay.
It's either not right there, but going right before you turn to the left to go downhill towards my area.
Yeah.
They party out there a lot. I get noise playing close up there. I'm not going out there for music. And cars that out there drinking stuff like that. The office is closed, so I was like, they get crazy and rowdy stuff like that. Then the people will call on that. That's probably something terrible crazy.
No, dude. Like I said, man, I worked down south side, and this one would call us. Like it'd be a simple noise complaint, like something very simple he could do, and he would actually call us through dispatch. Like he wouldn't make the person call. Yeah. So you get man.
That I've never really seen the guys stuff like that. Just maybe out there listening to music, drinking. I heard it passing by before when I leave.
Yeah.
But I'm just not drinking at your apartment, bro.
Does like BJ and Marlon and them, do you know if they hang out at those like that place?
No,
Or like,
they're not saying good kids, but they play basketball, they go swimming. I don't know really what that's where I see them at.
Maybe you're entering auto perks.
I don't know, man. Kids they play basketball and stuff, so I don't think they're maybe them, I guess. Yeah, I got a couple guys right now that went to high school with played football. They're in prison. So.
Really? Yeah. Dang. What'd they do?
I think one was internals, one was armed robbery. But these kids, you never would have thought it was like.
Yeah.
I was like quiet kids in school. Wow. But them. That's it.
So there's no other apartment that raises an eye or anything like that.
Mm-mm. I mean, I had a problem apartment. Like that guy we kicked out. When I talked to him, he was cool. He was mad, but he was cool. He was like, they're doing me dirty. They won't let me pay my rent. They want to take me to court and say I have to pay my rent. How am I supposed to do this? Yeah. To me, he had valid concerns.
Yeah.
That was under Miss Laura. So
It sounded like Miss Laura was kind of a dick.
I guess. To me, he had valid concerns. So other than that, I don't know. Miss Laura or Miss Giannis might have better. Not Giannis, what's her name? Jessie. She might have. She's been there short now, but she knows a lot. She might have better stuff for y'all, but yeah. Anybody else?
What about, so I know I asked about the cameras at the leasing office.
Yeah.
So when I lived in an apartment, I had like a Ring doorbell at my apartment. So do you see any Ring doorbells or anything like that are around, or do you have one?
No, I have a Blink camera.
Where's that?
Yeah, on my door.
Okay, is it like, so when you open your doors right there?
Yeah. Okay. No, so like when they front door, like doorway camera.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have one. I got this one because I had a Ring one and it was terrible.
Oh, I'm a Ring guy.
Yeah, but you probably have a newer one. I got one off Amazon. And it
I got one on Amazon.
Like it didn't pick up.
Get those Amazon days.
It didn't pick up
Nothing.
Like
So like the Pro? Was it the Pro? Because I got the Ring Pro. You got the Ring Pro. You got the Ring
it
Pro.
might be that when my girlfriend's arguing, she smashed it a little bit. So.
Well, I mean, that might be why it didn't work.
So
does the Blink still work?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But it works really well though. It works like if you pick up people, like if somebody was in their car and opened their door, it'll pick up. Like I know my girlfriend used to get home.
Dang.
Yeah, that's cool.
Anyone, any of your neighbors have anything like that? Or?
I after the internals and stuff that I heard about, and apparently it was more internals that nobody told me about when I was meeting with them every Monday. Like, oh crap, I need to meet with her. She would tell me about stuff. She's like, let's be braiding cars, stuff like that. I was like, let's get gates, which is still not going to stop it.
Yeah.
And I said, I tried to get the West Side. No, I didn't do it. No lie. Yeah. I tried to get the West Side to patrol. I was like, internals going to happen. I said, we're in Metro Atlanta. Internals going to help people to lock their doors.
Yep, there you go.
I said, because I see videos, they're not really breaking windows anymore. No, they see a badge.
They see something.
Yeah, door checking. Yeah. Well, cameras. I tell them all the time. Get cameras. It's the best way to see stuff. Get cameras. Trying to think. I know the office doesn't have cameras.
How long have you had your camera for?
It ain't been that long. It's a few months.
Okay. Yeah. What about the Ring? How much further did you have the Ring?
I had a Ring since I moved in. I moved in, but I didn't know about the
What made you pick, like, cause, I mean, I work down there, so like, what made you pick like that apartment complex?
Just called around, bro.
Nothing closer to like work or anything.
I just called around.
Called around for.
I was at my mom's house. I wanted to move out.
Yeah.
I just called around.
For like you, hey, do you got the courtesy spot open?
Yeah, but I'm literally still calling because that's cool. I'm trying to get out of the North area, bro. I'm so tired.
So did your mom stay close by, or?
Yeah, she stays close by.
Yeah,
Where's she
that's
at?
good.
Still over there off. Sorry, brain fart. What's that road? Arkway.
Okay.
Oh, Beaver Road.
Yeah,
Is she in a house or apartment?
House. Oh, yeah. Trying to tell her to get cameras. Her and her neighbors don't have cameras. It's like trying to tell her and the neighbors to get cameras. The only person that has a camera is that I know of is down the street. It's grocery store house with Emily. Her mom has cameras because she asked me. People in our neighborhood, and I saw it. And she was like, "Hey, what I'm about to do about this? We're about to leave because this is crazy. I'm locking doors." You know, she had like the flip. I said, come on.
Yeah, tries to scare them away.
Pretty much. Yeah. But yeah, I just called around. Those places in Dunwoody right now, I was looking at, they called me back there. That's a nicer area.
Yeah, Dunwoody's nice area.
Isn't that nice down there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
My place with a gate. You know,
maybe controlled,
controlled
access. You know,
even though with those, I know those are, it's like my girlfriend lives in Dunwoody and I get their gate all the time,
Yeah, but it's still like still lessen.
Yeah.
You know, I know you said that one of your as you jumped in your truck was right around. Like, do you typically will you put on like your uniform to go? No, plain clothes.
Yeah, I don't even go out on people and stuff like that. I just
not worth it.
Like I barely patrol if I do, but if I do, I ride around a little bit. Ride around because one of the complaints that they used to say they never see the courtesy officer ride around.
Yeah,
they never see the courtesy officer ride around. So. Try to ride around a little bit. That's it. If I see something, I don't never see anything. If I see something, wave people, go.
In your truck or in your Explorer?
It depends. Most times in my truck, because I be leave. What I do is I try to patrol it and leave.
Yeah, like
so nobody thinks that you stay there.
When you're going to the gym or something, just do an extra.
I do patrolling. I'll park at the leasing office and go in and work out. Or run. What I started doing now is by the park at the Sergeant Field Range Slip.
Yeah,
the track thing. I run that.
You go.
But
how long you been in the military? You're a National Guard, right?
Yeah.
How long you been doing that?
Since 2018.
2018? What was that? 4 years? Going up on 5 years?
Yeah, I was in high school when I joined. So
you did like an ROTC program?
Yeah, I did split up. So between my junior and senior year, I went to basic training.
Mm-hmm.
And then after I graduated, played high school, played football, stuff like that, then went to MP school.
Okay, I didn't know you did that.
Yeah.
So when did you do MP school?
2019.
So you're out of high school at that point?
Yeah.
And where's that at?
MP school?
Yeah.
Portland Wood, Missouri.
Dang.
So
how long is that? Like 8 weeks or something?
Yeah, 10.
10?
So I did the whole thing at once. It would have been 20, but it's 10.
Oh, so you did basic and then
came back and then did.
Where'd you go to basic at?
Portland Wood, MP school still.
That's cool. You like that? MP?
Yeah, it's cool. I'm about to get out.
Yeah, I had a buddy. He was Air Force MP. He didn't last very long.
It's inconvenienced my life, like I'm trying to buy a house and
it's extra money though, right?
$200,
A month or what?
During for drills, $200 check,
Once a week or once a month?
Yeah.
So $200 a month?
Yeah.
That's not a lot, man.
It's really, I mean, they got good benefits, stuff like that. Like I'm staying into the end of this contract, trying to be home loan.
Oh,
yeah, there you go. Help you out buying a house. That's good.
Other than that, that's all it really is.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think Carter's here. Let us just step out and brief her so we shouldn't ask any more questions. We'll just see if she's got anything else. Okay. All right. You want some more water or anything?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'll get you for you. God, guns off everything, man.
Oh, that's our policy.
I know. I'm just. Hey, you call me? One second. You said brown Nissan what?
It's a brown.
There you go, man.
Maybe it's Almena or it's a big sedan. With windows tinted. car have been came from the office around. Apparently, it's a young man. Our manager went out to ask him if he needs something that we can help him. He said, "No, I'm waiting for someone. It's okay." But the car was around, coming back to the parking lot in front of the office, driving around again. And
You said around Nissan?
So Nissan, it might be like a reference, it's a big sedan, like a Nissan Almera or something like that. I don't remember that we couldn't see plate number or.
Yeah.
No.
Is it at the leasing office?
No, Gianni saw him around the building 62, around there. But to be honest, since that, maybe for about half an hour ago, something like that, I haven't seen it anymore.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm talking to Gwinnett guys right now, and then I'll check it out.
Yeah, thank you, man.
All right, brother. Call me back if you need anything.
If I see it again, I will test you.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you, Mike. All right.
Bro, they're asking me questions like I did. Yeah, nothing is weird. They're asking me questions and stuff about the apartment complex. We did likes to walk around and stuff. And yeah, just give you an update. About what? About what? You have my location. I'm gonna send it to you. No, where's my location? I'm out here in Marshall right now. Yeah.
Hey,
how you doing?
are you mad at me?
Well, I'm mad at you.
Because I had you sitting here waiting for me.
No, you good. Hey, I'm sorry.
How are you?
Sorry, good.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch. Y'all can be back at 1:35 and in the dining room. Thank you.
Hold on, y'all. Look at Auntie. Wait a minute. Let me go back. Wait a minute. Now, I know I saw Auntie. Auntie mad. She ready to go eat. Let's see. Who is he talking to on the phone? I know he was talking to one person he was talking to was the leasing office where he live at. Because he's a courtesy officer. And I guess they had somebody, a suspicious person out there or whatever. So it looks like he was talking to them. Let's see.
Oh, you have my location.
Right there, it seems like he may, because remember he told the officers he was going to meet his girlfriend. So right there, it looks like he may be talking to his girlfriend because apparently she don't believe he's where he said he is. Or whoever it is, he's telling him to look at his location. Let me see.
No, look at my location. I'm out here in Marshall right now. Yeah.
Hey,
how you doing?
Are you mad at me?
Well, I'm mad at you.
Because I had you sitting here waiting for me.
No, you good. Hey, I'm right back.
How are you?
Sorry, good.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch. Y'all can be back at 1:35 and in the dining room. Thank you.
Y'all look at Auntie. What is wrong with Auntie? Auntie don't seem like she never had. Look at Auntie.
I don't know his name. Yeah, I know him around that. So, they were saying he was arguing with the heavyset black kid right before she went missing or something like that.
She was arguing with the heavyset black kid?
Yeah.
Is that Marlon? What were they arguing about?
I have no clue. I don't know if they was actually arguing, but joining the joshing.
Yeah, I know what joshing is. Yeah, I know what it is.
But that's the last thing I heard besides like the news and like Facebook posts and stuff.
Have you ever seen her? She used to be over here quite a bit.
Oh, okay. I haven't recognized the picture. I haven't recognized it.
Have you seen a picture of her? Okay. So when you made the report, you said that you possibly went out like patrolling that night. Do you remember anything sticking out? Anything that stands out to you?
Not really. That time, no. That was a while ago, man. So, but nothing of the last thing I remember, like for that was the Arenado guys. Yeah, that wasn't. I don't think that wasn't during that time though.
Did you see what they looked like?
No, they all had masks on, so like that was the story.
Yeah, his girl came home and said there's some dudes with she's like, I'm not a cop, but I think I know something's going on because there's a bunch of dudes ski masks going in the car.
Yeah, you don't have to be.
Yeah, but no, that's it.
Did she see what kind of, like what race they were? They're boy, male, female. You think they're black? Yeah. Okay. So I probably would want to talk to Zenobia about that just to see like if she recalls something. Do you have her phone number?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna judge you out on one. I'm not gonna call you out on it.
Oh, Jesse just called me. She's the apartment manager.
Oh, okay. Do you need us to kind of cover for you?
What?
I don't know why she called. Just,
Oh, no,
you
I
get in
just-
trouble if you don't answer it?
No.
Okay.
44-226-2429.
Let me not, I'm gonna get confused. This is Senolia's. Okay. Do you see any other like teenagers walking around regularly?
Yeah. It's a lot of foot traffic though.
Can you describe any of them to me in particular?
I just know people walk. When I be leaving the complex, I see families walking. There's a lot of, it's just foot traffic out.
Okay.
I never really pay attention to it. Never really had to.
When you are patrolling, are there particular areas that you sit?
Yeah, sort of. Like I patrol the neighborhood, and then that's really just neighborhood.
Okay. Is there like parking lots and stuff that we would sit in? Do you have anywhere like that?
Not really. I go, like recently I go, like eat it first, whatever. So long story, whatever. So I have cameras in the house, whatever. So I used to go sit, like a good place I used to sit was right there.
You can pull up a picture? Will that help? Like Google Maps?
No, I just right. It was in the neighborhood. It was right in front of leasing off.
No, you're good. I'm a visual person. Because I only know about that exit gate that's on Steamboat, and I don't remember ever really coming in here.
Yeah, I go to exit gate sometimes, go around, but that's it.
There's a pool right here.
Okay, so this is leasing office. Sometimes I sit right here, and sometimes I come down here and sit just to watch the camera and start conversation.
Oh, to make sure.
It's
Toxic.
On your own camera, at your apartment. Yeah, something you at least have easy to go somewhere else. Yeah. Sometimes, it's a chance. Sometimes I come out, I'll go around, come down here, sometimes come down here, stuff like that, really.
Okay. So, I know that your gun was stolen. Do you know if it was located or anything yet?
No, I've already been.
I haven't run it yet. We probably need to check that, see if it's still, but they would have called you. Your glasses are distracted the hell out of you. What?
He went single lady and they broke.
Look, Gwinnett County about to buy. Oh, you went there. I was about to say,
Look, these are 8 up. Like,
what is that? Let me see.
That's the
missing note.
I don't.
That is so cool.
I had an eyeglass appointment.
How did you do that? Oh, a piece.
Broken.
Oh, I thought you put that on there.
Broken.
No, I thought that like you put that there in place of it.
Yeah.
Lord Jesus, I'm about to break more. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oakley.
Yeah. Standard issue. $45% discount. And
there. Because I'm about the entrance. There's an exit on. Go for it.
Pool, escapes. Crap. I think it's over here somewhere. It's right. I think it's right here. I think it's right there. Wait, that's a building. No.
It's kind of hard to see, right?
Yeah, it's over there in the area somewhere.
You ever park in these parking lots to like watch people come in and
Right
not
here?
walk out? Yeah.
No.
Really?
At the
That's probably a good idea to do.
where at the
Just park
at
on
that
it.
truck spot.
Either one. So either I think there's like a Mexican grocery store there used to be, and then there's a bunch of places like right there or across the street where Checkers used to be.
Yeah. Oh no.
You really want to? Well, I guess that since you're a courtesy officer, you probably don't want to get into shit.
I listen, you know what? I don't care about my job that much. Sit in a parking lot and watch for criminals. I don't care about.
like I said, you don't want to shit where you eat. So
Yeah, I don't care.
yeah.
Then
I ride around. That's it.
you're in the army too, right? How long?
4 or 5 years now.
What's your MOS?
MP.
You're an MP?
Yeah.
Okay. Where you go to basic?
Fort Williamsburg.
Winter. How was that?
It's cold.
Oh, you went there in the winter?
He went, he went in between his junior and senior year of high school.
Okay.
Yeah, that was basic, but for AIT.
Oh, okay, so you did it. They let you do it as a senior reserve.
Yeah, National Guard.
Oh, you're National Guard. Okay. That probably had to be weird. And then go from like a short life to go back and then finish. Oh, that'd be annoying. And then, so where'd you go to AIT at? Really? That's his name? That sucks. Because I remember, so I went to Jackson and everyone talked about how
Are you in the Guard? Or is it-
No, I was in the Army.
Oh, okay.
So everyone talked about how Fort Jackson was so easy. So I was like, oh,
Jackson.
this is about to be
That's
awesome.
interesting.
I get there and I got a fucking wake up call and it was not easy. But then I went to AIT in San Antonio and it was so much fun.
You admit it?
Medical logistics.
Oh, okay.
So I did 10 years. But I got out when I had my son. I was like, I can't do this no more. And then I was transitioned from active duty to reserve, and it was horrible. I don't know how you do guard. It's horrible.
I'm about to get out. This sucks, but I'm trying to save money, you know?
Where do you drill at?
Monroe.
In Monroe?
Yeah, or Decatur. Decatur's the main one.
Okay, y'all go back and forth.
Yeah, 170. The battalion in Decatur.
170th? 170th what?
This MP is a company.
170th MP? Okay, so when you are a drill, they just put you like in a, like, do you do? Okay.
Absolutely nothing.
See, I would think you would give like people at the gate a break.
We don't, it's not really a gate. It's an armory, so it's like a little building, that's it, you know?
Okay, well, so sucks.
Yeah, it sounds terrible.
Okay, all right, so your gun, I want to check that really quick. Let's see if it was found. Oh, goodness. Plus, we can get it back for you.
What kind of gun was it? It's a Glock. Glock? Yeah. Wow, I love that because I miss it. Yeah. Did you replace it? No. Dang. I carry I have a SIG. Yeah. Have you looked at the staccatos? I heard about those. Yeah, I got one. We just went to SIG 2, used to the double single action. Yeah.
So that's what you use at work, a SIG?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I like Glock. It's cool. I carried it when I used to do like off duty work sometimes. I haven't carried it, and even before it was stolen, I didn't carry it in a minute. It was just in the truck, more like if I need it. Yeah.
Oh, I remember why I asked about you sitting on the side too. Let me see. So when you, look, I'm not judging you. I literally been there, done that with you and your girlfriend. You didn't leave the complex ever? She didn't have your location?
No, she didn't have my location, but I used to drive around like a lot.
Yeah, no, there was like a movie, or not a movie, there was security footage that the family went and got. And it looks like, I was wondering if maybe that was like you sitting in the parking lot. Because it's really close to the exit, and it would make sense like if you were sitting there, just like watching, but you're patrolling, I get it. But also like listening to your girlfriend, because that's what I would do.
Where at? In
Let me see, it's like
Plaza?
It's like right out there. Let me, where's the video?
So listen, she touring with him. But basically, listen, so they got that footage that the family, got from that guy. Y'all remember the guy that got up on the stand where they got the footage from, crackhead cousin Joe? Okay, so the footage they got from him apparently shows this guy sitting maybe at the entrance of the apartment complex, if I'm not mistaken. He's sitting there. So he was sitting there watching. Like he was literally sitting there, and they got footage of that. All right, at least because we got like 20 more minutes, y'all, for today. 20 more minutes.
Yeah, if you get a chance, give us staccato.
Yeah, I'm gonna just sit next to you.
Axon caption.
Yeah, use Axon? Yeah. I think they're monopolizing the whole thing.
I think it's good. I like it. So it's a kind of a video, but it looks like there's a black truck over here, and I know that you patrol in your truck. So, but it's like right there by the exit. So I was like, oh, maybe that's him. But if you were talking,
right there.
Yeah.
No, that's not me.
Okay.
Yeah, I never went to what is that, the gas station?
I don't even know what it is. The family got it.
Oh, yeah, no.
I think it's a adult daycare or something. It's not a business that you would expect.
Oh, I know you're talking about, yeah, no.
Okay. Where is that?
The
Like
daycare?
Yeah.
The daycare?
Mm-hmm.
I know that's right there before, across from Tech. I know where that. Tech Drive, the check and stuff like that, it's right there.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't think I ever sat there.
And you haven't heard anything?
No, I haven't.
Have you had any suspicious persons?
I told you, like, there's people that walk through the neighborhood. Yeah. That's it. Like, I wouldn't even think the guy I told you about. I don't think because he just
The blue sky guy?
Yeah, I don't think he would be.
He's just a dope head.
Yeah. Hurt. It's a there.
Oh, I'm sorry. We just don't have anywhere else.
You're good. This is random and everything. I get it random, but
We're just doing everything we can to figure out this girl.
Have you watched the news?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're doing the same thing they do for us anyway. Like
so my girlfriend told me something started on the sue with it. I'm suing the police.
They're roasting our department. I don't know why.
What? She literally, like, did drugs. Yeah, she like smoked. She not like hardcore drugs, but she smoked weed.
Everybody smokes weed.
Exactly.
I don't smoke weed or relax. I don't smoke weed. I mean, a lot of people
smoked weed before I started working here. I'm getting my surgeon to check my computer. I don't want it to die right now.
I think I ever sit in classes or nothing.
Do you know your complex has cameras?
I was just talking to them about that, bro. I think they do, but I don't know if they work. I've seen them, but I don't know if they work. It's so stupid. A lot of them. I told them I have access to that, and I was like, okay, they don't. I didn't kind of pose. Yeah, but a lot of NROs don't go report it. Cause I told you, like, the resident, like the guy Fabian, he's one of the assistants. He called me. He was like, hey, 32, guy's car broke into stuff. I was like, okay, did you get the reports of it? No, they didn't call the police. They have to call the police, make a report. Well, it might help.
I mean, if you just don't care about your stuff, you're getting it back, whatever. But a lot of the complexes down there don't have cameras, and it's a shame.
It's crazy because it's so cheap, you know? Like,
and we could definitely solve. It could help solve and link a lot more things, or at least get flock cameras. Do y'all utilize flock on the road? Yeah, flock's amazing.
You're welcome, my lady. You're welcome.
Looking onto that.
We got about 15 more minutes. Fun say he really thinks that he got away. You know what? At this point, Fun, I don't know. I don't know if he. I think honestly he knows something's up. I mean, you got to be slow not to have figured it out by now. And this is the thing. He's a cop, even though he's a young cop. And even though he's not a detective and he may not be fully aware of how the detectives work, I think he has a clue. Like, honestly, I think he has a clue. And to me, honestly, he seemed like he's nervous. All this small talk, I wish I had went through this part before I can't lie, because I would have just skipped through that little other stuff and got right down. Because she's the one finna get down to the nitty gritty. But at this point, I don't know if he felt like he had gotten away with it. I don't know. I can't tell yet. But we're going to listen to it for about 15 more minutes, and then we're going to get back into it tomorrow. And I think it's going to get... I haven't watched this, y'all. We're watching it real time together. And I'm thinking, though, it's going to get pretty interesting as the interview go by. But let's see. Let's see.
All right, hopefully we can get you out here soon. What?
Property manager probably would know if she get more complaints than I do. I've heard that when you first pull in the complex, you go like past the trash can. Oh, right to the loud music. Yeah, the loud music there. I was in there. That's I really know. Nobody really on my side. My downstairs, we smoke weed. They smoke in the bathroom. I don't care. But I don't trip about weed, bro.
No, there's not too much of it out there to worry about weed, man. I use the weed to get in the car and find the other drugs.
Yeah, that's weed, man.
That's the way to do it.
So, which route do you usually take to drill?
Drill, I take 316.
316.
316, I get off on Harbins. You know that where?
I have no idea where Monroe is. I probably should.
So you get off on Harmon, you take a right, you just keep straight all the way down.
Okay, and then I'm in Henry County, so I don't know. I just live here now, but I don't leave.
I've been sitting up here talking. Oh my God, it's fun, Barry. I'm glad you said so. Girl, I've been sitting up here talking for the last 2 minutes and I've been on mute. I thought I unmuted. Damn it. Oh Lord have mercy, Jesus. Give me strength. Okay, so what I was basically saying is I'm sitting up here thinking about the fact that she was found, her skeletal remains were found with no clothing. No, he Brooks is me, girl. No clothing. So that means when he dumped her body, she didn't have on any clothing, right? So that means he removed her clothing, which is, between him dumping the body out there and taking out the clothing is probably how he ended up dropping his belongings, right? So you got to think about it. Him being a cop, he knows that if you RA somebody or SA somebody, you're prone to leave like bodily fluids, right, on the clothing. And DNA testing is a motherfucker. Like, even if those clothes had been out there, even after all of those months, and it had any type of bodily fluid on it, they would have been able to test it. They would have been able to test it, right? So the thing that gets me about that part, I honestly do think he may have violated that young woman before he, actually unalived her. But the other sick part about it is this: the only reason I can see him snatching her was to R her or SA her, right? So this is the thing, though. He had a whole girlfriend at the time. He had a whole girlfriend at the time that was literally calling him, right, as he was committing this crime. So my thing is, you have to be sick. You have to be sick. And see, I keep going back to the point to where I feel like he obsessed over her, like he watched her, like that video that family got from that guy shows that he was sitting there like watching. So this is not something that he probably just decided to do that night. He just that particular night, he had the opportunity. But my thing is, like I said, the only thing I could see him snatching her for was for that, and that's it, because you had a whole girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? But anywho, yeah, I'm gonna do about 10 more minutes, y'all, and then we're gonna stop for today.
Not usually. So you go out there for drill, and then y'all have AT or something, right?
AT, yeah.
Okay. Do you ever go out there for anything else other than drill?
Well, my grandma lives in Lawrenceville.
That's what I believe on. I really do believe that.
But not towards like
either one of them.
Monroe and Harvard.
Yes, we have a range out there in Vero.
You know, at this point, I think either one of them was at risk. You know what I'm saying? She just so happened to be the one that walked home that night alone, but I think all of them were actually at risk. You know what I'm saying? I do. I think he was watching them, those young girls, that group of friends. I think he was watching them, and he was telling his girlfriend he was talking to his mama. Yup. Lying. Sick. Just sick.
When you say they, who? Like the department or?
Yeah, we use Carroll County Range, so.
Oh, right.
They won't let us use. I used to go to the Academy in Athens, so I just drive.
Okay.
I like to drive, especially into my girlfriend. I drive. I drive to Atlanta, stuff like that.
Okay. All right. So basically, my sergeant did confirm. So we did find your gun. Actually, yeah. So that just like raises suspicion even more. Not with you, but like I think it's the same person who probably, because it wasn't listed as stolen before, but I couldn't figure out who had found it. But you watch the news, you know we found Savannah, but there was actually a gun found out there too.
Really?
Yeah. And it's the same serial number. He just verified it.
It's crazy.
I know. So help me walk through it a little bit. Like help me some kind of way. Did you ever go out there do you know where she was found?
316 somewhere.
Yeah. Do you ever go in the woods and stuff out there?
In the woods, no.
Is there any reason why you would have dropped it out there maybe?
No.
Do y'all do any training out there or anything?
Not over there at least.
Okay. So I'm just curious. That's so crazy.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Wow. So you only go over there when you have to go to drill and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Dang. So do y'all do like
women ops or anything?
That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of like military training.
No.
I don't know. For like SWAT, we do women ops.
Yeah. But no, if we do, it wouldn't be a force steward. It wouldn't be in our area. It wouldn't be in our area.
They make you go all the way down there?
Yeah, that's what, right. Stuff.
I hate that shit.
Yeah.
I hate that drive. They give you good barracks down there.
Decent.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I found my gun.
So
You guys involved?
I mean, that's a crazy coincidence.
Yeah.
Because I think it got stolen from you the same day. So it's probably someone. Try to think hard with me. Even if it's like a pattern that you normally do. I really need you right now. I'm sorry.
Did you know her at all? Morales? Nothing? Never saw her like playing basketball or anything with the other kids?
I never recognized her at all. That is crazy.
Well, good news we have your gun.
At least it's not in the hands of some criminal, you know? At least it's found.
I'm trying to think. Okay, so were you watching your girlfriend at that point already?
When?
That night? In June, yeah.
It's been probably back and forth months and months. Back and forth.
So just call it. I mean,
They did, that's what I know. But you're young, you're like, I feel so different. Like, I thought I got married when I was a little bit younger than you, probably like 20. Maybe that's what y'all are doing now, the thing. So you don't remember when she started cheating on you and you started watching her?
It's been off and on, her messing with other guys, stuff like that.
Okay.
But it's nothing actually really taught us stuff like that. But when I said we're never there, we drive around a lot, me and her both. You know?
Where y'all go?
Everywhere. And we literally drive in
Think of some places. Think somewhere. Do you go anywhere locally over there?
We drive in circles sometimes.
Why?
That's what we do.
You just drive in a circle?
She'll turn on music.
Yeah, do it.
So,
for that.
yeah.
That's why
I went to
All right, y'all, listen.
All
right,
she
y'all.
dropped me off and she literally
So
drove
listen.
around.
There's an hour left. Okay, so
Oh, you work part-time.
man, it's supposed to be paused. Okay, so we're at the 5 hour mark, and then at the 6 hour mark, which is an hour, they take a break, right? And then they come back and they finish. And it looks like after they finish, they talk to her a little bit more. They look at maybe some phone records or whatever, and then they break. So this is the thing. We're gonna start right here for today. Tomorrow when we come back, we're gonna listen to the rest of this interview. It's getting good, actually. You know, women, we rule the world. I mean, those two guys was in there talking to him. You know, just. I'm just saying the two people in there talking to him, and I guess since she's the lead investigator on the case, then it was left up to her to really just crack down on it. But I'm just, if I had known those guys was gonna be talking about, you know, the job and the apartment complex, I would have fast forwarded through it because she's the one finna get down to the nitty gritty. So we're gonna start tomorrow at this point, the 5 hour mark, okay? And then we're gonna listen to the rest of the interview, and then hopefully I might stay on as long as I did tomorrow as long as I did today, tomorrow, so we can get through as much as possible tomorrow. And then, like I said, hopefully, right, amazing. And hopefully we can wrap it up on Saturday because I want y'all to see those news conference that they had after the verdict was read. So basically what we have left is the rest of this interview, the rest of her testimony. I don't think the defense put on a defense at all. And then we're gonna get into the closing arguments, and then we're gonna get into the verdict, and then we're gonna listen to the news conferences, okay? And then we're gonna be done. And hopefully we can wrap it all up by Saturday. And then on Monday, we'll start a new case. And what I might do on Sunday, if I work Sunday, because I might take Sunday off, but if I work Sunday, what I'll do is I'll introduce y'all to the new case that we're gonna start, and then on Monday we'll start. It all depends on whether or not I decide to cover another trial or I just do, you know, the stories like I was doing in the beginning. But anywho, I honestly do appreciate y'all. Y'all have been here with me for 5 hours. I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all supporting this channel. I really, really do. Um, for those that may have not been here in the beginning, I just want to let everybody know that I appreciate the support of this channel. It means a lot to me. Y'all know that this channel is dedicated in honor and memory of my son. And now I've also dedicated it to in honor and in memory of amazing blessed son who will not be named. Y'all know my son's name, but I'm not gonna name her son because I don't want any, you know what I'm saying? I don't want any backlash from that, but she knows. And long as y'all know, this channel is dedicated to my son and also to Amazing Blessing's son. And so the support that I get on this channel, it means a lot. It means a whole lot. Okay, y'all. I appreciate you too, Amazing, and we love you, girl. So with that being said, I'm gonna get off of here. I do still have to go on the T channel, y'all. Y'all know this. I gotta go over there today too. So I'll probably be over there in the next hour or so. So if you want to meet me over there, meet me over there. And yeah, I'll see y'all back here in the morning. I be want to go at least about 9 o'clock, between 9 and 10. It depends on how my morning goes, though, whether or not I'm able to come that early. But I will be on between 9 and 10 on tomorrow. so we can start and get as much covered as we need to. I know you're ready for the T channel, Natasha. Thank you, girl. I appreciate you, Natasha. You've been in the bushes, and I appreciate it. Yo, we gotta go over there to the T channel so we can make sure you get home. Okay. With that being said, I love y'all. I do. I honestly do, and I'm sure Amazing loves and appreciate you all too as well for the prayers for her and her family. Okay. With that being said, y'all be good for about an hour. I see y'all in about an hour. Thank you, Infamous. Thank you, boo. I see y'all in about an hour. Until then, y'all be good. The tea better not be that nut. See, I was gonna schedule it before I came on here, but I wasn't sure if I was gonna actually go over there to the T channel, and I wasn't sure on who I was gonna cover. So you just gonna see it when I schedule it for 'em. Thank you, Miss Carla. Thank you, love you too, boo. And so Natasha, she a mess. It's all right though. It's all right. Thank you, E. Brooks. And so yeah, I see y'all over there. Till then, y'all be good, okay? And y'all be safe. All right. So until I see y'all be good. I love y'all. I do. All right. All right. I see y'all in about an hour. Love y'all. And until then, we out, y'all.